Hello everyone and welcome. It's Surrey v Yorkshire. It is the biggest game of Surrey's season so far. They stand atop the county championship with a lead of 8 points over Hampshire. We'll be looking out for their game as well today. Of course, they play against Kent. And the news is that Surrey are batting first. I sat alongside Jon Norman.
Yup.
I think they probably like to have a bomb themselves, wouldn't they, Surrey, here?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know about you, Dan. Good morning to you, by the way. I tell you what, a few nerves today. A few nerves. I actually had a restless night, not just because my 3-year-old daughter keeps waking up. She refuses to put her own blanket back on, and it's getting a bit cold, and so therefore she wakes up every time she's cold.
That's unhelpful, isn't it? Right, first ball of the match. It's Ben Code from the pavilion end. Ooh. Safely defended by Rory Burns. Let's take a look at this field. We've got 4 slips in place, as you'd expect, at 10:30 on a September morning. We've got a backward point, slightly wide mid-on, mid-wicket. I was going to say a long leg. It's more like a deep backward square leg. Now, the pitch that they're using today is about 5 along from the test pitch. And that test pitch, Jon Norman, provided a very sporty spectacle indeed. Less than 2 full days were required in terms of overs to complete that test match.
I thought the balance was so far towards the bowler in that test match, and not just because of the pitch itself, the paucity of the opposition for England, and the mastery as well, let's be honest. I mean, I was sitting here as you were, and you know, sometimes with cricket, it's crazy, isn't it? It almost looks impossible to get out, and then you flick a switch, and it almost looks impossible to score a run.
It was like that, wasn't it?
And it was one of those. I was watching the batters, and Robinson, I mean, there was some question marks about Robinson, of course. We all know the stories. The public rebuking the period out the game. But essentially, you've got there a bowler. I mean, I've never seen Adam Collins more excited about an English fast bowler, by the way.
Oh, yes, Ollie Robinson. At the Oval, that was a terrific spell.
But you've got essentially Stuart Broad. All those questions: will Stuart Broad retire? Will he not? You know, now it looks obviously that Broad and Anderson are going to continue through to next summer. But Robinson, if he can stay fit, stay focused, and stay bowling like that, I mean, that's 5 years done. You have to work out the other bowlers in and around him.
Well, that's good. Look, Ed Smith, whom we will be talking to at lunchtime, would have loved something as simple as that. That's one name you can just put on the team sheet.
So I spoke to Ed Smith last week for his book, and I just wonder, you know, there's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. Ed, he put his life and soul into his position as national selector. I mean, he couldn't have drawn upon more experiences in his life, rich and varied. He couldn't have thought more heavily and more deeply about the position he had. And you just wonder, a bit like, I suppose, a really good teacher who invests all the time and effort into a particularly naughty kid, and then at the end of the day has to give them back to the even naughtier parents. You just wonder whether Ed sits back and watches the way that Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes have come in and just gone, essentially, they've come in with the same player pool, same players. I mean, I know there's a few differences from the team that he's had a part in selecting, but essentially, it's almost like they've come in and they said, doesn't matter who's in the side, just going to click our fingers, turn the light switch on, off you go and do it for England.
All a bit of voodoo, isn't it, really? That's what it looks like. Now then, we've had our first over. No real signs of alarm so far for Rory Burns. Ball barely moving off the straight there, this new ball, but that will often happen. Wait until the lacquer's worn off. But I should give you news of the teams, because Surrey made a couple of changes. They brought in Ollie Pope and Ben Foakes. Both been released by England. Joe Root has not been released by the ECB to play for Yorkshire. So Surrey line up with Burns and Patel, who wrote Hashim, Amla, Ollie Pope, Ben Foakes, Cameron Steele, Jordan Clark. Tom Laws is back. Jamie Overton, Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell. So no Tom Curran, Jamie Overton back after injury.
There's the first runs. Oh no, it should have been the first run.
It was a bit bit of yes, no there, wasn't there? It was a fair gap to the left of mid-off there. It wasn't taken. Now Yorkshire. Adam Lythe, Finley Bean, George Hill. Looking forward to seeing George Hill. A lot of talk
Yep, I was interested in him earlier this season. Actually, he scored his maiden maiden first-class century, didn't he, earlier this year?
We've got Tom Kohler-Cadmore, Will Frayne, Johnny Tattersall, who's captaining and keeping. Don Bess, spinner of course, Jordan Thompson, Ben Mike, who's come over from Leicestershire. Ben Mike, who has two first names, Ben and Mike, for a name, but then he also has two surnames in the middle.
So is Colo.
Wentworth Mungo. Wentworth Mungo. That's quite the name. And just to finish off there, Ben Code and Stephen Patterson.
Actually, so do I.
You do, Jon Norman. But do you have a surname in the middle? Are you John Smith Norman? John Cooper Norman?
John Stewart.
Stewart!
I'm the Stewart clan.
Well, that's
Scottish.
Because that's kind of both. And we should point out, since you've mentioned Stewart, that today, and for this entire match,
Of course.
the
Great man.
the ground itself is called the Micky Stewart Oval, and his name bestrides the pavilion opposite us.
Oh, I tell you what.
It wasn't far away from the fourth slip.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, just end of the over to 7. Yeah, that's
You okay with that?
Yeah, I'm leading, right? So,
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I've actually got it, so you need some more reading.
try and Ed Spence, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I don't know about you, Dan. I'll get you before Colo comes in.
Aye.
But when you got to the ground and you quickly looked up, I almost missed the strip that we're playing on and thought, blimey, they're playing very, very close to the Archbishop Tennyson's.
Well, there's certainly a bit of grass on this pitch, isn't there? And
It's a bit like one of those Kiwi pitches that they've started conjuring up.
oh yes,
Have you not seen? Every time you see a test match in New Zealand,
they're very green, aren't they?
very.
And
I mean,
yet
they're...
they don't do a great deal.
Well, this is why I'm interested. Have Yorkshire been fooled?
Well, I think Surrey would like a result pitch. Don't forget they're just 8 points ahead of Hampshire. Hampshire are playing Kent, who are not in the best form with the red ball.
On a scale of 1 to 10.
Although they will, of course, have Conor McCurr to choose from.
Well,
He's away on loan.
I was going to mention that to Colo because the last time... In fact, I can mention it to Colo. Because the last...
Yeah, 'cause I'm going to make way.
You're going to head off.
Great man in.
I'll see you later. The last time I was on comms duty with Colo was for the final delivery of a Vitality Blast game, which ended up being seeing Conor McCurr smashing Peter Siddle through the covers for 4 to win the match for Surrey, and it was a ridiculous conclusion. So if we get a bit more of that action, Colo.
Would love it. On a surface like this, anything's possible. Although it can flatter to deceive a wee bit occasionally at the Kemar Oval.
Actually, I need to find out if Conor McCurr is in that Kent side that's playing Hampshire. You well, anyway? It's good to see you.
Great to be here. Love the championship at this time.
Oh, mate. Well, Dan just said this is the biggest match of the season, but for Surrey fans, I tell you what, every single match has felt like that in the last, certainly for the last 4 or 5, because you know Hampshire are chasing at the heels of Surrey. Conor McCurr does play for Kent. Go on. So we'll see how he goes against Hampshire. But every single point, batting and bowling, and of course the destination of the game itself.
Yeah, that's right. And Surrey, not only are they undefeated this season in the championship, they haven't had 2 games in a row they've drawn. So like whenever they've had a draw, they've been able to find a way to claim full points the next week. And having not been able to get the job quite done at Wantage Road last week, getting 16 points in a draw, but nevertheless it wasn't the full complement.
Yeah, I'm not sure if my maths is correct, but if they were to get another full complement plus a win, would that be enough? Because they're 8 points clear.
8 clear. Yeah, I think that
Head-to-head must come in.
We'll need to think of it. You're right in saying that a busy draw where they clean the clock on batting points and do likewise on bowling points, and of course you get 8 points for a draw to start with. Although I don't even know why we would even consider draws on a pretty green track when...
Well, this isn't going to be a draw, is it? That's for sure.
But next week at Lancashire, on a wearing surface, it might be a little bit different. 4 slips in wait for Code. Pavilion end. Good start from him. Code, who missed quite a bit of cricket through the early part of the season. Had a sort of frustrating habit of being on the cusp of return and picking up another niggle, but been right on the money since his return in the last few weeks.
Now, our friend Jarrah Kimber, he always talks about Yorkshire in the manner that they're kind of like the Australians' county. Do you go with that? Australians almost look at Yorkshire and identify themselves, if they have to identify themselves with a county. It'll be the kind of the image that you get from Yorkshire: successful, no nonsense, great cricketers.
Yeah, well, there are certainly some similarities on that front. That was a lovely piece of bowling from Code, by the way, that just stood up off the seam and went beyond the edge of Rory Burns. Yet to get off the mark, and this the third over after Surrey were inserted at the toss by Johnny's Haddisell.
And I suppose from a Surrey perspective, you're thinking you're going to give up the first session to the bowler, aren't you? And then try and put pressure back on. It's as simple as that. And you have opening the batting for Surrey, man. That's obviously already captained Surrey to a county championship triumph, and he would love to do so again this year.
Yeah, they're 19th. That was back in 2018. They've shared it once as well, so I suppose you could say they've won the thing 20 times, but 20 times on their own would be special if they can get the job done over the next fortnight, both here at the Oval and then next week up at Old Trafford to finish the campaign. Lancs, of course, in third.
And it was only a week ago that we were downstairs, Colo. I mean... What an incredible test match that was, eh? Third test match, England-South Africa. First day washed out, and then, of course, news filtering through about the death of Her Majesty. Day 2 suspended, and then we were all back. And I mean, whatever your position on the royalty, it was the royal family. It was quite an experience to be here with God Save the King, sung out by Laura Wright and accompanied by the majority, I'd say, of the 20-odd thousand people that had turned up early.
So Thompson just being held, they're making it a small tweak to the field. 4th slip moves in to say 5th slip. Sets off away from us. Past the edge straight away. Generous movement after hitting the seam. Tattersall taking that in front of first slip. Yeah, I think having been here that morning, it was less about the singing of God Save the King and more about what turned out to be 5 minutes of silence when the players were preparing to come down the steps of the Bedser stand, and Laura Wright was just coming out through that military guard. And from that point, no one uttered a sound until the end of the South African national anthem. It was an eerie experience.
Sound of silence, absolutely. And the fact that she sang it a cappella as well.
Yep.
I thought just added to the occasion. You're absolutely right. There's a kind of magical, impromptu feel to the fact that the minute silence which was scheduled actually ended up being the best part of 4 minutes, I suppose, maybe 5. You could just hear the clip of the studs on the stairs as the two teams and the match officials and Laura, and they made their way out onto the ground, and it was an exceptional moment. I think the other thing to remember as well, Colo, is that there was some conversation, as it always is, about decisions like this, about whether the game should have taken place. And I myself was unsure, but any doubts were dispelled the moment that that moment occurred, really.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we were to sort of poll the public or the sports watching public as to their feelings around the way that cricket conducted itself during the morning period compared to, say, well, football's the natural example. All through. Is there something on that?
I don't think so. There looked like quite a gap between ball and bat there, but again, there's some extravagant movement there, so this is going to be a testing opening spell. It's hazy here, if you're joining us. Hazy here in South London. It's a classic September morning, really. Mottled cloud. Just a few dark clouds to the left of us. It's cold. You can feel that the seasons are changing. To be honest, Colo, you like me, this is normally the time we get out of the country, isn't it? You just get that.
Yep. Not far away from that T20 World Cup in Australia. And
Yeah.
There we go. The music rarely stops in international cricket. Bit fuller there from Thompson.
Yeah, searching maybe for a little bit of swing. We've seen some seams so far this morning, haven't we?
Umpires Alex Wharf and Russell Warren on the tools this week to experienced campaigners.
Yeah, my oldest is now at school age, Colo, so enjoy the travelling, the uninhibited travelling while you can.
To an extent, we're padding up for kid number 2 in January, so I'll be back. We'll all be back in the UK, well ahead of that. But yes, it is a luxury to be able to spend a couple of months out there, as we do. So back comes fourth slip earlier in the over.
Correct.
That catch and move to 5th or 6th, which is in fashion these days, as the change of angle round the wicket to finish. 4 overs gone, 4 without loss. The home side after being sent in. Ryan Patel has all of those. Burns yet to get off the mark. Thompson's bowled well this year, 42 wickets at 31, but he's been a snifter better than those numbers suggest. He's been the leading wicket taker for Yorkshire, and used the 100 well too as a shop window, ensuring that when on those televised games where a lot of people are watching, that he was able to, I suppose, enhance his reputation at the right time of the season as a white ball bowler.
But this is where you enhance your reputation as well, isn't it? It's matches like these, key matches. Okay, you could say not quite as important for Yorkshire, but they've still got one eye below them, haven't they? They're not quite out of the relegation scrap.
They have had a funny season, Yorkshire. Code starts his fresh set. Oh, edged and gone! Straight into the hands of Collar Cadmore. Burns gone for a duck. Nice piece of bowling from Code, who changed angle, went round the wicket to start his fresh over. They've both had a go at that. And Burns, the captain, has to depart. Surrey, 4 for 1. Yorkshire first blood.
Yeah, Rory Burns walking off with a duck, and just that little hand movement suggesting it. Again, possibly either movement off the seam or possibly it held its line, but wow. Covering off stump, coming forward, feels he has to play at a delivery. It left him, and that's a good catch at first slip. So Yorkshire strike early, and they got rid of the captain.
Yeah, we saw in the previous over with Code operating from the pavilion end that he was able to get a couple of stand up from over the wicket. Just enough incentive to change angle, change up, and see whether he could get one to straighten on the angle, which is always a handful for a left-hander. And so it was good cricket. So Yorkshire, I mean, they've had an unusual season. So they started off undefeated in their first 6 games, albeit only winning 1, but a tough team to beat. In their next 6 games, they've lost 4, including that nail biter last week against Essex, where they lost by 1 wicket, and to Surrey likewise when up at Scarborough in the first match between these teams in 2022 in the Championship. Surrey got the job done with just 3 balls to spare. So they've been there and thereabouts, but in 6th spot with 2 games to go, they should be fine. It would take a lot for them to go down from here, but in fact it might be mathematically impossible. But you're right that it hasn't played out the way we thought it might at the start of the year, when they did perform quite well, acknowledging that the vast bulk of their runs were scored by a lad called Harry Brook, who's in Pakistan right now, preparing to make his T20 international debut tomorrow, I think it is.
No, it's today.
Oh, it's today, sorry.
Today, yeah. I mean, I think their top 3 batters are all away on England duty, Yorkshire. So they've lost 3. But I mean, these two sides, Yorkshire and Surrey, this year, from a personal perspective, I've experienced the highs and the lows. We commentated for Surrey on their dominant group stage portion of the T20 blast, didn't we? Where they finished top of the group, and comfortably so, and then knocked out. I think they needed 11 from the last 2 overs, and somehow Surrey managed to get knocked out. So that was exceptionally painful, and I was still angry about it 2 days later. But then the flip side came with that result at Scarborough, which you may mention. Yorkshire scored 521. Surrey replied with a similar looking score. They're bundled up for 220, I think. Jamie Overton, who's one of the changes for today, is back in the side, 6 for. And then Surrey chase it down. It was absolutely incredible.
Hashim Amla in at number 3. Nice high front elbow as we've seen for, the better part of 2 decades now. Got a great record for Surrey. He's played 36 times for the county, over 2,300 runs at 49, 6 tons, including 133 at Wantage Road last week in the first innings.
And that was an important knock as well, because Surrey were in trouble there, 80 for 4. And because of Amla, and a brilliant, I don't know if you saw it, Colo, but Tom Curran, unbelievable century from him.
Couldn't get a game today. Oh, squared up, albeit on the bounce to that man at 4th slip. He's been jumping around.
Yeah, I think that it would have been a bit much to expect TC to play 3 back-to-back games. You know, he's not played a lot of cricket, playing a 4-day game.
Yeah, I took a look at this. He played, no first-class cricket in the last 2 years. Once in 2019, 5 times in 2018. So, yeah, I suppose back-to-back was unlikely. Just skewed away off the mark to cover. Yes, Hashim Amla, what a player he's been. He actually does have a century for Surrey against Yorkshire, but you've got to go a long way back to his first stint with the county in 2013 when he made a 151 here at the Oval against Yorkshire. He's within striking distance of 20,000 first-class runs now as well. Hashim Amla is 560 odd away before today's innings.
Did he score his 331 or whatever it was here? 311 here.
In a decade ago against England.
2012, yeah, you're right. So on that occasion, sorry, Colico.
End of the over, 5 gone, 5 for 1, a successful one for the visitors.
South Africa scored 637 for 2, right? 2012 in that test match.
I was here for many of them.
Right. Mm-hmm. The combined total of their both innings at Old Trafford and at the Oval, 617.
Oh, very good.
617 for 40.
Yeah.
Plays 637 for 2.
Says a bit about, the series, the way the game might be evolving, certainly in this country, the way that the numbers are pointing about. Although
very different pitch as well. I think it was a draw. I mean, both teams scored heavily, but still. But look at the experience in that South African side then compared to now.
Yeah. Yeah, I do wonder whether Hashim Amla, who's back on strike for this fresh over from Jordan Thompson, he, as I say, he's within inside 600 runs from 20,000, but doesn't play at home anymore, leaving alone here to start the new over. So if he, playing next year would almost guarantee reaching that milestone on the trajectory that he's on. He's made 661 runs this year at 44 in county cricket, so you can pretty much lock him on for 500 plus next year. So that's significant. Not many players. Yes, if he were to return next year, that's on the shelf for him.
There was a conversation on Sky Sports actually about Surrey's greatest overseas, and he's got to be up there, isn't he? I mean, in modern times, anyway.
Yeah, well, I mean, the fact that he's only played 36 times might, in a way, count against him. But players don't come back and play for 10 years the way they used to. You don't have a Darren Lehman or a Viv Richards who are so identifiably linked to one club for a decade plus. Edged on the bounce, soft hands.
Also, you'd have to say you go batter bowler. I mean, you're not going to be able to push an argument for Hashim Amla over, say, Sir Clay Mushtaq. That ain't happening, is it?
Yeah.
But when you consider some of the players that Surrey have had over the last 15 years here, Kumar Sangakkara, I mean, Kevin Peterson was here, Ricky Ponting was here for a while.
I wonder if he's watching his former county go about this week. Nice time of night to watch in Australia.
Oh, I'd say it's one of the absolute joys, isn't it, when we are actually here for winter. I already had a look. So the Marsh Cup starts soon, doesn't it? Is it on Friday?
Yeah.
Right? That, for me, is just one of the joys. Just watching some cricket on the other side of the world, just as it starts to get a little bit colder here, gets a bit darker, and just turning on and watching a little bit of 50 over comp from Australia.
Well, I can tease that Aaron Hardy, who played a role in Yorkshire's success at Surrey's success at Scarborough, as that ball hits the seam and jags back towards Amla.
Hit the winning runs, didn't he?
The winning runs in that unbeaten 40, made 46 in the first dig. And
was that the only game he played as well?
The first class game he played. He played a couple in the Blast, but I've had a chat to him that'll get played out during the tea break, and he's in the WA side that starts their season, I think, against South Australia on the weekend. They're not playing on Saturday. That's that's AFL Grand Final day. Nothing can compete with that.
Wow.
In Australian sport, so they'll play either side of that, I suspect.
Oh, really? They
quick single and through. So Amla retains the strike. 6 overs gone.
WA, Western Australia, have for me the best name of a sports team in the history of any sport ever.
The Sandgropers.
No, they were called, and they're not anymore, but for a few years their 50 over team was called Stop, Don't Drink and Drive, yes. Western Australia.
Yeah, I think a few of the corporate sponsorship arrangements in Australia led towards them using them as nicknames. I think the Sandgroper is quite a striking.
What is a Sandgroper? Is that an animal?
Despite having lived most of my life in Australia, I couldn't tell you.
Really? Well, it must be a kind of lizard. Is it a lizard?
Well, in South Australia, it's the crow eaters. Not so much in cricket. These are more football.
Yeah. No, I like it. Carry on.
For South Australia, the Sackers and
the crow eaters.
The crow eaters. That's what they're known as. New over. Code the man with a wicket in his column already, continuing from the Micky Stewart Pavilion end, the Micky Stewart Oval this week.
The Sandgropers, the crow eaters. Come then.
The Queensland Bulls. Victoria were the Bushrangers for a long time, but they've parted ways with that. They're just a Victorian cricket team now. The New South Wales Blues, fairly pedestrian name there. Tasmania are the Tigers. You're only allowed to have one of a couple of names if you're a Tasmanian team. The Devils or the Tigers, I think.
Of course. Yeah, that makes sense.
Although, the basketball team that Tasmania had, the licence they got given last year in the NBL, they're known as the Jack Jumpers.
Okay.
A jack jumper. I didn't know.
What is a jack jumper?
An insect of sorts.
Yeah, I can see that.
That's,
I think the Tall Blacks.
Yes.
The New Zealand basketball team. I think that's quite a good one.
Yeah, they've been New Zealand have played fast and loose with some of their names. The badminton side had an interesting name for a time there in New Zealand.
What was that?
I really can't say.
Really?
Is that? No, past the edge. Generous movement, though, from Code.
He's playing very watchfully, isn't he, Hashim Amla? We've seen this at the start of many of his innings. He's more than happy just to soak up a little pressure, take time out of the game. And essentially, he's more than happy. As long as he's there at lunch, it doesn't matter whether he's 10 not out or 30 not out. It really doesn't matter. And that loss of that key wicket as well this morning of Rory Burns just means this is Yorkshire's game. Winning the toss, deciding to bowl, and that early breakthroughs he's beaten.
That's from wide of the crease as well. That's just about unplayable from Code. Spot on. I mentioned the injury trouble he's had. It was a groin strain, a calf strain, I think, as well. Initially in the pre-season, but came back via the One Day Cup, the Royal London Cup. Bowled really well there. Didn't go for any runs. Never does with the white ball. Back to his old self in the championship last week against Essex, taking 2 for 34 and 2 for 40. Picked up a 3 for against Lancashire the week before. And already got the wicket of the Surrey captain this morning.
That's nicely played.
Off the back foot. Punched at the top of the bounce for a couple.
See, that in itself is the art of not trying to overhit, isn't it? It's playing late, it's playing deep in his crease, but essentially he's happy just to take one, but it turned into 2. And that's experience as well.
So Coates had a couple to go past the edge in the over. Still got the 4 catching men alongside the captain Tattersall. Amla picks out cover. 7 overs gone, 8 for 1 the score. Amla and Patel 4 apiece.
So you're heading off to warmer climes T20 World Cup. Australia must be favourites for that.
Yeah.
I imagine.
I suppose on paper, home World Cup
They're
defending.
the holders.
Yeah.
Tim David, is he? He's playing today in India, isn't he?
What I'd recommend, I've got a colleague from the Cricket Australia website who tours with us, Clancy, who is an amazing videographer, and he was the man who, it would have been 2 or 3 summers ago, you'd remember it was a viral video of Virat Kohli in the nets and the beautiful sound, orchestral almost, in its aura, dare I say. Thompson to Patel now, safe in defence. Well, he's done the same thing in India for Tim David, but it's a very different sounding video. So Kohli, it's difficult to articulate how they're different, but with David, it just sounds brutal because every ball he swings at so hard.
Do you know what? I saw that footage and I feared for. You can actually you can see it right at the start. I'm not sure who the bowler is, but he's getting.
Trying to get out the way.
He's getting out the way, isn't he?
And I think that's increasingly in T20 cricket, they need to put up those nets, or they do put them up, the pitcher nets that you see in baseball when doing batting practice. You see, like, they only leave a quarter of the protective net vacant to throw the ball and duck. Well, that's certainly the way for throwdowns with someone like Tim David down the other end.
Especially if you've got net bowlers, local lads,
All that kid out here at the Oval in the 2019 World Cup when David Warner boomed a drive at him and hit him in the head. Ended up in hospital.
Well, wasn't it one of the bowling coaches for England got hit back? He got hit in his jaw. He broke his jaw.
Gee, yeah.
So
it won't be long before we've seen bowlers wear some protective equipment. We've seen a couple in domestic T20 comps. It won't be long, I don't think, before kind of rugby-style helmets, I think, are pretty standard.
Yeah, I totally agree.
All it takes is one ball that's knocked back, you lose sight of it, hit in the temple, and, it's game over. Increasingly a big part of the game. Yeah, Tim David, he's a really interesting story. If you're not familiar, he played international cricket with Singapore. He's played in 6 domestic T20 comps around the world this year, including
played here. Played for Surrey.
Played for Surrey, of course, as well. In a different edition of the Blast.
I was very put out because he went to Lancashire, didn't he?
He did, yeah. So he has been a globetrotter, especially the last 2 years. Went for huge money at the IPL, played in the PSL, CPL, 100, Blast, Big Bash. Wherever the T20 comp going, Tim David is there.
I'm not sure I'm sure you do, the Crick Viz podcast, and that was ongoing. Freddie Wild, definite man crush.
Understandable.
Definite man crush there.
But Tim David.
Ben Jones as well.
Even if he were to make all the runs in the world for Australia in these bilateral series ahead of the World Cup, and even if he were player of the World Cup, and he dominated to that extent, why would he take a national contract? He'd be mad to take a national contract because Cricket Australia can't pay him anywhere near enough money to command his time around the 12-month cycle. That's a lovely shot from Patel out towards the rope at extra cover. Didn't quite get all of it, but almost checked the drive at the last minute. They'll have sufficient time to get back for 3. That's the long side of the ground this week.
Yeah, just a little over-pitched, and crucially, it wasn't on the stumps, was it? Just a touch wide, so a relatively risk-free shot as well.
Into the 8th over, 11 for 1. Yeah, but Tim David will be in a situation where I think he'll be one of the first cricketers from, well, certainly Australia's first cricketer, who will be in a situation where taking a national contract would be to their disadvantage if they want to keep living the same transient nomadic lifestyle that they have at the moment. He won't be the last, but historically you've come through the Australian state system and so on. Well, he kind of hasn't. He's been adjacent to that.
There's a South African similar situation, isn't
Brevis. There? Yeah.
Is he signed by Mumbai? Is it Mumbai?
Yeah, well, he wasn't available to play for South Africa in the white ball stuff over here because he was busy on the Mumbai Indians.
He was playing here, wasn't he?
Yeah, I'll describe it wrongly, but it was like their development squad who were in England touring at the time. Code, fresh over.
And the sun's out for the first time, by the way. Just peeking through.
In the case of Brevis, it may well be that he's never really a part of the South African setup unless they can find a way to enhance match fees to the extent that coming over for a tour or a World Cup might be of interest. But yeah, it's an unusual situation that's developing with respect to that.
I'd say it's a worrying development, really, for where the game is heading. I'm sure I'm not alone in thinking that as well.
Well, they're just going to have to get creative. If they want players like that to be consistently playing international cricket and they're unlikely to take national contracts, the solution is very high match payments. Whereas traditionally, match payments have been, they're varied so much from country to country.
I'd say the only problem, and I think you're right, but essentially is, are we going to get to a position where these guys are essentially owned by their franchises 12 months a year? In which case, it doesn't matter how much they're being offered, they're essentially, it's down to the owner of the franchise to decide at the end of the day whether, a bit like to play in a T20 comp, an NOC needs to be signed off by the board that they come from.
It'll be the reverse of that.
Essentially.
It might be for some cricketers. I think there'll still be an attraction for, when you're coming through as a youngster, you want to play for your country. I don't think they'll be lacking for that kind of incentive. It'll be, as Patel looks for one, isn't one there. Hashim Amla sent back. It's about how they can make that attractive enough for it to be still part of their diet of cricket. I mean, we have seen with players through the West Indies, it's been for a decade now really, where they haven't been available for loads of bilateral cricket. Usually they are around for World Cups and some white ball stuff between times, but we just haven't had to deal with it quite so much in England or Australia.
Yeah, for sure. I think New Zealand have shown over the last 10 years how you go about mirroring up, your game with the financial riches that are on offer for the players that essentially you kind of own. West Indies has shown how not to do it on occasion, but they've got a lot better. But it's going to be interesting because New Zealand, essentially, their home summer, the month of January, the majority of their players are going to be pulled left, right and centre. Oh, is it time for me to get out of town?
We'll be after this ball. Outside portion of the bat located by Code. I'll get one for it though. So 12 for 1 after 9 overs. Yorkshire won the toss, inserted Surrey. The 1 wicket to fall is out of the captain, Rory Burns, caught by Tom Collicabmore at first slip from the bowling of Code without scoring. At that stage it was 6 for 1. It's now 12 for 1. I'm going to hand over lead commentary to Daniel Norcross.
Thank you very much, Colo. Adam Collins with us today, Jon Norman, and I'm delighted to say for the first time today, Jonathan Doidge, a man who knows
nothing about cricket.
All things Yorkshire, Jonathan. All things Yorkshire.
Ah, lad.
That's been a good start for Yorkshire, hasn't it?
Well, yeah. You'd take the early wicket, wouldn't you? Having put the opposition in. And yes, their strength would be very much in their bowling here.
The ball's doing a bit.
Yeah, it's doing enough, isn't it? If you get it in the right areas. Maybe there's been a few too many wide ones for the Surrey batters to have a sighter of early doors.
Another tickle down the long leg for a single. Now, Surrey have made it past 300 every time they've batted in the first innings so far this summer. Their strength definitely does lie in their batting, and it's going to be stronger today with Ollie Pope, Ben Foakes in the side.
Yeah, it would have been interesting to find out what they would have done had they won it. I mean, they may well have done this anyway. But yeah, strong side.
I was informed of an extraordinary stat downstairs. I went downstairs to get a pastry, as you do. And apparently in the last 5 years, when Surrey have been inserted, there is only a 4% chance of beating them. When they have been put into bat, only 4% of the time have they lost. Now, there could be all sorts of reasons for that, of course.
Interesting stat. I'm sure Yorkshire, if they're aware of that, they've just got to get on with them and then try and take what they think is their best chance. Jordan Thompson blocked by Hashim Amla, and I think, to try and get in and among, to hope that things improve conditions-wise as the match goes on, and to try and set something up, maybe the way.
A September morning, Doidge.
Yeah.
10:30.
I know.
I mean, it screams bowl.
Yeah, absolutely no problem with the decision at all.
4 slips still in place. But Amla's looking solid out there. He's coming off the back of 100.
Yeah, I think Yorkshire just need to be disciplined with the ball here. They've obviously got Ben Code doing what Ben Code does from the Micky Stewart Pavilion end. Metronomic, accuracy, maybe not the strongest in terms of pace, but he'll keep asking questions of the batters.
Tell us what's been the story of Yorkshire's season. I mean, there's a very, very slim chance that they could get dragged into relegation, but it seems unlikely given the matches that remain. Kent, of course, playing against Hampshire.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to lose this game and then be looking at the league table with only one place beneath you to the relegation zone. There were 4 teams below them before this started. I've been saying, at the risk of egg on face for a while, that I don't think that they will go down. I think there's enough strength in the side to pick up enough points to ensure that's not a problem. But clearly you wouldn't want to go into the last game. I know it's against Gloucestershire, bottom of the table and all of that, but relying on having to win that,
well,
given it's September.
Could get nervy, but Yorkshire just, they feel like too strong a side to go down, given other sides around them, given Kent, Somerset are scrapping down there as well. We know Gloucestershire are down already, so there's only one slot that Yorkshire will be scrapping for.
Yeah, look, Yorkshire, in terms of their season, they've struggled to get key players on the park. Ben Code been a case in point.
Runs here for Patel. Just pick up the single, I would think. Take him into double figures.
Matthew Fisher been another key case in point. Bowls that a little bit quicker. Obviously made his England debut in Barbados earlier this year. Good news from his perspective last week in that he took 6 for 9 in the second team. Game against Lancashire at Blackpool. So definitely works his way back to full fitness at this moment in time. And playing in the seconds again, I think, this week with a view to being returned to first team action in the final game of the season. Benko just checking the right ankle there, having delivered the ball. Not sure if he just caught it on the edge of a foothole, something like that. Wouldn't want another injury at this stage. So yeah, I think Dan, that you want to win games of cricket, 4-day cricket, you've got to take 20 wickets, and you'd have to say that looking at the Yorkshire attack, even though the bowling is their strength, that they've still not done that often enough. And they've failed to put a couple of sides away this year when there were opportunities. They were a little bit unlucky. Home game against Kent in that early part of the season where darkness descended. They needed something like 115 off 14 or 15 overs. Clearly they would have had a good go at winning that game, but as Adam Lyth, George Hill walked out, the umpires immediately brought them off, and that was that for the match. And last week, an opportunity against Essex, lose that game by 1 wicket. Could have gone the other way.
Well, that was an absolute thriller, wasn't it? As runs here for Hashim Amla, just a single to go down the deep backward square.
But there's still very definitely a feeling of transition about the place now. That was the T word was used when Andrew Gale was around for 3 seasons. We're going through transition, and he just started to talk at the beginning of 2021 about we want to win silverware. This is the year now. We've done the transition. We've kicked on. Then of course everything that happened last winter gives there's a whole different perspective about the place. A lot of changes in personnel, both mainly off the field, of course. Not a lot on the field going into this season, but then there are now going to be changes because clearly the new coaching staff want to put their stamp on what's going on out there in the middle. And so it still feels like that transition period, having not won any silverware in 2021 when it was kind of nominated as the thing that they wanted to do, feels like that's been extended.
It feels to me, looking at this side, end of the over, 11 gone, Surrey making glacial progress today. We're nearly 45 minutes in, just 15 for one. But it seems to me, looking at Yorkshire's lineup, there's not an awful lot wrong with it, but needs perhaps the addition of a strike bowler of real pace.
Yep, they had Harris Ralph, of course, short term at the start of the season, and you could see the difference. I think he'd not played a lot of cricket over 4 days, and so I think physically that was hard work for him to try to cope with that. But just in an odd spell, and I know that's not enough when you're paid to do the job, but just in an odd spell you could see this guy, he was rapid compared. As soon as he delivered the ball first over he bowled, you just thought this is a different pace completely to what I'm used to normally seeing. Stephen Patterson going into the attack, by the way, and of course he's another player moving on.
Well, began as captain, didn't he, this season, and has now been supplanted by Johnny Tattersall behind the stumps.
Yep, they lost a game against Hampshire at Scarborough, and post-match I think Otis Gibson told the players that Pato would not be retained for 2023. He's on the verge of 500 first-class wickets as well. He's probably going to end up, you would think naturally, if taking a few wickets in this match, a few wickets next week, probably going to be around the 10 short of that mark at the end of the season. Yeah, and it's that those who've heard Stephen Patterson speak would say, team man all the way. But the one individual record that he's talked about wanting to get to in the last couple of seasons, when he's ticked off the 400 and the 450, is, I would just love to get to 500 first-class wickets for Yorkshire. And unless he's absolutely zinging for these next two matches and takes the predominance of wickets of the opposition in both games, then he's probably going to end up something like 10 short.
Yes, he's not the sort of bowler that runs through a side, is he? He's sort of bowler who bowl long spells and tie up an end. I mean, he's been a fabulous servant to Yorkshire cricket for many, many years. And it's that time of season, Doidgy, when great names start to drift off. The likes of Darren Stevens, for example, would be another one.
Yeah, and I suppose in his own way, nice shot by Hashim Amla, back foot, right over the top of that. He didn't quite time it as well as he might, because George Hill's reeled it in and they've got through for two. Yeah, he'd be in that sort of Darren Stevens category, I suppose, given that he's 38 years of age, so he's at that end of a long career, clearly not nearly a decade short of what Steve-O's achieved, but still, he's been a tremendous servant. He's loved by the county spectators, and you know what he can do. He runs up and just does this. Which
beauty, isn't it? That's a typical Pato delivery, that one. Right in the channel, draws Amla forward. Lucky not to get a little edge on that. There's certainly movement out there. And you've watched County Championship all season. I've watched a fair bit of it, seen a fair bit of Test matches as well. And the balls have, certainly in the Test arena, have done pretty much the same thing every time, which is after the first 4 or 5 overs, lacquer comes off. We're starting to see a little bit of movement around this sort of area. Around this time, when the ball's sort of between 6 and 30 odd overs old, it's had its most challenging, and then suddenly it goes off a cliff. And actually, it seems to me that the sides that I've seen prevailing this year have taken the hit. They might find themselves 75 for 4, as indeed Surrey did in their last game against Northampton, 80 odd for 4. But once that ball gets softer after 30, 35, 40 overs, if you've got a couple of batters who are in, then you can really cash in, because it does absolutely nothing thereafter.
Yeah, and only last week, Essex up at Headingley and commentating with the couple of guys there, Dick and Paul, and both saying the same thing, that they've seen many stands for wickets, let's say 6, 7, 8 this year, that have been appreciably bigger than for 1, 2, 3 and 4. And you're going to get that in some matches, we know that's cricket, but consistently they've often come from the lower middle, or even sometimes the tail.
Ben Mike's into the attack. Ben Mike, we mentioned him earlier. 2 first names, one at the start, one at the end, and then 2 surnames in the middle. Come from Leicestershire, of course, bit of a cult hero down there. I know our colleague Churchy has got a bit of an affection for Ben Mike.
Yeah, and Otis Gibson said a few times when talking about him before making that first delivery for Yorkshire that he was interested in him because he can get the ball up to 90 and he's got a bit more zip.
Well, that's the point of difference that we're talking about, isn't it?
Yeah.
But back to, just to accentuate your point, really, Andy Saltzman dug out the stats on partnerships for the 5th wicket and beyond in Test cricket this summer. And there have been more 100 partnerships for 5th wicket and beyond than for the top 4, which is very unusual. So
Yeah.
the lesson there is Ryan Patel picks up another single, just dinking that off his hip down the long leg. The lesson seems to me that sides have got to dig in. If they can get through to the 40th over, and as many wickets as you have intact then, you see scoring rates increase, you see bowling becoming pretty toothless. You know, if you're 90 for 3 off 40, it's not a bad place to be in, because you can easily end up with 310 off 80 from that position.
Yeah, and therefore all of that leads back to the facts as they are on paper, which is Surrey are top of the table and Hampshire are second because they bat deeper than any other sides in the comp.
Flirtation there from Hashim Amla, and he gets away with it.
And credit, excuse me, I don't know what's going on with the frog in the throat today, folks, but and credit Lancashire as well for also taking things deep, so they can recover from pretty tough positions as well. But I think this is what leagues are about and championships are about, isn't it? Over the course of the season, you find out who the better teams are, because in those difficult circumstances that every team goes through during the season, they get out of those positions and obviously get into those positions less than others do.
Well, between 2006 and 2016, 10 of the 11 county championship winning sides were the ones who scored the most number of runs after the loss of the 5th wicket, which is, I suppose it's obvious, but it's something that I don't think sides focus quite as much as they should do, because the top orders will often cancel each other out. We're looking at players of equivalent quality, aren't we? But the difference between having a really proficient 7, 8, 9 and having less proficient 7, 8, 9, that could be as much as 100 runs in a game.
Yeah, you can often, you look at that in terms.
No ball here, I should point out. A couple more to the total.
You look at the tail. You just look at each team as it's laid out on paper before you start each match, and you just think, if things don't go well with that lower middle, that looks like it could be a very long tail today. And sometimes with Yorkshire this season, you've kind of felt that they've been brittle at times with the bat. And then there are other days. Ben Code, for example, got his highest first-class score last week against Essex, 60-odd, which kicked things on and took the game the distance, really, in the end.
And will be upset there. He's missed out on a poor wide delivery outside the off stump. So has that been the tail a bit for Yorkshire this season? Tail not quite wagging?
Yeah, it's hit and miss. It's one of those where you wouldn't want to rely on it, but it has its days. But those are kind of scattered and a little bit random, if you know what I'm saying. I'd say Ben Code is, you kind of feel like you're always going to get 20 odd out of him, and on a good day like he had last week, his first class half century, you can deal with that, can't you? But sometimes others will come in, and you're just kind of, as a Yorkshire supporter, you'd be sitting at the side hoping, please Pato, get us another 20 today, rather than thinking he's going to get us that usual 20. And there is that difference, isn't there? And if you look at the sides that Yorkshire put out in the 2 championship winning years not so long ago, and the depth of the batting there wouldn't be much comparison, really.
No, I mean, the other side of the coin, of course, is the quality of the bowling. You look at the top 2 sides, and indeed Lancashire as well, earlier on in the season when they had Anderson, as well as a massively underrated Tom Bailey. I don't understand why he goes under the radar so much, but those bowling lineups, Surrey have shrewdly signed Dan Worrell with Kemar Roach, Jamie Overton, and Jordan Clark. It's a powerful four-pronged seam attack. And you look at Hampshire, it's a terrific bowling attack. Takes wickets.
Yeah, superb.
And the key there is, if they can get sides 5 or even 6 down before the end of the 40th over, then it just slightly negates what happens to this ball. And talking to players this season, they are unanimous about it. This ball becomes like an orange, basically, after about 40 overs. It's horrible.
Yep, and of course, there was that raft of balls used in the first part of the season where they were changing them every 5 overs, it seems. Huge amounts of changes. It was similar last week at Headingley. There were a few changes last week. There was one significant change at Old Trafford where Yorkshire managed to get a ball change, and after which George Hill took 6 for. But for the most part, between say mid-May and then, I know there's been not a lot of championship cricket either, but there was a period where we were remarking, well, they've not changed the ball all day today. So things had improved in that respect.
Yes, we were reliably informed that there was a different batch, certainly between the first Test series of the summer and the second Test series of the summer. I think word had got back to Dukes, and it was not a complimentary word.
Back on the Yorkshire batting front, what I would say is that with Matthew Revis in there, with George Hill in there, you would think George is probably going to end up coming down another place, or possibly 2 next year. A guy who's got a couple of, sizable first-class tons this year. That's starting to look like a stronger lineup. Shan Masood comes in next season. Matthew Revis, very capable as a batter. Obviously has been used a lot with the ball.
Patel, who's looked pretty safe today, pretty comfortable so far, got off the mark slightly streakily, but thereafter has looked solid.
I think they're looking ideally for a strike bowler, as you said, for 2023. Somebody with some serious pace, if they can get one.
It's very hard though, isn't it, in county cricket now, because of the way the season is scheduled, to get that fast bowler and have them at both ends of the season. Surrey have been very fortunate, I think, with Kemar Roach. He was there. It was the first game of the season. It was thereafter in that long stretch of games, and then to be able to come back at the end of the season, because that is tricky. It's not like when we were lads, Jonathan, when
you
Joel
speak for
Garner
yourself.
was there at the beginning of April, and he wouldn't leave till the end of September.
Too young to remember Joel Garner. Far too young.
Waka units?
Who? Sorry. I was just asking actually earlier today.
That's taken off. Wow, a little bit of the pitch there. That has flown through to the keeper. And, Amla was nowhere near it. He seemed his head jerked back as he tried to avoid that delivery, which he did. End of the over, 21 for 1. Sorry.
I was asking at which end Michael Holding bowled from in that famous 76 spell. Yeah, and you're pointing to this one.
Yes, I was there.
You were there.
I am that old. I was sat in what is, up in the lock stand. I got very sunburnt, aged 7, watching Holding come in. I saw the end of Dennis Amos's 203. I watched a 186-run opening partnership without losing a wicket. West Indies declared, and then watched Michael Holding burst through England's fragile batting again.
You just think of that bowling spell or that innings, and you just see stumps cartwheeling in your mind, don't you?
Well, that was the extraordinary thing about it, because the pitch was very good actually. Richards scored 291, Amos that double 100, and so he took the pitch out of the equation by bowling lightning quick and straight.
And it was Brown, wasn't it, the outfield?
Oh yes. I mean, we're led to understand that summer was actually marginally less hot than this one, but such, the improvements in irrigation that we now look at an iridescent emerald green outfield, whereas the Oval on that day in August 1976 was, it was the colour of some of the wickets out towards the right on the square, with a sort of straw beige colour throughout.
Was that your first Test match?
My first Test match.
Great debut.
Great debut, yeah. England lost, as usual, but yeah. Yes, I saw an Oval Test from 1976 to 1993. I don't know what happened in 1994.
I think I saw every Headingley Test. Not all. I always went on at least one day, sometimes a couple. From 77, so that was my debut, and that was a winning start, of course, against the Aussies.
Well, you had a run at Corpus, didn't you? Yeah, 77 one with Boyks in his 100th 100.
Which I missed. That my first day was the Monday, so he was already on. I can't remember what it was now when he started that morning. But yes, he batted a long time that day as well. And I just remember the Aussies behind us in the crowd with a pyramid of used cans. Let's have another tinny, mate, and that sort of thing, and calling Derek Underwood underpants. And I thought, as a young boy, I thought that was hilarious. It's the funniest thing I'd ever heard. Len Pascoe, I can see him running in from the football stand end across as I was in the Western Terrace, tearing in.
Well, Len Pascoe is the only cricketer whose autograph I got. Well, I got it in 1977. Here. It's at the bottom of a scorecard that I keep at the bottom of a drawer. And every time I think I'm going to have to do a clear out, I find that. And I can't, no, it can't go.
What was the result here in 77?
It was a draw. That was the Oval had a slew of unfortunate games that were rather rain ruined.
Sixth Test that year, wasn't it? Did they play 6 in 77? Was it?
6 in 81.
Right.
That was another rain ruined game. It was the least interesting game of a fascinating series, the Oval Test of 1981. Oh, another no ball. At the moment, Surrey are scoring quicker in extras than they are off the bat. They just look to dig in and see off this new ball. 23 for 1. Had an hour's play. Nearly 15 overs. And Doige, Yorkshire 11. Another wicket or two, but Surrey haven't got away from them, so they're pretty comfortable with where they are.
Yeah, they'll be okay. They would obviously have liked to picked up another pole, I think, before now.
Slightly ominous looking Ryan Patel today as well. His feet are in good working order. It's coming off the middle of his bat. He's looking fairly assured so far.
Well, I think the pair of them are, how should we say, getting themselves in.
Well, this is it's not an England approach, is it? This is certainly not Bazball. This is Batball.
Definitely not Bazball. And incidentally, Yorkshire were given the office to play a bit of that down at Somerset not so long ago, a match where unfortunately day 4 was completely washed out. Somerset led by 373 overnight. Obviously always going to be tough chasing that on day 4 anyway, but Otis had said to them, if you want to go out and play with, you've got the licence to do that tomorrow.
Oh, runs here, a rare boundary. Second boundary to Ryan Patel. He got off the mark with a slightly streaky one. That was nicely guided through backward point. End of the over, Surrey 27 for 1. We're going to have a change in the commentary box. Adam Collins and Jonathan Norman are going to come in.
Thank you, Daniel. So 15 overs bowled in the first hour. Patterson away from us. Touch upish there from Hashim Amla.
So we'll find out over the next 2 games where the destination of the county championship is heading to. But for me, one of the stories of Surrey's year is Ryan Patel.
Yep.
He's playing very different innings today from the one that really got his season off to such a great start.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, and he was starved for opportunities in the last couple of years, and the absence of Mark Stoneman has provided him a bit of a lifeline. Product of the academy, Ryan Patel.
Yeah, there was
8 years of age.
There was question marks about whether he would be in the starting 11. There was question marks about who was going to open the batting with Rory Burns.
Finds the gap. Gets himself off strike. Hashim Amla, 8 from 39 balls. Yeah, you look through it, and a season where he's made in excess of 700 runs, 730 at 41 coming into today. 2 centuries, albeit only one of those at championship level. Made 102 against Somerset at the Oval back in April, and made a 2nd century against the Sri Lankan Development 11, his first class game at Guildford mid-season. Yeah, played
What's
6,
his
3 and 8 games respectively over the last 3 seasons. So yeah, gets that chance now, and
his strike rate for the first 4 or 5 games, I think, was up there. Must have been going at a strike rate of around 75, 80 maybe. Don't have the figures in front of me, but a bit of work had been done to his technique over the winter period, and it really showed. Strong base, comes well comfortably, plays on the back foot just as nicely, and he's got Surrey off to some fantastic starts this year, and it's proven to be the difference at times. This, a different innings, obviously.
well, I think if you're averaging 35 as an opener in England at the moment, you're going okay, and that's his championship numbers. They're inflated a little bit overall because of that century he made against that development 11 I referred to before. But yeah, turned the corner. He's played in every game Surrey have played this year against the red ball.
I was slightly surprised he didn't feature in the T20 side. You know, there's a lot of chopping and changing within the Surrey team. How many changes from the last game? 4? I mean, you can see 3 England players coming back into it. The injured Jamie Overton returns, Ben Foakes and Ollie Pope, of course, and young Laws, he comes in as well. So 4 changes from that draw with Northants. And the T20 side was very similar as well, wasn't it? There's loads of chopping and changing, and it was a surprise to me, anyway, that he didn't get an opportunity in the shortest format.
Yeah, maybe in the latter stages. Early on in the season, when we were broadcasting from up here, the Surrey T20 side was effectively an international team as far as the players they were able to assemble from 1 to 11. And there was that situation where Jamie Smith was carded at 9 one night, which spoke to their strength.
That's right, yeah.
Then Micky, second over.
I think Jamie Smith played at 9, didn't he? And then there was a random 4-day game. Can you remember, slap bang in the middle of the T20 campaign, and he went from essentially a non-batting number 9, and I think he batted at 4 in that match in the 4-day game.
That might have been the game he went on to make a double ton as well. Smith. That's depth for you. And look, that was tested too, wasn't it? Because ultimately, and this is a flaw of the way the Blast is structured at the moment, the team that turned out for Surrey in the elimination stage, losing their quarter-final to Yorkshire by 1 run, was radically different to the team that was early on due to availability principally, and of course losing Karen Pollard the overseas. But then there was at least half a dozen of the starting squad who were off with England duty.
And in fairness, Yorkshire missed a couple as well, didn't they? So honestly, it was the most painful moment of the summer for me, losing that match. Actually, I'm still a bit annoyed about it now. But then Surrey won the 4-day game, so it kind of evened out. So this is the decider, essentially. This is the trilogy. What are your thoughts here? Beautiful shot.
Yeah, clipped away there by Hashim Amla. Half volley on leg stump. Bit of extra pace from Denmark as well. He'll be the fastest bowler we have on show for Yorkshire today, making his Yorkshire debut. signed from Leicester. He's on loan at the moment until the end of the season. They've got a 3-year deal thereafter. But has that extra yard, so no concerns for Hashim Amla getting on the front foot and clipping it away.
Yeah, we saw Amla miss out on a couple of occasions in the last few overs, predominantly through the offside. The timing not quite there. I wonder whether the ball's just sticking a little bit in the pitch, but no mistake at all. Drifted onto the pads and the ball reached the boundary at a fair old clip. But what do you...
Mike, who is I mentioned his pace before. I was doing a game that he played at Lord's earlier this year where there was a speed gun put in place for it, and he was hitting it, in the high 80s, which was comfortably the quickest on show there as well. You can see why he's an attractive recruit.
We were talking earlier about Yorkshire and the danger they face in terms of relegation. I mean, I'm not sure, it would take some extraordinary results for them to go down, but I just wonder whether, if they were either challenging nearer to the top or in danger nearer to the bottom, whether we might have seen Joe Root play in this match.
Yeah, I did ponder that myself yesterday, whether he might be an option if they were truly pushing, but not really the case at the moment. In 6th spot, just 1 win this season, 7 draws and 4 losses, all coming in the second half of their group games. Looking through it here in terms of the points, where they sit compared to the teams beneath them. So Yorkshire start this game on 132. In Somerset, we've got 123. Kent, 115. Warwickshire, 115. Gloucestershire, 74 at the end of the 17th over, 32 for 1 the score. So, I mean, in order to get beneath Kent or Warwickshire...
Well, Kent would need to beat Hampshire. Warwickshire would need to beat Gloucestershire.
And Warwickshire have got Hampshire next week. So Gloucester are going down, that's fairly clear, but yeah, look, it's improbable that Yorkshire...
I'd say so.
Even everything would need to go wrong from here.
Yeah, I'm not sure Goffey would forgive me if I started going on air saying I want Yorkshire to go down. I worked alongside Goffey for many, many years. In fact, I saw him here at the Oval last week, and he was in tip-top form.
Yeah, and it's worth noting this Yorkshire side is one in transition. Not quite so many senior players around the traps. One of them is bowling here, of course, in former captain Patterson, and even he is moving on at the end of this season. He's not getting a contract for 2023. With that news, he handed over the captaincy to Tattersall with a view to the future. So, of course, he's been an incredible servant to Yorkshire over a long stretch of time. But at age 38, he's 38 now, he'll be going elsewhere next year or retiring. I'm not sure what the plan is there, but it's emblematic of the transition they're in at the moment.
Indeed, and the player who took that catch to dismiss Rory Burns earlier, he was also making his way, isn't he, Tom Cadmore?
Yeah, Collar Cadmore signed a 3-year deal at Somerset, in the sense that it's quite a big one. Collar Cadmore, who missed much of this season with that concussion he picked up in the PSL, wasn't it? And then made his way back through white ball cricket, the blast, and they didn't think he was quite ready to play a 4-day game. Still showing some residual symptoms from concussion. But a classy player.
I think his father works for the club as well, so that's a big decision to make, isn't it? Move away from Yorkshire, heading to Somerset. David Willey as well, moving back to Northants.
And also they don't have David Milan available because he's with the T20 squad in Pakistan right now. Matt Fisher.
Matt Fisher, of course.
Matt Fisher is available back playing cricket. In fact, he played a 2s game last week and took a 5. So he's playing 2s again this week, Fisher. But as far as being available for the first team, it's giving him some time. Of course, he had that back injury that's kept him out for much of season 2022 after making his test debut back in March in the Caribbean. Full up and driven away for 4. Nice compact drive there from Patel. Moves into the 20s.
Yeah, that was in the slot really, wasn't it? Pitched up, fraction wide, and through the covers for 4. Yorkshire will be hoping for another one here. They got the early breakthrough. You know, the conditions, you can see why they decided to bowl first, but I was just nipped downstairs for a cup of tea, and I'm not sure who the gentleman was, but he walked past and he said, "You know that only 4% of teams who bowl first win here, don't you?" I don't know if that's true or not, but he said 4% of teams who decide to bowl first at the Oval win the match.
Patel retains the strike with a single, 18 gone, 37 for 1. He's up to 21 in that over. Yeah, I suppose that the one bit of mitigation there might be that the surfaces have been more sporting here at the Oval in the last couple of years.
Well, certainly that last Test match wasn't. The Test match here was a very sporting wicket.
Yeah, and it's gone both ways as well. There was the Kent game here, wasn't there, where Surrey made 600 odd and no one was taking the wicket. There was the Morgan game last year where records were set for runs as they related to wickets. There was the Leicestershire game early last year as well, which followed a similar pattern. But when Hampshire were here last May, and they were all out twice in the space of 2 days by Kemar Roach, 8 for 40, and Jordan Clark, he's 6 for in the first innings. So you occasionally are rewarded for bowling first here, but 10:30 start in September felt like the right call when looking down.
That Hampshire game, I was here for that. I was downstairs chatting to Lawrence Booth, Daily Mail, Wisden Almanac, of course, the editor. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Hampshire won the toss and bowled and put Surrey in.
That's not how I remember it, but you were here.
I think, but I remember picking you up on your maths when we did a T20 game, and you were right and I was wrong. So I'm very, very nervous. But I've got a feeling.
The Jordan Clark day where he took 6 on day 1, and Surrey made just enough. And they finished it off on day 2. Roach, but nevertheless, it was the type of, it looked like this, didn't it? Fairly green. Shot again, twice in 2 overs. He's found the gap at cover. That's the short side of the ground out to the Peter May stand. Patel moves to 25.
If Surrey don't win the championship this year, there'll be 2 matches that they will look back on, and it's those 2 Kent games that you made mention of, where they scored 600, I think, in first innings on both encounters, and didn't win either game. Both were rain affected. Still plenty of cricket before the end of the season, and there's been plenty of moments. I mean, if Hampshire go on to win it, they'll look at that win against Northants for sure. Squared up for the first time in a while.
Yeah, still, that's the 3rd boundary in quick succession for Patel. As you say, no meaningful control, but just soft enough hands that it went to the turf, and no catcher there in the gully. Mentioned before that that's certainly the short side of the ground this week.
Yeah, that's how Ryan Patel got off the mark earlier this morning, the first runs of the day. Went aerial past 4th slip away to the boundary. This one, well, it wasn't in the air, but that's probably the only 2 shots where he's looked slightly uneasy, Patel.
Digs that out. Another boundary. 3 in the over.
Well, that's an extraordinary shot.
Played it into the turf. Full ball from Mike. He's been expensive early on in his first game for his new club. Squeezed through about 5th slip. And too good for the man at backward point as well. Patel into the 30s in a rush.
That tells you a lot, actually, about, you know, how in control of his game he is at the moment, but possibly the pace as well. He played that very late, all along the ground. That's a beautiful shot, and after a really watchful start, Yorkshire will be a little bit concerned. The run's just starting to come now.
And that was a no ball as well, so 3 boundaries on the trot. Nervous start for Ben Mike. That's better. So after a slow, watchful start, Surrey reached their 50 in the 19th over.
Yeah, 27 coming from Ben Mike's inside his first 4 overs. So Surrey really didn't get going inside the first 10 overs or so, but runs starting to come now. And What will worry Yorkshire is that they're coming square of the wicket on both sides, and also picking their spot a little bit as well. So 51 for 1.
Still got the 3 catching men behind the wicket. Collie Cadmore took a nice snaffle earlier at first slip. Adam Lyth at second. Will Frayne at third. And the umpires are going to have a quick chat. Got Russell Warren and Alex Wharf in charge this week at the Oval. Shot of that, mate. Taking a look at the ball, passing it through the rings. Based on what we've seen so far this season, it'll be the first of many times. John's made way. I welcome to my right former England opener, former England chief selector. It's Ed Smith. G'day, Ed.
Hi there. Good to see you. Nice to be at the Micky Stewart Oval.
Isn't it nice this week?
It's a lovely thing. And Micky was involved with setting up the England under-19 age group. So that was where I encountered him when I was sort of coming through, and he's a terrific guy, and it's wonderful that the Oval's honoured him this week.
Yeah, what a massive contribution played for Surrey between 1954 and 1972, and as we can see that they will change the ball with one delivery left in the 19th over, but yes, an England career as well in the early 60s. He was so important to those England sides of the late 80s and early 90s, and through junior cricket here at the Oval for decades.
Yeah, I think he was England's first full-time coach, I think maybe 87, and then stayed on in the England cricket setup, helping to develop the junior systems and structures, all of which sort of fed into what became, the ECB and the pathway. So a huge career, Surrey, England, on all sides of it, really.
Yeah, remarkable to think that until the mid-80s that just wasn't a thing. I mean, you might have a manager who would go away on tour, but someone who had the full-time responsibility for the team in addition to the captain. I mean, now, as you would know well, there are more off-field staff on a tour than there are players.
Yeah, it is. It's one of those quirks, isn't it? That football and other sports had a tradition of a strong manager, go back over 100 years. There's the idea of the gaffer, another Stuart nickname. but in cricket, actually, it came relatively late. And I suppose that's part of that is that the captain has always in cricket done more than in most sports, partly because of the nature of the game, isn't it? There are so many decisions to make, sort of bowling, which end, declarations, those sort of things still reside with the captain. While in most sports that would be considered a managerial thing. Yeah,
and it was Micky Stewart and Bob Simpson taking over at the same time, and certainly Alan Border, when he was the Australian captain, he had so much faith in the coach, and that was that leadership axis which drove Australia to the success that they craved, having missed out on so much through the 80s. It was a big part of that story. So just being held up, Ben Mike, with that replaced ball. Expensive over, 13 from it so far. Better the finish. So 51 for 1 after 19 overs. If you're just joining our stream today, Yorkshire won the toss, elected to field on a green track. 10:30 start made sense. Got the early wicket, was 4 for 1 when Burns was caught at first slip by Collie Cadmore without scoring from the bowling of Ben Code. But a partnership of 47 now between Ryan Patel, having a really good 2022, and the ever-reliable, the evergreen Hashim Amla, who's up to 12, having made another century last week, the 57th of his illustrious first-class career. We were saying earlier, he's about 500 away from 20,000 runs. You don't see many players reach 20,000 these days.
Interesting, with these very, very prolific first-class players, obviously the classic example being Jimmy Anderson in Test cricket, you feel these records aren't going to get broken. As the game pivots towards more and more franchise crickets, these sort of great red ball players are going to be last of a generation.
Yeah, I suppose that's right, because if players do specialise as T20 types, I think of Will Smeed. I mean, how many first-class matches will Will Smeed play? Full stop. Probably not an awful lot. Before we know it, he'll be very much on the international T20 cycle circuit. And the way that it's moving, and you've had the finger on the pulse of this for a long time, it'll be more and more a system where franchises will have a lot of responsibility for their players, and Smead through the Somerset Academy and all the rest of it. But just how much will Somerset get to actually see him outside of maybe some blast and if the schedules permit?
No, absolutely. If you think even 20 years ago, just before T20 was launched in England, basically there was county cricket and there was England cricket, and very occasionally people played overseas in first class cricket, but it was very occasional from an English perspective. And then that has completely changed, hasn't it, where young players have got so many options, and it's tough for counties and for national teams to plot a way through that.
They big first class numbers. I was in the ear of Alistair Cook recently, trying to advance the case to him that he could be, if he wishes to be, he could be the last man to ever secure 100 first class hundreds. I mean, 25 people have done it. Ramp's the most recent, of course, back in 2008. But I think Cookie's up to 72, 73. It would take quite a bit for him to play, maybe till he's 42 or 43. He did flirt with playing Sheffield Shield last season as well, by the way. But, he could conceivably get there. But beyond that, it's going to take something extraordinary, given the way that the schedules work, for anyone to play enough cricket to reach 100 hundreds.
No, you're absolutely right. And, of course, the volume of cricket with those types of players, whether it was Alistair or Ramps, I was thinking about his 100 hundreds. I seem to be on the wrong end of most of them, so he always seem to get 100 when I was playing against him often here. But yeah, the volume of cricket and the hundreds they get early sort of sets them on the way.
I suppose Cook's achievement all the more impressive, given that for 11, 12, 13 years he was a mainstay in that England team. He didn't miss a test, did he? 162 on the bounce or something like that. But giving back to the game now for Essex, and had a great season. I'm sure you heard those calls when you were chief selector. Bring back Cookie. We need an opener. Not that he was ever available for selection, but I wonder whether you ever flirted with the idea of sending him a little text. Hey,
well, I'll tell you that we did. I did talk to him. But to get his views on other players, right. And normally he'd say, "I'm relieved." That was sort of that was the purpose of the phone call. So Alistair retired 2018. So I had the first summer with him, and actually gave great feedback and insight, and was really happy to share his experiences and wisdom, and that was really helpful at the beginning of figuring out the selection strategies for the next few years.
Now, you have written a new book, which Daniel Norcross is going to talk to you about at length during the lunch break. But I suppose just stepping back from that role in the last, 18 months or thereabouts, the chance to decompress and step back from the fire, that must be a sort of a cathartic experience as well for you, now not being sort of intimately involved with the welfare of so many people who are relying on your judgment.
I've got a
I'm going to see a bowling change here. Thompson gets a second go from the pavilion end. He's been swung around.
A good start as well. Just went through to the keeper. Well, it's really interesting. I think whenever you have a role or a public role or a decision-making role, you sort of pour yourself into it, and then you take a step back, and in that sort of period of time afterwards, you kind of see patterns sometimes you didn't see when you were in it. In my case, I've always been pretty happy after things finish to kind of work out where that fits in terms of my ideas, and often it turns into a book. In a funny way, I kind of have periods of intense absorption with a challenge and then periods of reflection, and that's always the way life's been with me. I had 10 years as a player or something like that, and then 10 years out, and then I never sort of planned to come back into cricket or administration, but it happened, and then it was very interesting, very absorbing, and then you have a spell sort of thinking about it and working out what your reflections are.
Well worked. Thompson, the man most likely this morning so far.
I think one of the interesting things about cricket is how quickly it's changing, and we've touched on that already. So roles like the selector role, which I think Rob Key's done really well this summer as acting head of selection, also MD, and sort of uniting those two roles. It's always a mistake to think it's going to be the same as it was for the person before or the person when you were a player. So, In my case, head coach was Duncan Fletcher, David Graveney, then Jeff Miller, head of selection. But as we've talked about, the nature of the challenge of selection has changed so much since then.
You know, those extra components, like how do you, I mean, it's like a Jenga puzzle, isn't it? Like with respect to where you need to give players more work to feel like they're part of something, but equally to let them rest and let them recuperate on in a framework where the schedule is just unrelenting. I mean, you had to experience it even more acutely through the COVID period.
Yeah, that's right. And I think it might have been Richard Thompson, a former chairman here, now chairman of England, who used that phrase. That cricket had become the sort of most complicated game of Jenga you could imagine. And I think that's true. And then I think you summarised it very well, that COVID was an amplifier effect. So things that were already difficult, which was balancing the right degree of rest, preparation, game time, trying to keep people, in the best possible state so that all three teams together, T20, ODI and Test, performed pretty well. And then COVID became a whole nother layer of complexity on top of that.
Thompson completes his over. First one back in the attack. 53 for 1 Surrey after being sent in with Patel 33, Amla 14. I'm going to make way for Jon Norman. Ed Smith is going to make way for Yaz Rana. But you'll hear from Ed at the lunch break with Daniel Norcross.
Thank you, Colo. For a minute there, I thought Dennis Lilly was going to be bowling at the other end. How you doing, Yaz?
Yeah, very good, very good. I really enjoy this part of the English summer when the test matches are done. And you don't have all the England test guys back. Obviously, Joe Root missing from this round of games. But you do have a lot of them back. Ollie Pope and Ben Foakes obviously back in the Surrey side today.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on that? So you've got a position where Joe Root isn't made available. I don't think Jack Leach was made available for Somerset, but then Ben Foakes is available for Surrey. I mean, if you're a Hampshire fan, you're already gnashing your teeth at the fact that Surrey have given Kent Conor McCurr to bowl for them against Hampshire in a season when Surrey only play Hampshire once here at the Micky Stewart Oval.
It's obviously not ideal. There are a lot of things about the schedule that aren't ideal. What you mentioned there with Surrey and Hampshire only playing each other once.
I tell you what, that was aerial just for a second.
But yeah, Surrey and Hampshire only playing each other once, I think, is something that they really have to look at in future years.
Let's have a look at this. It's full from Patterson, and Amla just too soon on the shot. Just to the left of the bowler, but just for a second you would have thought that Amla would have been slightly concerned. Not that he ever looks like a guy that's unduly concerned about much, does he, Hashim Amla? Oh, squared up and caught at third slip. Well, misjudgment from the final delivery. Followed up there again. And that is a huge wicket for Yorkshire. And coming out at exactly the time when they were just starting to search. Early breakthrough of Rory Burns. Amla and Patel had consolidated nicely. But one ball after coming close to getting caught and bowled, Amla's caught at third slip and has got to go. 53 for 2, Surrey.
I guess one thing this season here at the Oval is the pitches have had a little bit more in it than we used to in the county championship. Looking back at the 2018 season where Surrey won the championship, the pitches were pretty flat. And Morley Morkel was almost the only guy who could make serious inroads on that wicket back in 2018. But this year at the Oval, the pitches had a lot more life in it than what we're used to seeing. We saw that in the Test match as well here recently. And there was a little bit in that from Patterson, a bit of lift, a bit of movement away from Amla, and gobbled up by Frayne in the cordon.
Well, that wicket brings Ollie Pope to the crease. 4 changes for Surrey from that draw against Northamptonshire. Amla, of course, starred. Surrey 80 for 4, I think, at one stage. In first innings, Amla hit a century. But Amla's gone for 14 from 53 deliveries. And it means that Ollie Pope, who hasn't quite had a breakthrough summer, has he? Because he's had some breakthroughs in the past playing for England. He's scored centuries for England, but certainly the questions in and around his position at number 3 for England seem to have been silenced for now.
Oh, given that he never batted there in first-class cricket, and we were talking about the struggles of Alex Lees and Zach Hawley for so much of the summer. He was a new number 3 who was coming in early time and time again, and there were 3 or 4 really significant performances in that particularly low-scoring series against Africa. I thought he was brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely. At times he seems like he plays a high-risk game for England. He's going to face his first deliveries down the track straight away.
I think you can see why, though, because this is how he plays for Surrey, and he does so with such success. I think the Oval against South Africa, he was out kind of nibbling at a ball on a 5th, 6th stump line, and with a lot of players, you'll be wondering what you're doing. Is there clarity of thought in that shot? But it's a shot that actually brings him quite a lot of success. I compare him almost to Root. Root gets in trouble playing that shot on that kind of line and being proactive. But for these guys, they score so many runs by doing it.
Yeah, there is definite resemblance to Joe Root. Off the mark is Pope, and this may well travel to the boundary.
No deep fine leg.
Well, he's the kind of player that gets people putting their newspapers down and just shuffling a little bit to the edge of the seat and making sure they're watching. And he's always been that kind of player here, isn't he?
When he gets going at the Oval, there are few players at specific grounds that I like watching more, particularly in the County Championship when he kind of passes 50, as he so often does. There's this confidence that kind of comes back into his game once he gets going that few players really have in the country.
Left alone this time, though. So, 57 for 2 Surrey. Patel 33. Pope off the mark with that 4. But a breakthrough for Yorkshire. And as I said, it did come at a good time for Yorkshire because after that early breakthrough, Ben Mike has been expensive. His first 4 overs went for about 30. They just seem to be letting control of this game going. And, you know, if we're just going to take a call on this pitch, I don't think the overheads are going to change a lot over the next however long this game goes for, 3 or 4 days. I think this pitch is always going to be offering the bowlers something. So you just got the feeling that possibly an innings that we saw from Pope, was it in first innings here in the Test match when his top score was 67, I think. That kind of innings is going to win a match, I think, rather than a big century.
It's the way Surrey have played all season. They've looked to attack. They bat right down. I was looking through the Surrey averages this morning. So Surrey have had, I think, 22 players represent them in the Championship this season. 11 of them have scored hundreds, and that's not including all-rounders, overseas all-rounders, Colin de Grandhomme or Aaron Hardy, and it's also not including Jamie Overton, who scored a 93 for Surrey this season, and obviously the 97 for England against New Zealand. They bat deep. It's influenced their selections with bowlers as well. Tom Curran obviously got 100 last week, but with their spinners as well this season.
Jamie Overton was quite vocal on Twitter in the last couple of days. There was somebody who was complaining about the number of draws, essentially saying that that's what Surrey base has success on. Because I think if you look at the table, Hampshire have won more games than Surrey have this season, and Jamie Overton was quick to point out that Surrey, I think they may have drawn 1 game this season at the Oval. The majority of their draws have come away from home. But essentially, you're absolutely right. This has been a result pitch, hasn't it?
And quite interesting as well, Gareth Batty in charge this season. For so long as a player, he was almost the union leader for spin bowlers in England. And this summer, the spinners have been Will Jacks, predominantly a batter, and with Will Jacks away with England duty, now Cameron Steele's come into the side. Again, somebody who's probably known more for his batting with Amar Verdi and Dan Moriarty, both of whom have very good first-class records, not getting the side. Both of them are 10s and 11s, and Gareth Batty has obviously been looking for people who offer something with both bat and ball. In their side today, I think it's basically 4 specialist batsmen, Ben Foakes, 4 rounders and 2 specialist quicks.
Pitched up again. Patel lets this one through, slanting across the left-hander. 33 from 70, Patel. Yes, certainly. And, possibly this is also to do with the directive from up above as well. This is what we want to see. They want to see results. And, I mean, Surrey, I think most people thought would be there or thereabouts, but I don't think there were many people picking, Steve Hodgson aside, tipping Surrey to be top with 2 games to go.
Shot.
This time Patel does get tempted. Beautiful square drive. Has another boundary to his score. He moves to 37. And despite that wicket, eases this ball through the covers. The score moves to 61 for 2, Surrey. And it is a risk for Yorkshire to insert Surrey in that deep batting lineup. You know, Yorkshire's batting at times has been brittle. I think I heard it described earlier here on the stream. You know, they're going to be batting last on this track.
Sorry, get quite a lot of flack and have done for many years for the way in which they recruit, getting players in from other counties, etc. But I think a massive part of their success this summer has been the success of their local homegrown players. I mean, Rory Patel's had a really good season at the top of the order, but in games where they've been shorn of several England red ball and white ball players, the likes of Ben Geddes coming in, Laws, Gus Atkinson with the ball, those guys coming in and doing well straight away has actually played quite a big part in the reason why they're top of the table.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, they do sprinkle some stardust on this side, don't they? They always have. But essentially, they've also got their roots deep inside the city and the county. And that's proven its worth. I mean, Ryan Patel, for me, as I mentioned earlier, is one of the stories of the summer for Surrey. Obviously, the fourth name, or the fourth face, isn't it? It was Ryan, Sam, Curran, Amar Verdi, and Ollie Pope all sitting together. Were they watching a Big Bash game or something, or were they in South Africa? I can't quite remember, but they were
And the Surrey under-15s or something like that.
Under-15s tour, the over-the-shoulder photo. And, of course, Verdi was, you know, in and around the squad a few years ago. Full again, driven. Not quite the timing to beat mid-on on this occasion, but you can see again, Pope's keen to get on with things.
There was no guarantee that Patel would start the season.
No, there was a question about the opening partnership, wasn't there? Who was going to partner Rory Burns? And it seemed as well, it was quite a late call to give it to.
I think there was some chat that Jamie Smith would get the job. Smith, he got an England Lions call up and he was on that depth chart that Mo Bobat was showed on Sky of the week. All up old, nibbling away from Pope, left alone in the end. And Smith doesn't find himself in the Surrey side every week. It's a very hard side to get into, and Patel has done a brilliant job at the top of the order. And you imagine next season with Sibley moving back to the Oval, Patel probably moves down to 3 with Sibley partnering Burns at the top again. But
yeah, do we know Hashim Amla's movements? Is he still going to be at the county next season? Either way, it reminds me a little bit of the Surrey side at the turn of the century when, you know, it's famous Surrey side now, but, you know, knocked over all comers for a period of about 5 years or so. But a lot of the success came despite the fact that there was a lot of Surrey players playing for England. So you get to, say, a B&H Cup semi-final, and then you got Mark Butcher and Alex Stewart, Alex Tudor, Graham Thorpe, even Ian Salisbury. A shout for leg before, but a little bit optimistic. Fielders kind of joining in after they realised the bowler was getting involved. Essentially, you'd have a problem where, you know, the Surrey side very, very successful in county cricket in the cups. Martin Bicknell as well, and then suddenly you got all these stars coming back, and you know, trying to get them back in the side, but not quite at that level yet. But certainly, when you look at this Surrey team, you've got 3 players play, you know, over in Pakistan.
And I really like the contrast at the top of the table with Hampshire. So Hampshire have only used 14 players all summer in the county championship. And I spoke to Aidy Burrell, the coach there, earlier in the season, talking to him about Felix Organ. And Felix Organ didn't have a great record with the bat before this season in the championship. And I was kind of asking him, what do you see Organ doing? What's his role on the side? Because he bowls a bit of off spin as well. And part of the thinking of having a player like Organ over a specialist spinner in Mason Crane is that Organ and having other all-rounders like Liam Dawson in there and Ian Holland allows them to rotate the attack during games, so they don't actually have to rotate the main seamers that much from game to game. So they've managed to have a remarkably consistent side throughout the season, compared to Surrey, who've lost so many players to England to injury. Overseas players have changed, chopping and changing each week, but 12 games into the season, there's not much that can separate the two sides right now.
This is short and pulled away by Patel. Yeah, so Hampshire have lost Liam Dawson, haven't they? He's headed off to Pakistan.
And as we mentioned,
Mason Crane, who was released out for a couple of games, wasn't he? Was he down at Sussex for a couple of games? Now he's back, so he's playing. What is the score?
So just as we talk about Hampshire, Carl Abbott is on a hat-trick. He's just dismissed Ollie Robinson and Harry Finch in consecutive deliveries to leave Kent 32 for 5 after 24.2 overs.
Yeah, not the news that Surrey fans really wanted to hear. Conor McCur's going to have to do something pretty special. Well, you keep an eye on that, see if the hat-trick's taken. That's a glorious shot there from Ollie Pope. Played into the turf. Compact cut shot. Past third slip. There's no third in position. And away for 4.
That's exactly the kind of shot I was talking about earlier. It's not that wide. If that shot goes wrong, if he misreads a bounce a little bit and chops on, people are criticising him for why are you playing a shot that's so close to your body. But he gets so many runs from playing that. When he sees a gap between maybe second slip and gully, or in this case, as they moved third slip in to the right of third slip, he sees that as a scoring opportunity.
We saw a similar shot from Ryan Patel earlier in the day that also went for 4. This time clips off the hip. Pope will come back for a second. A little bit of a stutter from Patel, but called through by Pope. So another couple of runs. And this is the danger Pope brings to any opponent. You've just taken a wicket. It's the first morning of the match. Conditions as helpful to your fastmen as they're going to be. And yet you look up, Ollie Pope's 10 not out already. He's already hit a couple of boundaries, and he's putting the pressure back on the opposition. This is not where Yorkshire would have felt they'd be, in the 3 or 4 overs after getting rid of Hashim Amla.
My word.
Down the track again. That's an extraordinary shot. Disrupting the length of Thompson. And that has been clipped away for another boundary. 72 for 2.
I think there's an element of premeditation there. And what Pope has done so well is that that's actually probably slightly straighter than he'd have anticipated. It's on a leg stump line. And he's managed to flick it over mid-wicket with his body weight almost veering towards the offside rather than the leg side. It's an amazing shot. As you say, you look up and he's on 14 off 12 now. He just adds time to games for Surrey. Gives him more time to win games with the rate that he scores.
There's no change in the field for Yorkshire. Cut away again. Brilliant stuff from Ollie Pope. Another 4 to the score. And a kick of the turf in frustration for the bowler as well.
The decibel levels of each round of applause increases just a little bit when Ollie Pope comes to the crease here at the Oval.
Well, this is why they put down the newspapers, isn't it? 76 for 2. And again, it's a case of who blinks first here, because there are gaps there to exploit, but Yorkshire need to take wickets. Clipped away, but no run this time. So we paused for breath at the end of over number 25. We had plenty of action. Was that a hat-trick?
No hat-trick. No hat-trick for Carl Abbott down at the Aegeus Bowl. But Hampshire in cruise control. Kent 34 for 5 after 25 overs. Joey Everson, the hero from the Royal London One Day Cup final, he's in partnering Ben Compton at the moment. He's been at the crease for nearly 2 hours. He's still on 18 not out. But yeah, Hampshire off to pretty much the perfect start there.
I mean, that opens up a problem for Kent at the bottom of the table, doesn't it? Because do Kent not play Somerset in the final game of the season? That could be a straight shootout to who goes down. If Warwickshire beat Gloucestershire, Gloucestershire, of course, already relegated. I think I'm right in saying that. I don't have the fixtures in front of me, but I mean, this county season, at the top and the bottom, as another run is added to the score. Patel just leans into this, clipped away.
Yeah, you're right. Kent play Somerset in the final game of the season, so that could be a straight shootout, and not just in Division 1, Division 2 as well. Someone to play for, with the second promotion spot still very much up for grabs. Well,
that was a key win for Middlesex against Glamorgan, wasn't it? In the final round of matches. Still a couple to go. I mean, even Derbyshire have got an outside chance still. It would take some doing, but Mickey Arthur's done a terrific job there, hasn't he? And actually, Shan Massoud heading to Yorkshire for next season.
Do you think Ben Code doesn't get talked about enough? Just mentioning that the ECB depth chart that they put on Sky the other week.
That was a fascinating interview, wasn't it?
Yeah, and Sam Cook's name was there compared to all the England bowlers who've been picked this summer. And Sam Cook has pretty much identical first-class numbers to Code. Code's 2 or 3 years older, but Code has 200 or so wickets at, I think, just above 20. I think Sam Cook is about that number of wickets and just below 20. Quite similar bowlers, not express pace. They get a lot of their success from being extremely accurate and just nibbling the ball just enough to cause the batters problems.
Well, the answer is yes. I think he does. I think he probably struggles insofar that England have a lot of those type of bowlers, don't they? There's a richness of depth. And I think it's the express pace that really England are more keen on at the moment. Well, certainly that's the area in the side which they need to identify outside of the names that we all know and love, but have been injured this season. One of the problems that Steve Harmison, a guy that I speak to and work with very closely, has identified within the England setup is that, you know, if the likes of Robinson and Broad and Anderson aren't nipping out batters, if the conditions aren't conducive to those three, and if there's no spin on show, then England have to look to the likes of Ben Stokes to essentially bowl that enforcer short length. And Harmison feels that is going to essentially create problems for Stokes injury-wise in the long run. And of course his value to the side, you know, needs no exaggeration, you know. But essentially, if he's going to be the one that is going to be trying to bowl at 87, 88 miles an hour, digging the ball in, bowling short, then that's going to be a problem for England moving forward. As once again, Pope, who displayed 2 extravagant forward defensive shots earlier in the over, advances down the track to the final ball of the 6. 79 for 2, Surrey, after being asked to bat first here at the Micky Stewart Oval.
One of the other interesting things from that depth chart was that it didn't include Stokes on that list, but of the bowlers they included, so it was Anderson, Broad, Potts, Robinson, Craig Overton, Sam Cook. James Anderson has the fastest average pace of all those bowlers over the last 2.5 years, which is extraordinary. And yeah, they Bobat talked about they have, I guess, 4 attributes they look at particularly closely for seam bowlers: pace, bounce, accuracy and movement. And they basically thought you need 2 or 3 of those to have a real good chance of succeeding at international level. What was the areas? Was release point one of them? Release point is a height, yeah.
Because that's where Ollie Robinson really stands out, doesn't he? Is it only Cole Jamieson who's got a higher release point in international cricket? And I think the two's bowling averages are almost identical as well.
Interesting.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, Cole Jamieson had an incredible introduction to, well, all cricket actually. He's sadly injured at the moment. Stifled yelps there. Did seem to play the ball very late, Ryan Patel. First ball of Hill's over.
I mean, England chat aside, Code's been such a loss for Yorkshire this season. I think this is only his 4th game. For so long, he has been the main guy in that attack. And Yorkshire found it quite difficult, I guess, to replace him. And Matt Fisher, obviously, who played for England in the Caribbean, has only played once this season.
Up on his toes this time is Patel. Well, you've also got to wonder, what kind of impact is working under Darren Gough going to bring? Darren Gough wasn't that long ago was working within the England setup. Some credited him with some of the improvements we saw in Chris Woakes' game. And he's worked with the under-19s before. So you can't tell me that he's not going to come in and improve the bowlers within the stable that Yorkshire have got. And then, of course, playing for Yorkshire or Surrey, that always puts you a couple of steps ahead of some of your competitors if they're playing for not quite so famous teams. So, as we've got 5 minutes until the lunch break. Let's say the teams walk in at 79 for 2. You'd probably say Surrey are the happier of the two sides?
I think so. After being putting into bat, the pitch is a bit green. I know you were talking about the New Zealand pitches earlier, about how sometimes they could flatter to deceive a little bit and not actually offer the bowlers as much as they might look. I think this pitch is offering something. I think Hill's come in straight away. You can already see him generating a bit of swing, asking different questions to the guys before him in the attack. And as we were talking about earlier, Surrey just bats so deep. They've still got Foakes, Steele, Clark, Laws, Jamie Overton at 9 still to come.
That was the point that Cameron Steele was making at the end of day 2, I think, at Wantage Road. Hill in again. He'd batted well with Amla. The two had put on 100 odd, really kind of rescued the day for Surrey. Ended at about 220 for 4. Northants had scored 340, 339. And that was the point he made to Mark Church. Said, look, we bat deep. We'll come back tomorrow and we'll try and go past their score. And I thought, wow, that's quite, that shows some confidence there. Surrey had been behind this game, but lo and behold, that's exactly what occurred. Although I'm not sure many people predicted Tom Curran to come in, and he didn't. That wasn't a slogging century. Some of the shot selection by Tom Curran, admittedly on a pitch which gave up 5 centuries, I think, across the two teams. Some of the shots by Tom Curran was belied a guy that has got very little experience in red ball cricket batting. And hasn't played a great deal of cricket.
Yeah, we talk so much about what is Sam Curran's ceiling as a batter, and obviously Tom's is lower, but he's not played first-class cricket at all for the 3 years preceding that game. And I think he's an improving batter in white ball cricket, and in particularly in T20 cricket, it can be quite hard to actually see someone improve. Someone like Tom Curran most regularly will come in pretty late in the innings. He doesn't get many balls to play himself in. But I think in the brief snippets that we have seen over the last couple of years, I think he has looked like an improved batter. Occasionally bats higher up in the order for Surrey. I felt really, really pleased for him. It's been a difficult couple of years for Tom Curran. Not that long ago he was playing, was in an England World Cup winning World Cup squad, played Test cricket down under.
Could this be the last over of the morning?
Yeah, looks like it.
81 for 2. Now, if Surrey can walk off with Pope and Patel still there, they will feel very happy with their morning's work. But Yorkshire nip out 1 here. And they will feel that they've justified the decision to bowl first. Yeah, I totally agree about TC. Both he and Sam picked up those injuries over the winter, didn't they? And Sam has continued his England journey.
I don't think we could be premature in writing players off at England level. Chris Jordan had a really difficult winter, and he bounced back superbly for Surrey in the Blast, and he's found himself in England squads again. And the same could easily have happened to Tom Curran if he had a full season, a full winter as well behind him.
I think he batted at 3 in that T20 game against Yorkshire, didn't he, Tom Curran? And played well as well. I mean, Surrey were shorn of 4 or 5 players because they were on England duty. over the wicket, just switched.
As so often for Surrey, so much hinges on Pope, you feel. Scoring so freely, the others have struggled really. I mean, Burns 0 off 13, Patel striking at pretty much exactly 50, Hashim Amla striking at 26, Amla 21 off 21, playing a different game to the others out there.
2 balls left. Oh, he's edged, and he's been taken. Ryan Patel playing at a delivery that he will walk off feeling that he could have left alone. And Yorkshire will go in at lunch with a little bounce in their step.
Brilliant bowling from Code. We talked earlier about how skillful he is, just getting the ball to hold its line from around the wicket, which is much harder than it looks.
Well, disappointment for Surrey there, right at the end of the session. Ryan Patel caught by Tom Kohler-Cadmore for 41. A decent knock for Patel, but you could see the frustration on the face of the player. He knows that he didn't need to play at that. Kohler-Cadmore has contributed in 2 of the 3 wickets to fall this morning. Rory Burns, the first to go. A period of consolidation between Patel and Hashim Amla. And that's the 3rd wicket to fall in the morning. So, Pope will come back, going at exactly a runnable 21. But Surrey have lost their 3rd wicket, 82 for 3. And I suppose you'd feel, that's an even session.
It's very even. We were just saying an over ago that if it finished 2 down, that you'd probably be... Surrey would probably be the happiest side, but I think that wicket does change things just a little bit. You'll have Ben Foakes in straight after lunch. The ball's still doing a fair bit. Code getting the ball to just hold its line, maybe nipping a little bit away from Foakes, from Patel there. Yeah, still lots in it for the bowlers. Plenty of opportunities to come, I'm sure, after the lunch break.
Brilliant stuff. Well, that's pretty much it from us too. But I'm delighted to say that former national selector Ed Smith is going to be in conversation in regard to his new book. It's hit the bookshelves this week. And the man talking us through the next 40 minutes, Dan Norcross.
Thank you, John. So, yeah, big blow for Surrey that. Last ball before lunch, losing Ryan Patel, who batted really nicely, I thought. Today, he's been in good touch throughout most of this season. He's a left-handed opener that I wonder if Ed Smith sitting alongside me. I wonder if anybody might be looking at Ryan Patel. I hear no one talking about him, and your book does go quite long on the idea of adding value to decision-making. And I don't see anybody even considering someone like Ryan Patel.
Hi, Dan. Nice to chat, and thanks for having me on the programme. Look, I don't know is the answer about that. You know, I've been out of it for coming up for 18 months now, and I'm not sure what the current selection group are thinking, so I can't sort of give you much detail about that individual case. I think the general point definitely holds, which is that I think after a while, for anyone in the decision-making position in sport and selection or management, wherever it might be, you realise that it's only when you diverge from what, if you like, otherwise would have happened that you're actually adding any value. Listen to say that you should always try and do something unusual for the sake of it. There's a lovely line by the investor Howard Marks that if you're a contrarian thinker, it doesn't make standing in front of a bus a good idea. You know, often just doing the normal thing is perfectly sensible. But if you only ever do what everyone else would have done, then you don't really have a job at all. You're not adding any value. So you have to think about ways in which you see value that maybe perhaps other people are missing. And that's obviously the hardest thing, isn't it? Whatever walk of life you're in. So I think sometimes it's that search for either piecing the whole together a little bit differently, or maybe finding someone who has qualities that aren't completely obvious.
We've got you on for many reasons today, but first and foremost is to talk about your book, Making Decisions. It's about how you make decisions, how you come about those decisions, and I want to take you back to how you made the decision to be a decision maker, because you and I were both in the Ashes in 2017-18, covered that series out there. It was a pretty glum experience. I mean, not from a partisan point of view particularly, because you're not really partisan when you're doing Test match special. You're there to report on the matches, but they followed a very predictable pattern every single time from the moment that James Vince was run out at Brisbane, actually for 83, I think. We saw England struggle to find plans to Australia's right-handed batters, particularly to Steve Smith, later Mitchell Marsh. Very predictable lines of attack that they had, and England's batters not really able to counter what was a side that had a little bit of variety in Nathan Lyon. It had different types of right-arm fast bowler, as well as, and we'll come to it, it's very important, a left-arm quick bowler, which Australia had had the previous 4 years as well, of course, in Mitchell Johnson. And I think at the end of that, it was a rather demoralising experience. We were watching sort of similar cricket being played over and over again, with no real sign of there being a likelihood of change in the pattern. And you must have got back from that in January 2018. So when were you approached to be national selector?
Well, reasonably soon after that, and there are two parts to the question, aren't there? The first one was the approach. It was a big surprise to me because, I was very happy in the rest of life. I was writing a history book. I set up an institute, the Institute of Sports Humanities, around about that point. And I was obviously, happy doing journalistic projects, New Statesman, BBC and others. So it wasn't something I ever planned or had in mind. And initially, I said the honest truth, which was I was just too busy doing fun stuff. And then what I found was that I was thinking about it, and if you like, I wasn't making the decision was making me. And whether you want to call that instinct or gut feel or whatever, that was an early example of that sometimes decisions aren't all about weighing up pros and cons. There's also an emotional, your heart is a factor too. So as soon as that thought was in my head, I was spending a lot of time, long before putting myself forward, just thinking about how England could move forward across different formats, actually, because one of the things that's often forgotten is that unlike football, there isn't one England cricket team, there are three.
You don't have to pick the five-a-side football team when you're the
well,
football selector, do you?
Quite. And balancing and juggling those three formats is a challenge in itself, particularly, with how congested the fixture list is. So I was thinking a lot also about the T20 team, which I had a real interest in, having spent some time at the IPL, and the ODI team, obviously, which was flying. Of the three formats, the ODI team was absolutely flying. But obviously it had a big jump coming up, which is the World Cup in 2019. And the Test team, as you say, had that difficult experience in the Ashes, as many, or in Australia I should say, as many teams, not just England teams, have done over the years in those conditions against that cricketing setup. In some ways, I think what happened in 2017-18 actually helped shape some of the things that ended up happening in the early part of my spell as selector, 2018-2000, that winter 2018-19 as well, where we did turn more towards variety as a concept in the bowling attack. And I remember actually a sort of off-the-cuff conversation with Alistair Cook, who I overlapped with for just that one summer. So he retired in that great game here,
2018.
Brilliant innings in the last Test against India, 2018 summer. And then he said to me around about that point, I think we've seen plenty of four right-arm bowlers and an off-spinner. And he said that, and obviously I think he was meaning it was no criticism implied of anyone else. It was just collectively. Now the game that we'd just come out of was the game at the Ageas Bowl, and in that Test match, England played one of the most balanced bowling attacks they'd ever played, where England played, it was Anderson, Broad, Stokes, Curran, Rashid, Ali. So in other words, obviously two of the greatest seam bowlers of all time, an all-rounder who has a different sort of action, and Ben Stokes is, people find him quite awkward to line up, so it's a different trajectory to many right-arm seamers. Sam Curran, who obviously can swing the ball in with the new ball, and then also is skillful at bowling reverse swing away from the right-hander from left arm round. Add a Rashid leg spin and variation. Moeen Ali, who was man of the match on coming back into the game, into the team for that game against India, obviously off spin. So in other words, you have a very broad range of attacking and defensive options.
So he's got pretty much everything except an out-and-out fast bowler.
Yes, exactly. So if you know, I suppose if you were looking for the perfect scenario, you'd have an Archer or a Wood in the mix as well. Archer wasn't qualified at that point, and you know the bowling attack was perfectly good enough to win the series 4-1 as it was. I remember chatting, you know, briefly after the game, because there was a bit of a run chase and Pant whacked a few, as he so often does, and it just got a little bit, you know, are they going to get there, are they not? And I remember chatting to Joe Root afterwards, and I said, you know, did you have any anxiety they might sort of knock them off? And he said, no. He gave this brilliant answer. He said, 2 of England's greatest ever seam bowlers, 2 outstanding all-rounders, leg spin, off spinner. He said it was just a question of which one got the wicket. And that's a really interesting thing to feel, that there's a wicket there. It's just a question of, you know, who gets it. Now, set against all that, it's also the case that sometimes, if we're talking, the overarching theme is the benefit of a varied bowling attack. It's also true that there are times you don't need a varied bowling attack. So let's go think about a game about a year later at Lord's, the Test match against Ireland, just after the brilliant World Cup win. Now, if you watch Tim Murtagh bowl for Ireland in that game, or Chris Woakes bowl for England in that match, a ball that's let go from the case of Murtagh in the high 70s, in the case of Woakes in the mid 80s, which is on a length, either pitching on middle and clipping off, or pitching on 4 stump and hitting middle at bail high, just that over and over again is going to be very, very hard, because there was so much in the pitch. Batting was so difficult that accurate right-arm seam bowling was all you needed. But that isn't always the way in Test cricket. And one of the challenges, I remember Andrew Strauss did a really interesting thing just before stepping back, because he had appointed me as selector. He was MD at that point, and then he stepped back to be with his wife. And just before he went, he gave a press conference, and immediately before the first Test match, when I've been involved. And he said, whatever happens this summer, England need to learn to win abroad in Test cricket. And I was like, wow, he's talking, we got Pakistan first, and then we got India and all these challenges. He's talking about the winter. But it was a very helpful thing to do, because he was saying the trend is that England do pretty well at home. In actual fact, Trevor Bayliss, I don't think, ever lost a Test series at home, which preceded, you know, the new selection panel or whatever. He just had a very good record in that England team. Lots of good seam bowlers, lots of batsmen used to playing in these conditions. But abroad, form had been really difficult, and you touched on that by talking about Australia, but also it had been difficult in India. I think the year before that, when England had lost 4-0 in India, and you know,
well, it has been in the West Indies basically since the 70s.
That's right.
They've won once,
and we'd win 1-1 in Bangladesh a couple of years before that. So traditionally, in that period of time, England had found winning abroad in Test cricket very difficult. And one of the things we tried to do, not always perfectly, and made mistakes. There were always plenty of mistakes. If there are 100 odd, you know, England matches over 3 years, there can be plenty of them that don't go well, and plenty of times you look back and I think you could have done things differently and better. But one of the things we did try to do was in Test cricket to expand the degree of variety with a view to being a better and more successful team away from home.
Well, with that in mind, let's go straight into the Sam Curran decision, partly because we're on the Surrey live stream and he's very popular around these parts, but also because he does have a really bizarre distinction, doesn't he? I think it was, is it 21 matches, 15 wins, 3 losses, 3 draws?
Yeah. And it's now 24, but 21 I think during my period. I think he's now played 24, and there was a win and a loss in the last 3. So the wider point stands. I think his win-loss in those 3 years under review, if you like, in the book is 79%. It's still high 70s now. He obviously started with an incredible sequence. First game was a win, then he was man of the match in his second Test, and then he actually missed a defeat at Trent Bridge, and then had a few more, another sort of bunch of wins. So, but he's also maintained, as if you like, value added, you know, and over the course of a reasonably big body of work now, 21 Tests or 24 Tests in total. That's quite a big sample size, and it's a lot of wins when you line them all up.
And what's fascinating about it is in the chapter that you really devote actually to Sam Curran is about making decisions not on the basis of his raw numbers. I mean, seasoned Surrey watchers will know, be very familiar with the fact that Sam Curran scored his first-class 100 this summer. And yet the evidence of our eyes has always been that he's been a batter of some quality. And part of the reason he hasn't got 100 until now is he's been batting at number 8 in a fairly strong Surrey batting lineup. So your opportunities to get 3 figures are massively reduced. With the ball, his raw numbers don't scream prodigy. They're all more than adequate. But somehow, if you watch him a lot for Surrey, and when we watched him after he selected him for England, that there's something about what he does, and you put the finger on it in that chapter in a way that we rather sort of more fluffily in the commentary box say, well, he's a cricketer that makes things happen, which is our wonderful get-out-of-jail-free card, isn't it, really? But you describe why you think he makes things happen.
Well, and making things happen is actually a very good summary, and perhaps we might think a little bit about how and why. First of all, actually, let's talk about the person. So, Sam was 19 when we picked him for the test match at Headingley. He had his 20th birthday in that test match, and he actually got, I think, about 20 when he batted and lined it up really well. And then he chipped in with a wicket, and you could see that he was bringing something a little bit different to the team. Genuine swing bowler, different trajectory, so the shorter than most as a seam bowler, left arm angle. And then there's the competitor, isn't there? So I always felt with Sam Curran, having watched him a fair amount, and knowing quite a lot about him before he was picked, that he was someone who elevated his game for the big occasion. And I say the big occasion, step-ups have traditionally gone well for him. He picked very, very young as a Surrey player, picked very young for England, and he played in the IPL very young. He was man of the match in his second test, and I think he was man of the match in his second IPL game. Then, of course, there's the question of, you raised the point, I think cricket is a game that loves stats, and that's fine, and I'm very interested in data more generally, but sometimes it's not actually that helpful to say X v Y without any context. I always think a bad selection meeting starts with, I like X over Y, and the other person says, I like Y over X. You say, hang on a minute, where are we going? What do we need? What are the conditions? What's the opponent? Blah, blah, blah. And by the time you've had those wider conversations, the answers kind of usually drop out. There's always going to be discord and tension, and that's perfectly essential part of a good process. But you shouldn't rush to, I like X or I like Y. Now, actually, if you go back to Sam Curran, remember the mood was quite gloomy at Headingley before that, his debut, because Ben Stokes was injured. And it's never a good moment when Ben Stokes is injured. And I remember before we had a kind of formal meeting or discussion, I just had an off-the-cuff chat with Trevor Bayliss, who was a very shrewd guy. And often I found coaches said really interesting things in an informal situation. Sometimes in meetings, people kind of don't just say their first instinct. And I remember Trevor said, we just need something different. He'd been obviously coach for that tour of Australia. And I was very keen on the idea that something different included a different archetype. So someone who bowled in a different way, which might add to the whole, not just sort of in an individual statistical sense. I also thought that England had been playing a very conventional setup, a 1 at 1, a 2 at 2, a 3 at 3, a 4 at 4. But they'd find it very hard to retain the same people in that setup because the last pick batsman has been coming in and out. We know there'd been a dozen batters who'd come in, since the great Andy Flower, Andrew Strauss team, which obviously had Cook, Strauss, Trott. Since that point, there'd been a huge degree of churn.
It was one of the favourite topics, wasn't it? Can you name the 12?
Can you name the
Hyde,
12?
Robson, Hales, Stoneman, etc.
And if you line them all up, I'm guessing the median average, just if you lined up all those averages, would probably be low to mid-20s.
I think it's in your book. I think you say 24.
24. So, my argument was the night before that Pakistan test at Headingley that Sam Curran brings you three things, actually. First of all, he'll give you different trajectory, different angle, different movement as a bowler, which will help the whole bowling attack. Maybe not so much, you may not need it at Headingley, by the way, because Broad and Anderson might bowl them out on their own, but you'll need it in a wider context. Secondly, I think he'll get as many runs as the last pick batter, because I actually think he's at least as much of a batsman as a bowler. And when I watch that series back again, I'm always struck by how brilliantly lined it up. And when I've seen him this summer from time to time, whether it be in the 100 or whatever. He's always looked. The ball seems to find the middle of the bat
been
very often.
Terrific form this season. Yeah.
And thirdly, you're getting someone whose best days are ahead of him, who's got that energy, that dynamism, and that game-changing capacity. And if you go back again to sort of overarching policy or philosophy, and this is just a personal thing, I don't want to, I was very, very lucky to have James Taylor as second selector, co-selector with me, who was brilliant, and he had a great thing with James was that we total trust personally, but also we had slightly different perspectives on the game. So what I'm about to say just relates to me. I always think, and goes back to when I was a captain, that when you look at the opposition and you think the vast majority of the opposition team can take the game away from you, can change the game, turn it on its head, that's quite a daunting feeling as a captain. And I suppose I tilted towards being in favour of those game-changing players, of whom one is Sam Curran. So you get a whole series of different things with him, and I think it contributes to the team more generally.
Well, you describe in the book how you're playing on a featherbed at Taunton, and you're lining up Andy Caddick perfectly fine.
Very rare experience for me. He was such a good bowler and got me out plenty.
But I think you scored the 9th and final 100 in that match, which you're very self-deprecating about. Clearly, it was
a lot to be self-deprecating about, in general and in particular there.
But clearly, this was a pitch where something different needed to happen to discombobulate a batter. And I think it was Charles Willoughby, isn't it? Bowling left arm at you. Yeah. Suddenly takes you out of your comfort zone, even on a pitch where you're lining up one of England's best ever seam bowlers on his own patch. Yeah. And it seems obvious. As you read that section, you think, well, I suppose that's fairly obvious, isn't it? You're bound to, because you come across left-arm bowlers a lot less. In England, other than John Lever, really, other than John Lever, there's not been a really successful left-arm English pace bowler for quite a long time until very recently. So I suppose in county cricket, and indeed in world cricket, that left-arm angle is something you don't see that much. And in doing that, you ask different questions of batters, make them wonder where their feet are exactly, how they're lining stuff up. And this is something that has been embraced easily in T20, more so even than ODI. T20 seems to be a place where people are prepared to think different thoughts. A lot of your book is about how you come to make different thoughts and how, in making those thoughts, you add value. It seems so obvious, and yet it's staring us in the face this whole time. The value of the left-arm seamer, and indeed the unorthodox, the wrist spinner in T20, those players' value has shot through the roof. And yet in Test cricket, we've found too many excuses for saying, well, if we need someone who's going to be effective abroad, Sam Curran's only 82 miles an hour and he's only 5'9". Doesn't matter that he's a left armer. How's he going to take wickets in Barbados or, in
not a great example because we didn't get that team right, and it hurt us actually. But look, the point you make is absolutely spot on. And it's always interesting when market forces come into a sport, and you probably know the Michael Lewis book, The Blind Side, which really explores how a position in NFL, American football, had been underrated until, such a point as that, trading more openly and player free agencies, players moving around more, they realised that in actual fact, if you're going to put a lot of value on the quarterback, which teams had always done, the player who protects the quarterback, the left tackle, is also pretty vital, because in the same way, if you're going to put a lot of money into a house, and I think Michael Lewis has the great line, the second check's the insurance, right? So, and I think we've seen that in 2020, that when people get to have a wider range of decisions at their disposal, and recruitment and drafts become part of the everyday cycle of managing a team, it's become pretty clear that, we all know wrist spin, mystery spin, whatever you want to call it, is a huge part of T20. And we all know that you want to have access to different types of bowlers so you can get the matchups right. You can't, no one's going to field, 4 right arm seamers and 2 off spinners, because they're going to get taken down if the power hitters get in and they're right-handed power hitters. So you want to have options. And you're absolutely right that Test cricket has lagged a little bit in that. Partly, I think, because there is a tyranny of individual statistics. One of the aims of the book, I suppose, is to, well, there are lots of different aims. we'll come back to a wider point in a second. But one of them, more narrowly, is to recast the debate about selection, thinking through the lens of the team. It's not just, this bowler will be that bowler, and if one's averaging 28 and one's averaging 30, then you definitely pick the guy who's averaging 28. You might not. Now, Johan Cruyff had a great line. He said, if you pick the best one for every position, you end up with not with a good 11, but with 11 good ones. Now, it doesn't mean you can't fit in players who are similar. We know Iniesta and Xavi played in two of the great teams in both Barcelona and Spain. We know that you can, and we did as England selectors, sometimes play two wicketkeeper batsmen, sometimes three. The argument being that you shouldn't penalise someone for being good at two things if they're also very good at one thing.
Which does seem to have happened a lot.
Too much, in my opinion. It always seemed to me that there should be room for Johnny Bairstow and Joss Buttler or Ben Stokes as well. Previously, England have been picking one. I think now, this summer, England are doing the right thing in the way they've set up, with Johnny playing brilliantly as a batsman and Ben Foakes as it is at the moment. More often Joss Buttler when I was around, but sometimes Ben Foakes. Now Ben Foakes, and he's also had some very good moments. I think that makes sense. So can you recast the conversation about selection more about the team? And I suppose that was the bit that I found most interesting. And I've always found really interesting in sport, and I've been fascinated by American sport and by football. They're not exactly the same, because cricket is a game of discrete individual events. It's not, there aren't loads of people on the ball at once. It's just a bowler lets go of it and a batter hits it. But exactly as you mentioned in the example of Charles Willoughby, different angles contribute to dismissals. Now, the example that Nathan Lehman will tell you, will have the evidence, England statistician, and he'll know the numbers better than I do. But seam bowlers' averages improve when a spin bowler plays. It doesn't mean you absolutely have to play a spin bowler every time. I think we always did, actually, when I was around, or very nearly always. Maybe one test match in perhaps in New Zealand when we didn't. But it's certainly the case that if you think about Jack Leach, if you're a right-handed batter, the ball is being delivered from usually left arm round the wicket and it's dipping sort of to your leg side, and then if it's turning, it's going to turn towards your offside. That's a very different experience, and your relationship with viewing and reacting to that ball is going to be very different to a right arm over bowled from a conventional place. So I think all these dimensions are part of setting up teams to win.
And I guess it's the interpretation of data as well. I mean, you point out in the book that when Sam Curran plays, Stuart Broad's average dips from 28 to 21, and Anderson's from, what's now just below 27, 26 to 17, 18.
Yeah, and you don't want to go exactly, and you don't want to overstress that, because if the book does well enough to get reprinted, Anderson will probably be averaging 15 because it keeps coming down. Yeah. And of course, Anderson and Broad have got most of their wickets without a left armer on the field. So, but it's interesting. I think the wider point should be stressed, which is that I think a varied attack benefits everyone. Which anecdotally we all know as batsmen, but it hasn't always filtered into selection strategy, if you like.
Now, I want to talk a little bit more about you specifically here, because what comes through in the book is that you actually relish taking decisions and the science of taking decisions. I'm not sure that that's necessarily true of most people. And I'm not sure if it would necessarily have been true of lots of selectors before that. There might have been very worthy people who knew the game of cricket very well and had opinions. But you actually are fascinated by how you make decisions. Where does that come from?
Well, it's a really interesting question. I think perhaps the founding question is, do you like making decisions or not? And I think a part of that question might be, how do you feel about the fact there's uncertainty? I always enjoy uncertainty and not thinking that I'm going to have the perfect amount of information, or you might have to be instinctive or make decisions in the moment. Some people don't like that. One of the interesting challenges in sport is that the nature of the game means sometimes things have to happen very quickly. One of the themes in the book is, how long should you take over a decision? And the answer is, there's no right answer. It depends on the decision. And one time someone had to miss a game very suddenly and urgently, and it's 10:30 at night, and you're in the head coach's room, and the captain, you, and coach, and you kind of, there's no time for a perfect process. You just got to get to an answer which everyone believes in. And that brings its own thrill and fascination, and often brings the best out of people. Also, I think some people like the jeopardy. They like being exposed. I think about decision making. Decisions reveal us, and they expose us as well. And actually, when I came to write the book, I felt doubly unguarded, really, because first of all, you're going back into a period of time when you were highly accountable, which I think is good for a selector. You should be. And then, of course, you're writing about it, so you're unguarded as a writer as well, and you're inviting the reader to share your journey. Basically, I do love that feeling of being under pressure, and maybe the debate about whether it's going to go well or not. And that's one of the things that draws me back to sport all the time. Many times in my life I've thought that's enough. I'm going to do something serious with my life now. It lasts for like 2 or 3 years, and then the phone rings, and I do that classic thing we talked about at the beginning, where I say no, I can't possibly do that, and then I think it'd be really fun, and it's the fun, isn't it?
I think so.
The magic of sport is you don't know what's going to happen. You're not going to have perfect information. You've got to make decisions, and you're going to get pretty brisk and brutal feedback, whether it's good or bad, and that is sort of irresistible. And I suppose, just going back to when did I think I became aware of liking making decisions? I think when I was a player, and at the end of my career, captain at Middlesex, I felt that was the bit that I was better at, and I felt I was weaker at some other aspects. I felt of captaincy. Sometimes I could have been around more. Sometimes I think I was perceived as being a bit distant. Rightly or wrongly, I think they were perceptions, and I certainly was very comfortable in my own company. So that can be a strength and a weakness, because actually sometimes there are other strands to captaincy. But the bit probably where I felt that I could add some value was who's on the field, which as a captain in a county, you're a significant part of that process. I also had, very, very good influences. The coach who'd had the biggest impact on me was John Verarity, who captained Western Australia, played for Australia, coached at Kent, coached at Warwickshire, titles with both clubs.
Famously, I think the last man out in the 1968 Test match.
72, I was at a memorial service for Ted Dexter the other day, and they played that famous LBW Underwood hit on the back leg.
That's right, padding up.
Padding up.
Yep.
So, and John was a brilliant coach, a little bit like Brendan McCullum, in that he pretended he wasn't doing anything. He had that genius for, I'm not really doing anything, just talk about the players. He's doing lots, and I suspect absolutely the same with Brendan, that he's all too deft at making an impact without actually needing to talk about it too much. John Verarity then became national selector, or chairman of the selectors for Australia, and took them to first in the 3 different formats simultaneously, which is a great achievement. We got there in 2, but not in 3, and which would have been a great thing to do for England cricket. And I'd been around him a lot talking about selection. He'd been heavily influenced by Laurie Saul, who'd been a great chairman of selectors for Australia, and thinking about, and he'd often talk about selection through the lens of the team, rather than just, these are the averages, you've got to pick the people at the top of the averages.
Interesting. You take a lot from business and other sports in your book. So anybody reading this book, there's plenty of cricket in it, but be prepared for a wider ranging discussion and more influences than just cricket that come into it. I'm interested in how that comes about. So the stuff from business, sport seems to me that seems to be something that could learn from some of the decision-making processes, but it's far more open to the vicissitudes of fate, isn't it? So a lot of businesses, you'll be able to model certain things. You know the cost of certain things. You've got an idea of what the cost is going to be in the future nowadays, because you've got future trading on this, that, and the other. You can model productivity. I guess making decisions on personnel, slightly different, interviewing certain types of people, and what you need to add to this team, be it your marketing team, your sales team, your senior management team, whatever. But with sport, you can make the decision in business, and you can say, well, I think I've done everything that was required of me logically. Almost feels a little bit like a computer algorithm. But in sport, you then have to sit back and watch your selections maybe not really feel like it that day. Maybe, do you know, maybe they've had a terrible row with their wife. Maybe actually they're carrying a little bit of a niggle that they're not telling you about, and that isn't immediately obvious in training. There are so many other variables that go on there that leave you and your decisions massively exposed. Is that not a bit scary?
Yeah. Well, that's a very interesting point. There are lots of times when you're a selector and you think that your short-term reputation relies on, how well someone you've picked is going to play. And, often I feel like saying, thanks very much for holding up when I was under a bit of pressure there. But I think I'd slightly adapt what you said. I think probably the book draws on investing rather than business. The part of business that I thought was most interesting in terms of thinking about selection was investment. And someone I know quite well who's influenced me a lot is Howard Marks, who's a legendary American investor. And he came up with a much pithier version of what we were talking about earlier on in terms of finding value that others don't see. And if you're not doing that, then what are you doing? And his line is, in order to be different and better, you have to bear the risk of being different and worse. And what he's saying is, as soon as you diverge from the consensus and diverge from the average, there's upside risk and there's downside risk. Now, typically what happens with decision making is people say, we want some really creative thinking, but just don't be too clever by half. What that means is, only winners, please. To which the only answer is, well, we want the same thing, but we also know that if you diverge from the consensus and diverge from the average, they're not all going to be winners, or else we'd all be, living on a desert island and not doing any work. So I think what I was interested in investing is exactly that point, that there's a difference, and this is actually a really interesting thing about sport generally and about different roles in sport. There's a difference between taking a risk and then executing the same risk, set against taking a risk and then you're not involved anymore. I'll give you an example. If you were a football manager and you said to someone, I want you to take the next penalty in the penalty shootout, and he said to you, thanks very much, Dan, I reckon I'm about 73% chance of scoring. You said, actually, just before you go and take the penalty, I just see someone else in the corner of my eye, and he said he's got a 100% chance of scoring. You don't really want someone to evaluate the odds of them succeeding and failing too closely when they're about to act out the risk. They're going to take the damn penalty. It's not just a question of whether they pick the right spot, then they've got to kick, right? Now, most of the time in sport, if you're talking to protagonist players, they want to believe themselves to be, agents of destiny. They're going to grab the game by the scruff of the neck and get it done. And that's what you want them to think. If, on the other hand, you're actually a selector, you're not in the dressing room. You can't give people a pep talk. That's not open to you. What you've got to do is balance probabilities and, on balance, hopefully get more right than wrong. And that's much more like being an investor. An investor who takes a position, whether to buy or sell a company, once he's made that position, there's not much he can do. He can't go in there and tell it how it should be run. And there I did see a lot of analogies between investment and selection. Effectively, you're looking at risk, but risks that once you've taken a position on, you can't get in the dressing room and start telling people how to play.
The players are coming out, so don't want to finish just yet because we've got a couple of minutes before the first ball's going to be bowled. I want you to look on the 3 years you did the role, and I'm sort of going to give you a pass for the last year or so because COVID meant that the decisions that you might have made there was some force majeure there, wasn't there? I mean, a lot of the things that I think frustrated England watchers was people coming in and out of the side and being rested, and I dare say that was something that you didn't have control over. But looking back over that period while you were in charge, and now looking at where the England team is now, which has had an extraordinary summer, without a selection panel in the
again, that's slightly misconception. Rob Key has been acting head of selection and done a very good job. Actually, I wonder, I don't think it's going to happen in the short term because Rob has put out an advert for the national selector and they're going to return to that system. which is also has merits. But long term, I actually wonder whether the MD and the selector role potentially could be merged, a bit like in American sport where you have a GM who handles the roster, the sort of 25 or whatever, and then delegates or empowers the head coach to make decisions on the day. So I think the selection has been an underrated part of this summer in Test cricket, although obviously there's always room for charismatic leadership, and I think Brendan and Ben and Rob together as a trio have done fantastically well. So look, you're very generous in the way you framed that about COVID, because there were certainly times, for everyone, for coach, for MD, for selector, everyone's trying to juggle during that very difficult COVID period. You're trying to juggle player well-being, rest periods where people aren't stuck in a bubble indefinitely for months and months and months going mad, and also you're trying to make those decisions in a way that supports team performance, and it was very tricky. I'm not sure there was a perfect solution there. I think moving forward, I suspect, and we just mentioned Rob bringing back that selector role, I suspect that people spending a lot of time and focus and energy thinking about who's on the field will become more and more central across professional sports, as it does in sports which have the most resources. American sports, think very carefully about where they spend multi-millions of pounds, as do football clubs, and the better football clubs do it better than others. I suspect cricket will, return to having a close professional interest in talent ID and selection, and it is already in England.
I've got one last question for you after this first ball of the afternoon session. New batter at the crease, of course, Ben Foakes, because Surrey lost Ryan Patel off the last ball before lunch. Lastly, CricViz and analysts and whatnot, they're everywhere. They're working with IPL franchises, they're working with South African franchises. Do they need also to have just that extra layer of, ex-professional cricketer to look over what they're doing? Because you have statistical analysis, but I wonder just how much the evidence of one's eyes are also important. As Foakes gets underway, I'll pick up a couple of runs here. The ball goes out towards mid.
Well, the short answer is I think that's the job of the decision maker, is to bring together lots of different forms of evidence and to weigh and reconcile that evidence and come up with a balanced overall position. So I think there's absolutely fine to have data analysts who didn't play. I don't think everyone in cricket needs to have played at a high level. And then you need scouting input, and Mo Bobat and David Court are very, very good at aggregating the wisdom of many eyes many times. And then you need coaching input, who can see with their own eyes what's in the dressing room. And then, of course, you need peer input as well, because sometimes players' contemporaries, opponents, as well as teammates have insights. Your job, I think, as a decision maker about selection or recruitment or in drafts in franchise cricket, is to look at all those different strands of information and then make a balanced overall judgment. So I would say you don't have to put cricketers into a data team, but you need cricketing and human judgment in weighing it all and coming to a balanced position.
Ed, thanks ever so much for joining us this lunchtime. Your book, Making Decisions, it's available in all good stockists, and it's also only just been finished because you reference Brendan McCullum and the good start to this summer. So it's as up to date as you can get.
Brendan was in the book long before he was appointed, because I was very interested in how he had a very simple and charismatic approach to getting the best out of teams. So there was a section on Brendan long before I knew anything about him being head coach or even being part of that. But he's done a fantastic job, and it's lovely to be here at the Oval for what might turn out to be a pretty significant game.
Well, I hope so. And you're also watching a man you also referenced. At the time he was 19 when you referenced him as the finest English batter of his generation. Ollie Pope is at the crease now, and he's batting on his favourite ground. It's time for a change up here. We've got Adam Collins and Jonathan Deutsch.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Ed. Looking forward to taking in the entirety of that conversation. I caught the back end of it, Jonathan. Always interesting hearing Ed go through his paces. Well narrated by Daniel as well. Ollie Pope facing up here, having a little waft at the third ball he's faced since the lunch break. He got off to a flying start, 21 from 21 before the breather. He's now joined by his England teammate Ben Foakes.
Yeah, just very positive, wasn't it, from the moment he came into bat, Adam. Ollie Pope had a walk down the wicket, first delivery, played a very confident little tickle down to fine leg second ball, and continued to just try and make the bowlers think, put it back on them.
Yeah, it feels like that more often than not is the game plan for Pope. As soon as he comes to the middle, how quickly can I transfer pressure back onto the fielding team?
And I think he did that pretty quickly. There was only really Stephen Patterson, Ben Code, who looked like they had a bit more of a plan, if you like, about what to do with it. But Yorkshire, relatively inexperienced still, with the ball in hand.
It does stand out a bit when you go through the Yorkshire side that there isn't, I suppose, the experience on every line that you might expect from a Yorkshire team historically, and with Stephen Patterson not hanging around next year, not getting offered a new contract, that'll sort of add to that perception that they're a team that's sort of starting their transition. Not that you get a lot of latitude in the county championship with promotion relegation, but they started well, didn't lose a game for the first 6, but have lost 4 of their next 6, and there'll be challenging times ahead as they find the right group to take them forward. Of course, losing some more personnel, specifically Tom Collar-Cadmore. That's a nice clip from Pope. Out towards the rope, gets his first, Foakes, I should say, gets his first boundary.
Yeah,
Surrey's first boundary of the session, 91 for 3.
I think I was saying earlier on with Dan that there was a feeling of transition for about 3 seasons under Andrew Gale's leadership, and then they began to nominate, we're going to win trophies in 2021, and of course, what's happened since has happened, and so new coaching staff come in, and just like any of us, they want to then impose their own ideas, their own thoughts, and bring in the personnel that they want. And so, again, it feels like it's just an extended transition period now for the county. And while I say there is inexperience, there's clearly talent. George Hill's got talent with the ball. Jordan Thompson certainly has.
So Code finds the edge, first ball of the over, runs down towards the rope in front of the Micky Stewart Pavilion. It was on the bounce, wasn't a chance, but encouraging for the bowler who picked up 2 wickets before lunch. Those are Burns and Patel.
Yeah, it wouldn't have played that with as soft hands as, say, Hashim Amla had done earlier in the day. Ollie Pope, there was a bit more of a go at that ball, but as you say, dropped well short in the end. I think the pitch is looking, I don't know your thoughts are yourself, Adam, but to me it looks pretty even pace. It looks a good pitch.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the strip. It's good green, but no concerns, no demons. Yeah, that's sort of the Yorkshire setup at the moment, with David Willey going back to Northants. I mean, obviously, players like Joe Root are only available periodically. I'm sure that'll be the fate of Harry Brook as well, having made his test debut. He's with the England team in Pakistan at the moment. David Malan, likewise, who isn't around an awful lot for championship cricket anyway. It does require digging deep. I saw Matt Fisher played a game in the 2s last week, took a fifer, playing in the 2s again this week. I'm sure he won't be far away, maybe available next week. Ooh, bit of a mix-up there. Pope was keen, Foakes was not. They got back in time.
Yeah, I think the plan is to play Fish against Gloucestershire next week,
Right.
Provided he pulls through this week unscathed. And for all sorts of reasons, that would be a good thing. Get one under the belt before the season's out of the way. From his perspective as well, having been in that England setup, I know he's only played. He will have basically bookended the season if he does play next week. Play the first match against Gloucestershire, play the last match against Gloucestershire. He'll still be wanting a sniff of an England tour this winter if he's fit enough.
Yeah, one of many England or England-adjacent players that have had back injuries in 2022. It'll make for an interesting sort of sports science academic study, I suppose, with that group of England bowlers and the extent to which COVID might have or informed, probably the better word, those injuries, just with workloads being different in 2020 and 2021 than they would have been in other seasons. And that was sort of speculated at the time when those injuries... Oh, is that an edge? They certainly think it is. All eyes on the umpire. Finger stays down. Get a second look here. So Code is operating wide of the crease from the Vauxhall end. Comes a bit closer to the stumps this time. Just past the inside edge via the pad. That must have been the sound.
Yeah, good.
Umpire War finger stays down.
Good decision, umpire Wharf. First, from the full distance, it did look like there might have been a bit of inside edge about it, but no, I think it clearly missed that and just picked the pad flap.
Pope on the shuffle before the ball was bowled. So, in response to it, good piece of bowling from the penultimate delivery. 30 gone, 95 for 3. The score, partnership of 13.
Yeah, it's something that Tom Kohler-Cadmore does, as you may see when he goes out to bat for Yorkshire. He'll take a stride or two down and try and just make the bowler think about the length he's trying to bowl at him. What's he trying to achieve here? What can I do to put him off his game? And I don't know if that's something he's just independently come up with himself, or maybe he's seen an Ollie Pope doing that.
So George Hill getting the first opportunity after the break from the pavilion end. Got a couple of overs, none for 7 so far. But looks a likely type in both disciplines. Something
Swings
in a
it.
breakout season, really.
Yeah, swings it, and you need a variation of different skills and abilities in your bowling lineup.
There's that movement away from the right-hander, through to the gloves, via the edge.
So Jordan Thompson, you feel swing. George Hill, swing. Stephen Patterson, Ben Code, much more hit the seam.
So Hill's got 14 wickets at 25 this season, which includes a bag of 6 in the Roses game, 6 for 26.
Yeah.
Pretty consistent when he's had the opportunity. He hasn't bowled in every game, though.
No, nowhere near every game. Used sporadically.
Easy single tucked away to one of the 2 men out deep on the leg side. So in addition to that, I should say, he's made over 600 runs at 33 with the blade.
Yeah, well, worth
couple of
mentioning,
centuries.
Adam, that he was whacked full on the toe. Now, having just suffered that in an old Gimmers game a few weeks ago and losing the big black toenail to a very slow bowler, what the pain must have been like. Jamie Overton getting a flush on the toe must have been a killer.
That finds the gap. Get a couple.
So he's spent a little bit of time being unable to bowl. I think he was nagging and digging in the ribs of the physio back end of the RL50 saying, I'm fit to bowl, I'm fit to bowl. But they were saying, no, we just need to leave it a bit longer, make sure everything's healed, because he fractured the toe, the end of the toe, I think. And so he was only able to bowl for the first time in quite a while when he took the 6 for Old Trafford a couple of weeks ago.
Right. What a time to do it against the old enemy. That's well played again by Pope. Same gap, same result. Coming back for 2. Indeed, they'll get a 3rd on the arm, as it were. The longer side of the ground this week.
Yeah, Finlay Bean doing the fielding, only just making his way in the first-class game. Made his debut, in fact, at Old Trafford. And just what you're looking for early on from a player is that temperament, isn't it? Have they got the temperament with bat in hand? And the early signs have been good in that respect.
100 up for Surrey with that shot as well. They'd have taken that start of play, I'm sure, 100 for 3, given they were inserted on a pitch that looked sporting. Has settled down a bit, though. Yeah, George Hill, a 21-year-old who has that pedigree, having been the vice-captain of the England 19s. Went to the same school as Harry Brookham, I remember right?
Yeah, Matthew Revis also.
Revis, yep.
Sedber.
So they, I think for a time there, he was most well known for being the 12th man that ran that bat out to Ben Stokes at Headingley in the Headingley Miracle in 2019, or one of the, I say 12th man, he was one of the sub-fielders, wasn't he, during that Test match? Oh, again, is that found an edge? This time it's umpire Warren keeping the finger down. So in consecutive overs, big appeals from the fielding team. Just enough movement to keep the seamers interested. End of 31 overs, 101 for 3. We'll get a second look. Talk us through it.
Well, it would have been the ultimate feather had he got the nick, but no, it looks like it's clearly there's a little bit of a gap between bat and ball. Not quite sure what it was that they felt they'd heard. There didn't look to be any appreciable deviation either, so
Bat on pad, I reckon.
Yeah, maybe
would
so.
have been the sound. Either way, lovely piece of bowling to finish the over. So George Hill looks into his work after lunch. Ooh, dance, leading edge, just clears mid-off. Well, unorthodox batting from Pope. Profits by 4. That could have been his downfall.
Yeah, that we've seen this tactic. We've talked about it coming down the wicket to make the bowler think about it. This time it's a win, morally at least, for Ben Code, but on the board it goes the way of Ollie Pope, and he'll not play many more false strokes than that today and keep his wicket intact, will he? It's just one of those things. You've got a very, very thick leading edge on it, almost middle that over the top of Stephen Patterson off the edge of the bat.
Yeah, the spare from Pope we saw in the replay where he threw his head back. He thought it was going straight to mid-off. Not to be. Yorkshire on top after lunch. Can they find a way to break up the England pair of Pope and Foakes? If they can, it's game on.
Yeah, and for all the helpful-looking green pitch out there, I'm just saying it looks a good pitch. Interesting to see what Surrey would have done had they won the toss. They've been inserted, but they're still getting first use of the pitch. And come the other end of the game, that could possibly prove invaluable.
Interesting that Code's persisting with this sort of wide of the crease approach. I mean, when he came closer to the stumps in the previous over, that was the catalyst for the one that went beyond the inside edge, the off-cutter, or so it looked. Maybe the wobble seam. Either way, that's the point of difference.
It tends not to be a hugely close to the stumps bowler like some bowlers get. There's always a little bit of gapping there. Middle of the crease.
Playing only his 4th game of the campaign, Ben Code, due to injury. Wide again. Unlucky with was it a groin, wasn't it, at the start of the year, then a calf, and just timing.
Just one thing led to another, really, as can happen with injuries. It was Kemar joined us in the com box at Northampton fairly early season, and he was really sloughed with life because he'd said in the winter that he felt as fit as he'd been for a while. That's what he was saying on the record. And
well played. Using the pace of the ball down towards the Galdari stand. They'll get 2 more. So the 3rd time since lunch that Pope's been able to safely access the area behind point for runs.
I think what you might say on reflection in all of that whatever people were saying, there was a lot of transition taking place during the winter. And, the players were kind of caught in the crossfire of all that there. They're still trying to prepare for a season. And I'm not sure if, with not having fixed people in fixed positions in the backroom staff, whether they got as much out of that as they might have liked.
Shot. Square drive across the practice pitches. Doesn't quite get to the rope, but a couple more. So Pope makes it to 40 from his 40th delivery. 32 overs gone, 109 for 3.
Adam, I'd say, watching the county circuit all season, that I don't think I've seen a player looking more confident when he's come out to the crease in any game as I did Ollie Pope today. He just looks on it from the word go.
Well, he just loves it here, doesn't he? I mean, it's that stat that we've come back to time and time again, but at the moment his average at the Oval, well, before this innings, is 88 in first-class cricket. A pretty big sample size too. It's his 23rd game at this ground. I seem to recall as he went into the Ashes last year in Australia that his average at the Oval was 99.94, that famous cricketing number. So it's dropped a wee bit this year, but nevertheless a batting average well into the 60s for Surrey when he's been available. He's now past 600 runs, including a century against Hampshire, in what might prove to be a decisive victory early season, given that it's going to be Surrey and Hampshire in the top 2 when one of the 2 teams holds the trophy aloft next Friday afternoon.
99.94. Did somebody once average that in Test cricket?
I couldn't believe it when I looked it up before the. I was like, I wonder what his average is up to. Because he hit that 270 odd to finish the season against Glamorgan here in that fairly dispiriting game where Surrey hit 700, then Glamorgan hit 700. And, well, these things happen sometimes.
Bring your mattress and your pillow, did you?
Yeah, a bit like that. There's the off-cutter. Don't mind that as the change up from Hill.
No, he'll keep it straight. He'll keep asking batsmen to play. And of course, as we know, not always in your comfort zone when you're having to do that. That's the way he got his wickets at Old Trafford, just keeping it on the money. Not really hanging too much out there and bowling dry in that sense. But come on then, show us what you've got.
Bustles to the crease too. Attacking the stump so far in the session. So he'd be, if you were framing him up, you would very much call him a batter who bowls, given he's been, well, he had the job as opener before Colin Cadmore came back, didn't he?
He did, but funnily enough, he was a bowler as a younger player. I think he was first and foremost a bowler. We get this often in cricket, don't we? Players make their way in the game doing one thing and then end up their strength being another, or what they're recognised for at least being another.
Inside part of the bat. Again, there's a little bit of movement off the seam, folks, this time. Yeah, sort of a lot of well-documented examples, aren't there? I heard my colleague from Australian radio, Chris Rogers, the former, well, just about 5 counties, he's a legend at, can't you? Middlesex, Northants, Derbyshire, Leicestershire, he played everywhere, Somerset. And he was reflecting upon when he was a junior, he and Dave Hussey, who, of course, had a fabulous career both here in Australia as well, that when they played West Australian under-19s together, Rogers was the number 10 bowling leg spin and Hussey was the number 9 bowling off spin. And how their careers
cannot imagine
radically
that, can
shifted from there.
Yep.
I've seen, he's probably watching, Chris, he watches everything. I've seen him bowl in a tour game in the Caribbean many years ago, and he wasn't a frontline bowler by the time he reached his mid-30s.
So George started off that way. I mean, it's the flip with Matthew Revis, who's been rested for this game, but started off as a top-order batsman and now doing both as well.
End of 33, 109 for 3. So, folks, just finding his way into this innings. Had a really good test summer, Ben, folks. Just when it could have gone either way for him, I think. No one doubts that he's the best keeper in the country, but getting the opportunity when Butler was moved on as the test keeper. But they did have Sam Billings wicket-keeping over the winter as well, and folks got the opportunity for the first time in England and did miss a couple of test matches with COVID, but it felt like that unbeaten 32 at Lords in that big chase to get them going against New Zealand informed much of what came next. A half-century at Trent Bridge, a stellar 100 at Old Trafford with Ben Stokes that defined the match and the series, really. Low-scoring contest that was. And now, very much the first choice in that England team, and you hear Brendan McCullum talk about folks and saying, well, he's our glue. He's the guy that's first name on the team sheet kind of stuff, along with the captain.
Yeah, I mean, you roll the clock back 30 years and you'd have been biting your hand off to have a player of his ability, keeping wicket and scoring the runs he does. And the Old Trafford innings could end up being a kind of career-defining one for him in that that's given him the kick on and England the total confidence to call him what they're calling him now.
Whippy from Pope. He said it before, he just looks to score off every ball at the moment, doesn't he? You know, I wonder with folks, you can read a lot into one innings, but he beat Stokes to 40 that day. You know, like there was a sense that he wanted to show that he could play, dare I use the B word, but in that mode as well. And sort of took the running, gave Stokes the protection he required to play himself in, and ultimately it was a partnership worth well over 150 and set England up for a 3-day win. When they came together, they were still in the red. Like South Africa were on top, having gone through the first half of England's batting lineup.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to play like that either. You know, I think he'd just be absolutely spot on going out to the middle every time he plays and just playing the way Ben Foakes plays. A little bit more measured about how he approaches the game. I don't think he didn't need to prove that he could play that way, for me anyway.
Great record this year for Surrey, averaging over 80 when he's been available. 567 runs coming into this game. All past the edge. Again, we're seeing from Code that starting a fraction wider of the crease, he is getting the ball to swing. It's just that the stumps aren't in play unless he comes closer when he tries to hit the seam. So good little game of cat and mouse between Code and Foakes taking place after lunch.
Yeah, and you know his modus operandi is top of off stump. That's just what he aims to do. So unusual.
Can he bring the woodwork into play here? It's a good spell. Well played by Foakes. Hits the middle of that cherry-laden bat.
And there's always a feeling of, we get this from the great Jimmy Anderson, but there's always the feeling of the setup when Ben Code's bowling.
Take a look at that Ben Foakes bat. Look at the middle of it is covered in red. He must have sandpapered it carefully.
I think did he borrow that off you?
Well, not the way I was batting towards the end of the season. Got different bat sponsors too, deflecting there into third slip. But if you see end of the over, 34 gone, 110 for 3. If we get a shot of it here, you only see cherries right in the middle, right out of the screws. Come on, turn around for us, Ben. Do us a solid. Oh, Ben.
He's just sanded the rest off, hasn't he?
By stark contrast, there's Ollie Pope's. There we go. See, right in the guts of it, where you want the ball to hit. Doesn't he hit any off the toe? Or is that just a bit of mental disintegration, as we used to call it in Australia?
Yeah, just sand all the other areas off.
It's just an alpha play. There'll be nothing on the edge. I like that. I might try that next year. I was speaking to my colleague, Sheil Berry, downstairs at lunch, reflecting on I had a bit of a late season comeback. I'm enjoying my cricket right now. Hill starts a new over, tucked away to deep backward square. So I'm going to play a lot more next year. Yes, that's the comment we hear from every cricket journalist every September. I'm going to play more next year. The definition of optimism.
Yep.
Because it's never really going to happen, is it, with the jobs that we're in, working most Saturdays and Sundays. But I dare to dream.
Yeah, I've played 2 this year. I finished up with a black toenail. I think that tells you everything about my current abilities.
I'm kind of going for the Jack Iverson kind of style test debut at late 30s.
Yeah.
These sort of, I'm bowling sort of medium pace spin, Derek Underwood style I've compared it to.
I think
it's working.
Yeah, retire 58-ish, something like that.
Like Jack Ironmonger.
Because the knowledge, that you've built up by then in the game. I mean, you should be ripe in your 50s for taking stacks of wickets.
Yeah, I hope so. That's the plan anyway. I mean, there have been test debutants sort of deep into their 40s. I mentioned Ironmonger. Of course, Wilfred Rhodes, Yorkshire's finest, played his last test match at Jamaica in 1930 as a 52-year-old, having made his debut 31 years earlier at Nottingham in 1899, which was a remarkable test match that. So Rhodes and Trumper make their debuts on one side of the ledger, and Grace, it's his final test. So Rhodes and Grace cross over by one test, likewise Trumper.
Yeah, there's the book that came out a couple of years ago, The Triumphal Arch. Have you read that?
I want to read it. I've been told by a number
Patrick
of people
Faraday.
that I enjoy it. Yeah.
Give a shout out for Patrick.
Send us a copy, Patrick. I'll get you on the podcast.
There were some, I think, special edition copies that included a David Frith interview at Rhodes' home. It's the only time I've heard his voice, and it's just a fantastic hour and a quarter listen. The recall that he had on the players he'd got out. Remember, because he was blind by the time so he's it's all there in the mind, if you like. He's not got anything to visualise at that point, but he's got the visuals of the days that he was playing, and telling you the field setup he had for this, that, and the other, and whose strength was where. It was all there. Fantastic, great listen.
Yeah, there's a story, isn't there, where he used to get taken to Lords when he'd gone blind to listen to the cricket.
Yep.
Last ball. Well bowled and well played. 112 for 3.
Yeah, phenomenon.
82 for 3 at lunch.
I dare say they'd like to get him out there with the white rose on again today.
Yes. Yeah, it would have been perfect so he plays. April 1930 is his final test, which wasn't really a test match until they retrospectively deemed it so. It was the MCC team that went to the Caribbean. Andy Sandham makes his triple ton and all the rest of it, but had Rhodes played Test cricket later in 1930, when Australia were here, he would have also crossed over with Bradman, so he would have been the only player to have played a Test match against Grace, or with Grace and against Bradman. But he did play. Was it at Scarborough that Australia played in 1930, and Bradman did play in that, so did Rhodes.
Yeah, hence the arch, I think. Yeah.
So it's going to be the former captain, taking up the attack from the Vauxhall end. I want to probe you on... Oh, I'm not going to get a chance to. You're leaving us, Jonathan. We'll do this later. First ball of a new spell through to the gloves of Tattersall, the skipper, the new captain. Jonathan making way. We'll pick up this conversation in the final session, I'm sure. To be replaced by the Evening Standard's cricket correspondent, the man who knows more about the goings-on of Surrey than the club would probably appreciate, but so it is. Will Macpherson, hello.
Colo, nice to see you. Lovely to be here.
I love county cricket in September.
There's something about a 10:30 start that I
Yeah.
absolutely love. Just gets the game moving.
Well played. Shot of the session.
That's delightful from Ben Foakes.
So the change of bowler, that nice little stoush with Code after the long interval, and gets one full and straight and past the bowler's bootlaces into double figures.
Absolute precision from Foakes, though, wasn't it? That's it. That's kind of one of his areas down the ground. Beautiful.
We were saying before that at the start of the summer, although Foakes was kind of backed in, at least with the public commentary from those around the England camp, had he struggled to start against New Zealand, despite how good a keeper he is, and despite how well he started for Surrey, they might have had their head turned by Sam Billings, who was keeping at the end of the Ashes series, for example, in Australia. But he really found a way to solidify himself as a batter. Brilliant keeper, take that as read. But the Lord's innings, the Trent Bridge innings, and then the Old Trafford 100, he's set and forget now.
The other issue hit for him was Harry Brook looming large, and Johnny Bairstow scoring all those runs. Foakes needed some early summer runs, and he got them. It was so important for him.
Yeah, he got an unbeaten 100 on opening day against Warwickshire. Then you had red ink everywhere in that first initial stretch, which has proven really important for England selection too. I mean, Harry Brook, we look at the numbers now, in excess of 900 runs, but yeah, he forced his way into a side when no one was really talking about Brook as a test prospect before the season started.
Yeah, he made a kind of unmistakable case to be in the squad, and a lot of people thought he'd be in the 11. They actually stuck with Bairstow, and that worked very well in the end.
Like, I appreciate the arguments around the distribution of when county cricket is played, certainly, and many senior county observers have talked about the month of August being something that we're missing right now for red ball cricket. But I suppose the benefit of having a lot of it front loaded, if you're Matty Potts or if you're Harry Brook, you get this window where there's no competition. All the focus is on the championship.
And that's an interesting debate relating to next summer as well, because we know already that all the Test cricket is going to be played in the months of June and July next year. There's going to be, I think, 7 Test matches in England, one of which won't involve England because it's the World Test Championship, but they're all going to be played in those 2 months. And because we're going to have the Royal London Cup, I expect, at the start of the season next year, there's not going to be a huge red ball run-in before that first Test, which I'm expecting to be against Ireland on about the 1st of June. So if you've got a Royal London Cup in April, there's only a month of red ball cricket.
So the swing and roundabout there is that there'll be more cricket in August for those who cherish and relishing the county game at that time of year as Hill starts a new over. But what they'll lose is up to 4 games that would have given them a build-up to those 6 Test matches from the start of June.
I'm pretty sure England will, because they've had a good summer this year, and I don't see this winter blowing apart their Test team. But you'd want to have a good sense of what your team looked like going into the summer, rather than be completely starting again. I don't think they will be, but yeah, that kind of sense of the race for positions might not be quite as heightened next summer.
Again, on the drive, this time can't beat mid-off. Yeah, stepping back from the international summer, when it all ended here last Monday, you go, England won 6 Test matches. I mean, this was the team that we thought couldn't be at a lower ebb in March when they returned from the Caribbean. No coach, no captain, no ballast, no even chief selector, didn't even have a selector, no MD of high-performance cricket, the role Rob Key took on, single down to deep backward square, no chair, CEO on gardening leave effectively by that stage, or at least he was a lame duck CEO. We knew that Harrison was leaving. To think from that flimsy foundation, they found a way to win 6 times. That's a staggering turnaround in fortunes.
And especially when you consider that both the captain and the coach were huge risks as appointments. You know, I know Ben Stokes doesn't necessarily feel like such a risk now, but at the time he wasn't that long off a significant mental health break, which we now know quite a lot more about because of his film. And Brendan McCullum, of course, had never coached a Red Bull team, as Hill just pulled up his run up there. Don't quite know what's gone on. But yeah, they were both really risky appointments from Key, who kind of put his own neck on the line to make them. Key himself, I suppose, was a risky appointment, although I do think that managing director role, there are fewer qualifications for it than some of the other jobs going around. It's a bit like the national selector role. It's not totally obvious where you should look.
Must have been his column in the paper that you write for that got him the gig.
It did get a mention in the press release, which I was pretty pleased about.
Yeah, I think that with Key it was, well, we want someone who's plain spoken. We want someone who, you know, says what he means and means what he says, and all those types of, you know, adages. And he meets that criteria. We heard him on commentary. He always had big ideas. When he worked for Sky, he was always advancing a new theory on the game, whatever it was. So it felt like he'd be an enterprising pick, and so it's proven. Yeah,
and whatever your opinions on his views of a county game, you can't deny that he was well attached to it.
Yeah.
Both, you know, as a commentator, but also as a former captain of Kent. We're just going to get a couple here as it runs away.
Fourth time by my count they've scored behind points since lunch. This time Foakes adds a couple. Yeah, I mean, having worked with Rob a little bit and on county cricket, but also watching him, he's following every game at all times. He's that kind of guy.
Yeah, the new job, I think, allowed him to indulge his nerdier sides and actually tell people he's watching county streams rather than just doing it sort of secretly whilst on the golf course.
He's probably watching this.
There's every chance.
G'day, Kesey. Good carry to finish. 37 gone, 119 for 3. Adam Collins, Will Macpherson with you on the call. If you're just joining our broadcast today, Yorkshire won the toss. Johnny Tattersall popped the home side in. They lost 3 wickets in the first session. Burns caught at first slip by Collar Cadmore from the bowling of Code without scoring. It was 4 for 1. Then it was 53 for 2, and Hashim Amla was caught in the cordon as well from the bowling of the veteran Patterson. And just on the stroke of lunch, Ryan Patel was also caught at first slip from the bowling of Code for 41. So 82 for 3 in the 28th over at the long break. And they've moved along untroubled since with the two England men. Pope is 43, Foakes is 14, 119 for 3. Laying a nice foundation on a pitch that looked to have a fair bit in it in the first hour, but as is so often the case at test grounds, once you get through that first hour and a half, it can become quite a productive place to bat.
Yeah, obviously a massive blow to lose Rory Burns for no score when he's such a kind of consistent run scorer for Surrey, but actually to make it through that first hour and a half, only one down, was a good result for them. And I get just one here, I reckon. They're coming back for the second, but if they can get through the way Surrey have set up their team all year, they just keep coming at you with batters. There's just, you know, Cam Steele or Jordan Clark will come in next, but after those two, there's Jamie Overton and there's Tom Laws. There's just they bat all the way down. Even Kemar Roach is a very good partner for a good batter, if that makes sense. He sticks in. He often, you know, it wouldn't be unusual for him to face 100 balls, just digging in. So, yeah, they'll keep coming at Yorkshire here.
Yeah, we sometimes hear it talked of in international cricket, squad mentality. Certainly the Australian team have used that as a motif periodically in white ball cricket. You need a squad of 15, 16 players. With Surrey, owing to the nature of the number of players who are unavailable through international duty, even this week, you know, no Will Jacks, no Reece Topley, no Sam Curran, Jason Roy's taking a breather at the moment. International players. I mean, Tom Curran's not playing back-to-back matches, but another man with vast international experience, made 100 last week. And we saw it kind of work against them in the blast. But yeah, at championship level, there was an excellent piece by Alex Bowden on the King Cricket website this week that kind of analysed the bowling attacks of Hampshire and Surrey. With Hampshire, Abbas, Abbott and Barker have taken 144 wickets between them, the top 3 in the division, and only 75 wickets have been shared amongst 5 other bowlers. With Surrey, Worrell, Overton and Clark only have 91 between them, and 104 wickets have been shared amongst 12 other bowlers. And the point he's making there is that Surrey find a way of deploying their resources more carefully and sometimes by necessity Whereas a team like Hampshire, they just have the same bowling group play week in, week out, and that works very well for them, of course. But
Yeah.
the two divergent ways of trying to win a premiership.
And yet, interestingly, in their own ways, they both set their teams up quite similarly. Because again, Barker is a lower order run scorer for them. They both hide their spinner away in the top 6, whether it's
Whippy again from Pope. He's got that straighter. Just cut off at the last. Nope, it's not.
that's nicely played by Pope. He's on to 49 now.
The Pope shuffle, isn't it? You see here on the replay, it's before the ball's bowled. He's outside the line of the off stump, ready for a ball that's anywhere on the stumps he can access mid-wicket. And yeah, that timing, superb.
But yeah, what I was saying about Hampshire and Surrey is they have, in their own ways, set up their sides quite similarly, and they've been easily the two outstanding sides this year in the championship. One of them will win it, but they've both deployed spinners in the top 6. They've had batting all the way down. They've had a lot of bowlers, as Pope just defends back to Patterson there. They've had a lot of bowlers. That's been Surrey have often fielded 7 or 8 bowling options. It's a strange way to set up a side, but it's worked. And also Surrey have got 2 young spinners on the staff who obviously have had their moments, but neither of them have got in the side because Will Jacks has managed to hold down a position as a kind of batting all-rounder, and now Cameron Steele's doing that job while Jacks is away with England. But I don't think a side in recent years, if Surrey were able to win the championship, I can't believe it would be a side who have won it in recent years using as many players as they have, would be my guess.
Yeah, if we were having this conversation 3 years ago, we would have said Amar Verdi is, he is an injury or 2 away from an England squad, and he's not getting a game.
Yeah, he's been in those extended squads, both at home and overseas.
Yeah,
and
because of the way they set up, by the way, I'm not reflecting on Verdi's capacity, more just or his ceiling, which feels quite high. I've seen him take a bag of 14 out here a few years ago. He's got the skills, he's got the movement with the ball. It's more that if you're trying to, you make the point well, use a number 6 as your spinner. When the surfaces have given you more at the Oval than they did 3 or 4 years ago, it works. It balances it out far better.
The pitches have been flatter this summer. We've heard a lot about that. But people assume that might mean more spinners bowled, but that's not necessarily what I've seen this year. I suppose just purely being flatter doesn't actually make it better for bowling spin. It might make it easier to face spin.
And thinking about Will Jacks's route to Test cricket, now I think Will Jacks will play Test cricket soon. I'd be surprised if he didn't play Test cricket soon. He's made, looking at numbers alone, 648 runs at 54 this year, a couple of tons, but 17 wickets is going to help build that case for him. And I'm not saying he's Moeen Ali, by the way. I'm not saying that he's going to get into the Test team and end up being the frontline spinner, but they like to have a second spin option. Certainly away from home.
Especially now it looks like Moeen Ali's not going to go to Pakistan. I would think that Jacks has got a really good chance of being there in December. Now, I don't know whether he'd be ready to play at this point as a kind of spin bowling option, but I actually think Moeen is a good example in the sense that they're both people who've come through as batters, but they are quite natural spin bowlers when you watch them.
Just talk us through the Moeen Ali nugget you seem to have there. I took it as read that he'd be going to.
No, it sounds. I think he's got one more conversation to have with Brendan McCullum. He's spoken a bit, I think, over the weekend in Pakistan. I'm clearly not out there, but he's spoken a little bit over the weekend and suggested that he's probably maybe the kind of tight bubble situation out there, and we're not necessarily talking about bio bubbles now, but security bubbles, and with a World Cup to Australia in between, I think he might give that December tour a swerve, which is a shame, but he is officially retired at the moment, of course.
Funny, isn't it? I'm like, oh, gee, what a missed opportunity! 192 Test wickets. I think he's a couple of kicks away from 3,000 Test runs.
There's a double stat which only very few players have got, which is I think 3,200.
Feels right.
Which he's pretty close to, and it would be a shame if he didn't give himself the opportunity to get there. But obviously, this short T20 tour now was one he couldn't miss, and he's an integral part of the World Cup squad with various others injured, etc. So I think McCullum's art of persuasion, which is famous, and he's quite skillful at that. It would have to be working overdrive, I think, to get him.
Moeen's captaining England today, I saw as well, because Joss has still got that ankle niggle. Is it an ankle?
No, it's a calf, I think.
Niggle.
But he's Butler. he won't play until the last couple of games at the earliest on this tour. I think he's basically there as a kind of de facto coach, statesman kind of character.
Assistant coach.
Yeah, he's throwing balls in the nets, which is quite nice to see. It's quite in keeping with England's current thinking around how the team should work. So yeah, Moeen will get a good run at captaining England in Pakistan, which is obviously a country which so many links to.
So Pope on 49. He's been busy after lunch. He was 21 from 21 at the break. Hit 7 boundaries so far. Strike rate well into the 90s.
Just has got it sort of worked out here, hasn't he, at the Oval? I mean, there's so much spoken about his average, which was Bradman-esque about a year ago, and it's slightly.
We said before it was literally 99.94 when he went to Australia last year.
Yeah, and it's now neatly in the early 80s, I think.
It was 88 before today. I had a look. So it'll be above 90 as we talk, probably. A ton here would ensure that it's back above 90.
I think he's got 9 first-class hundreds here out of his 14 or 15.
Yeah.
I've spoken to him about it before, and I think it's probably been a frustration of his that people people say, he can only do it at the Oval, all that kind of stuff, because his numbers away from the Oval at first-class level compare very well with all of his rivals for an England spot. But he speaks about how he's kind of got the angles of a place worked out. He knows how the boundaries, where boundaries flow, and it does just suit his game nicely.
And it's the fate as well, wasn't it? That phone call that Stokes had with Pope when he took over as captain saying, no, you're batting 3. And he got a second phone call from Brendan McCullum saying, don't worry about it. It doesn't really matter what happens at this juncture. You're batting 3 for England in the Test team, and it's your spot. I mean, I would have loved to have played cricket under people like Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum that just seemingly just impart this faith in their players and this positive reinforcement time and time again.
Yeah, there's this line Pope's used a few times, which is you're only 1 ball away from batting number 4. He's going to get his 50 there.
Yep, does get a half century. It's been a polished hand so far from the England number 3. Coming in with work to do for Surrey. In challenging conditions, 7 boundaries later, he's 50 from 57, and you get the sense he's settling in for a big day at the Kemar Oval. The home side 1-2-6 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to consider this. Given the state of the title race, given the state of his game, he's got to just consider this the starting point, hasn't he? Sorry, I've lost their top 3. As I said just before, they bat very deep, but you're into all-rounder territory from the next wicket. So Pope's got to do the heavy lifting, I would say.
Ooh, that's back off the seam as well.
I was going to say before when Pope was just working away at 49, I was thinking to myself that Steve Patterson would probably be one of those bowlers you'd least likely to face on 49. You'd least like to face. He just nibbles away, and he could get one to nip back at you like that. He did there to Foakes and make you consider you're off stump. But Pope got there. That's just gone
Good
through.
again to finish. Good response from Patterson to complete the 40th over. 1-2-6 for 3 the score, which is where Surrey have reached since the lunch break. This pair putting on 44 runs from 74 balls. And after a few further thoughts from the Evening Standard's Will Macpherson, replacing me will be Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, Surrey will be pretty pleased with their position. One man who will also be pretty pleased with Surrey's position joining me now. South London's finest.
Yes. Is that Ollie Pope or me? He is a player that I'm sure you know. He's a rare kind of player that makes me feel just ever so slightly weak at the knees. Ollie Pope.
Yeah, well, he has that ability with me as well. But I do sometimes watch him when he's at his really smooth best. It's just you can just sit back and sort of swoon. But then you have those moments where I was just walking past the Kia sign over there, and you regain the view of the ground, having been unsighted.
Oh yeah.
And his first ball was the one which just scooped over mid-off. He was really fidgety, and it's like, Ollie, calm down. You're better than that. You don't need to just be jumping around all the time. But it works.
Well, it does. You're right. There's just a little element of where busyness turns into fidgetiness.
Yes, and I think he would accept that last winter he lost that equilibrium, if you like, and now this summer I'd say he's had it back nicely. And he had an excellent summer with England.
Oh,
There you
play
go.
and a miss, and there you go. We've just been talking about that. One he could have left alone outside the off stump. I think he averaged 38 or so in the end of this summer, and given the travails that the top three have had on all sides, New Zealand, India, England, South Africa, all top threes have struggled massively against this ball and on these pitches that we've been seeing.
Yeah, I'd also take that one step further and say England's number 3 generally since Jonathan Trott. Gary Ballance obviously had a stint in the side where things went okay, but then they went awry. So actually, an average of 38 for England's number 3 is fine. I mean, more runs
Another
there.
no ball. We've seen a few of those today.
Yeah, so Mike's first over, back into the attack, isn't he?
Yeah, I sense it's got harder, actually. I don't know whether that's the quality of bowling, the type of balls that are being used now, and pitches. I think there may be a sort of combination of all three factors, but I thought I saw an incredible stat. It might have been one that you put out, actually, about opening batters. That Zach Crawley ended up with an average which was almost exactly that of all the opening batters combined this summer. Is that right?
It was kind of par. It wasn't actually my stat, but I have seen it. I think he was just a tick below, and given how poorly, that's a beautiful shot. It's just dismissed from Foakes there. He's just pulled away for 4, straight past mid wicket to right. There was no chance for him, was there? That was always whistling away.
That was. It's a shot he plays very well, actually, and he's another man who had a little bit of a dip in the last couple of years with the bat, and then he's come back this summer, obviously getting his second Test century.
That century at Old Trafford was timely too, because through pretty much no fault of his own, he'd had a quiet midsummer in the sense that he caught COVID at Headingley and he got a duck while he's feeling a bit groggy, I think, and then he was ruled out of the game, missed Edgbaston, and then a quiet game at Lords. So to score that 100 and just cement his place for the winter, and through to the end of this winter, I think there's no question that England want him as their keeper in Pakistan, given the type of cricket that's played there, where whether there's a lot of spin bowled or not, the pitches are going to be very flat, and if you get a chance, you need it taken. Who's your best chance of taking that chance? It's Ben Foakes. So yeah, he's the right man for that job for sure.
Should point out the 50 partnership came up when he hit that 4, pulled that 4 through mid-wicket. He's just starting to get a bit of rhythm into his batting now.
And if you look at the distribution of the runs in that 50 partnership, it's kind of classic Pope and Foakes batting together, isn't it? Pope extremely busy. I think he's 21 off 21 at lunch, so he's got 30 of those runs, and then Foakes just slightly more genteel starter, just taking his time, 18 off 41, and then an extra in there as well.
Well, Yorkshire are now in a bit of a danger zone. This ball's over 40 overs old.
Yes.
And we have seen throughout this summer, Andy Zoltzman gave us a stat, I think, in Test matches between overs 0 to 40. The balls were averaging around 27 per wicket. There'll be another run here for Foakes. He just gets that to the right of mid-on. And after the 40th over, I think the average was out at about 63 at one point, which is extraordinary when you consider that obviously in those first 40 overs you're bowling at the top order, and it has been such a lopsided summer with Test matches following the same patterns, but we're also seeing in the county championship this has been played out in a similar kind of pattern, hasn't it? Top order struggling.
Absolutely, yeah. And that I was talking to Colo about it a short while ago, but Surrey's way Surrey have set up their side reflects that as well. Let's get just one. Is that a leg bar or is it come off the inside edge?
I think he's got a little bit of bat on that. Just wait to see the umpire's signal.
Umpire, look, he was thinking about it.
Yeah.
I reckon he was just. But yeah, Jamie Overton's going to be in at number 8 probably for Surrey today. He got famously made 97 on Test debut from number 8. So there's been a lot of runs scored down the order all year.
Well, most of the century partnerships have been scored after the loss of the 4th wicket this summer.
Extraordinary, isn't it? Really,
It's very, very unusual, and there comes a point when you have to acknowledge that this is a pattern that is being driven by the tools at the bowler's disposal. The ball we are seeing, it has to be better next season, doesn't it, Will?
It does. It's also extraordinary, isn't it? Because we've been talking for years about the Duke ball being this kind of fearsome thing, which is desperately scary. And we've discussed how teams should, county cricket should use a kookaburra ball maybe to make things harder for the bowlers. And then this year, Dukes have just accidentally done it themselves. But yeah, I agree. Things do need to improve next year. It looked, just for one there, they've placed that man out there. He's almost round at cow corner, isn't he? He's deep. It's kind of deep mid-wicket rather than deep square leg for Pope.
For people watching on the live stream, we should let you know the field, because you might not be able to see all of it. There's just a couple of slips in place now. Ringfield on the offside. And there was a defensive mid-wicket out for Pope. For Foakes, they're bringing in a gully. So there's still a little bit of aggression there, but you do wonder if Yorkshire don't pick up a wicket in the next 7 or 8 overs, whether they're going to have to go into a defensive mode here. Oh, that looks like an edge, and he's walking off. Yes, Foakes has got to go. Umpire didn't raise a finger, but Foakes has walked off. Edge, it went through very low to Tattersall, and that is the wicket that Yorkshire did desperately need. And it's a big one too. Breaks a fine partnership of 54 between Pope and Foakes, just nibbling at one that's just left a little bit. We've seen most of the wickets today have been caught in the cordon, and Foakes has got to go for 19.
It didn't look like the umpire was going to give that. And Foakes just took himself off, fair enough. But yeah, Patterson was begging the umpire.
Well, maybe the umpire saw Foakes make his first initial move and thought,
he's done the job for me.
I will give him the dignity of walking off.
I don't know if you've seen it, but it was the other game which is so important in this title race. Keith Barker gave a batter out himself earlier.
He gave him out, did he? Right, let's take a look at this replay. And when he looked round straight away, didn't he? It went through very low to Tattersall. Patterson imploring the umpire, you can see there. But the umpire's, I didn't need to.
All Patterson's years of wisdom used there. He was imploring the umpire when he realised that Foakes had gone and just apologised afterwards. He sensed a sort of demerit point situation coming on. So he gave his apology immediately and a big smile on his face.
Well, that's a big wicket for Yorkshire, and it does put Surrey in a spot of bother. They bat pretty low. They have done all summer. They've not failed to make 300 in their first innings all season.
They just keep coming at you. I think there's Steele coming out now, so we're into the all-rounders. He's kind of battery bowls a bit of leg spin and did a good job last week with both bat and ball at Northampton. So
they had a vital partnership, didn't he?
And actually, it's a similar situation because Hashim Amla was in then, quite well set, and Cameron Steele stuck in with him. So that could be, if he could give the same kind of support to Ollie Pope this time, that would be fantastic for Surrey.
So the new batter will be Cameron Steele coming in to join Pope. I'm just going to update you on what's happening down at the Aegeus Bowl. Is it still called the Aegeus Bowl, or is it the Rose Bowl?
It's the Aegeus Bowl.
It's the Aegeus Bowl, yes. Well, something of a partnership, quite a slow one, taking place between Everson and Compton. They've recovered a little bit from 32 for 5 of Kent. They're now 75 for 5. Compton unbeaten on 36. What a summer he's had.
And just when Kent needed him today as well.
Well, yes, they are in more than a spot of bother.
I was watching a Royal London Cup final on Saturday, and he got a duck. But the way his summer's worked out, you don't keep him down for long, Ben Compton. He's been pretty relentless. But they're pretty undermanned this week, Kent. They haven't got Denley or Billings or Crawley or Matt Milnes. I think has got a stress fracture. He's joining Yorkshire.
Why is that? The Evening Standard's Will Macpherson.
Billings is out for season injured.
Right.
Denley, I don't know where he is, and I guess Crawley's on one of the kind of mandated England rests that players get. Jack Leach isn't playing this week.
Edged gone. Steele's got to go. That's 2 in the over now. And Surrey are rocking here. 136 for 5, playing in a ball perhaps he didn't need to. Fishing outside the off stump, and a comfortable catch through to Cola Cadmore again. That's his 3rd catch today at first slip. And Surrey, from a position of relative comfort at the start of this over, now find themselves up against it. He just leant out to a ball that was there to drive, but it's only his 2nd delivery. Probably will be thinking he should have left that alone.
A little hard of hands, wasn't it? So early in his innings with the game poised delicately. Cam Steele looks pretty annoyed with himself, and I can understand that emotion.
It's a brutal game, cricket, Will.
It certainly is.
Last week he dug in with Surrey 80 for 4 and helped propel them up to 5 batting points in the end. And today, well, he will not want to watch that one back.
He won't, but Patterson 2 in the over for him. He's still got an outside chance of getting to 500 for Yorkshire, I think.
Where's he up to now?
I think that might be 485. So he needs 2 massive games at the end of the season, but it's not impossible. This is his kind of wicket he's probably caused trouble on for Yorkshire for the last 15 years or however long it is. He's been such a magnificent servant, and it's very nearly the end.
Well, there's
This
nibble
type
in
of
this
club.
there pitch, isn't there? And there's nothing Pato likes more than a bit of nibble.
Exactly.
So Jordan Clark, who's also had a terrific season with the bat, he balances Surrey's side so well, coming in at number 7 to join Pope. After this, there's Overton, Roach.
Laws is still to
Worrell
come
and
as well.
Laws
Is
at
a
9.
very handy batter. So they've still got plenty of batting to come, but they need a partnership. They need someone to stick in with Pope. He's never going to struggle to keep the strike ticking over and keep the runs flowing. But they just need to.
Well, they're at a tantalising stage, aren't they?
They are.
41.4 overs bowled. They can expect things to get a little bit easier if they can withstand this little storm here. But 2 wickets in 3 balls has brought Yorkshire right back into it. 3 slips in place, 3 in the ring on the offside, and a long leg. As Jordan Clark leaves his first ball. Nice overhead conditions. There's nothing too gloomy. I haven't seen much in the way of swing today. It's mostly been off the seam.
Off the surface, yeah. And it's a little warmer than you might expect. The 20th of September. But I suppose we've come to expect that this summer, haven't we? Clark's not the sort to die wandering generally. He likes to feel bat on ball. So Patterson will be a challenge because he just probes away like that. Doesn't give you much you can leave. That's the end of a very successful over for Yorkshire. A double wicket maiden.
Are you taking your leave?
I believe I am.
I think you are, because we've got a... Not that you're not a legend, Will Macpherson.
Slightly
but we
more
have,
special guest.
But we have a slightly more legendary legend about to join us in the box today. The man after whom the entire ground is today named, I am delighted to say. And it is a genuine honour for us here on the Surrey live stream to have Micky Stewart in the building.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful to see you. Happy birthday for the other day.
Thank you. Yes,
you,
went very well. I survived.
Did you spend it wisely?
It was a very full day, having started at Lord's as a remembrance thing for Ted Dexter in the long room there, about 11:30, and then back home by 4:30, and a family dinner with Alec in the chair there.
Oh, yes.
At a restaurant near us with the family, so that was very good.
Was he the master of ceremonies? I imagine he would be in a Stewart family gathering.
He spoke when he was spoken to, yeah.
Good. It's good to know that somebody's got control over Alec.
Well, his mother was there, you see.
Oh, right. So that is someone to whom he will answer. He will take orders from his mother.
Absolutely. The boss.
Oh, Pope, he's done this a little bit in the Test series, actually. Comes charging down the wicket. Micky, I can see you slightly shaking your head. Have you, like I, been watching on in this extraordinary summer, wondering, what are we watching? What are we watching the way?
Well, not really, no. I'm just to see. I just hope that it's successful. I mean, as far as Pope is concerned, and having known him since he was a young teenager, early teenager, I suppose, he always played, you might say, in the traditional way, but always looking to be aggressive. And then about, a couple of years ago, he seemed to get the word, I think I used it as well, but it's been used about it, frenetic.
Frenetic, yes.
Getting out that way, I'd sadly be absolutely top draw player.
Yeah, I've seen a few more moving parts, but, when somebody like Ollie Pope comes along, it's funny, isn't it, how you see someone like that and you instantly know. There's no doubt. There was no doubt in my mind, I think, for the first time I saw him bat, that we were going to see him bat for England.
Well, you... Yes, I understand that, and you do, but when you see them as youngsters, then it depends how they grow up and what they got between their ears, how they're brought up by their parents, ideally, and know them inside out, for them to have the necessary character.
Sorry, don't worry, Mickey. Our TV's about to go off. It's not you. It's just
Right.
a message has appeared that's very alarming on our TV.
I'm very inexperienced for this, in spite of my age.
Oh, well, don't worry, we all are. Yeah. And I'm a terrible technophobe. So what is in between Ollie Pope's ears?
Well, as I say, it was always very good, and good luck to him. And I hope the way that he's playing is a great success. I had to move my chair there, so...
You did very well. He's very nimble. Well, he strikes me as quite a profound thinker on the game. I sometimes wonder if he might perhaps... I mean, if it's possible to do this, sometimes overthink just a little. I was watching the setup he got into in Australia, and it got further and further across outside off stump, because I think he was trying to prevent himself from playing at balls outside the off stump. He got so far across, he was getting bowled behind his legs, and he would get...
he did once or twice, didn't he? Yeah.
But what I like about him is he's a guy that gets out in different ways. You know, if you think about someone like Ian Bell, got out in very different ways, whereas someone like James Vince, you sort of saw how he's getting caught at second slip, time after time. Whereas Pope, I think there's no one specific weakness, I don't think, is there, in his game?
Well, he's always had, as you're saying, a good all-round game. It's how he applies it is the thing. He's got the ability to do that, obviously, and he's an outstanding player. But the way that he's put his game into operation, as I say, up until about 2 years ago, perhaps a bit more, I'm not too sure, but that came into his game and got him out, whereby he'd been a very consistent player. At the same time as from day one, always looking to be a dominating player, which he is by nature and was, but he applied his huge ability and his will to dominate, how would you say, in a more traditional way, as against what happened then. And now, as you were talking about the way that the England side go about it and have announced it, well, I'd say good luck to them. You know, it's something different. They've had success, and hopefully Popey will get back to being the consistent player that he is. Having said, I say get back, but he's been pretty good of late, hasn't he?
Yes, well, he's averaged 38. We're just talking about that with Will Macpherson, 38 at number 3, which doesn't sound like stellar numbers, but if you look at the numbers 1, 2, 3 for all the other countries that have been playing in England this summer, it's been particularly difficult at the top of the order. And I'd just like to ask you a little bit about that, because you played in an era in the 50s and 60s where there are some big name opening batters. And towards the back end of your career, of course, there'd have been John Edrich, and thinking about opening batters in England.
John started at the end of the 50s.
End of the 50s,
John,
yeah.
Yeah, made his debut one game in 58.
Did he as early as that?
Yeah, he did.
Right.
Then 59 he started the season. No, he didn't start the season actually. He started in the bank holiday game up at Trent Bridge, where he got 100, and then never looked back really as a tremendous run getter that he was. Yeah.
But top orders in those days, that was where the runs were mostly scored, and yet a strange paradox of modern cricket is that numbers 1, 2, 3, they're the ones who are scoring the fewest runs. I think the average for all openers this summer, not just English openers, New Zealand, India and South Africa all combined, was 23. Now, what do you put that down to? Is that the balls, the pitches, the players?
Probably sound that for the last 12 months or so, whatever it's been, that the new ball goes soft early, so they've copped it when the ball's hard. And it's always one of the more difficult places to bat, especially if there's assistance from the pitch. I mean, I wasn't here at the start today, but this pitch has given assistance to the new ball, I understand, for them to be bowl wicket-taking deliveries. But I mean, you were talking about it was you that mentioned it first, the 50s and 60s.
Oh, yes.
The game has changed and people have changed. So, I mean, you never judged a player, I suppose, it always had been prior to my first knowing the first class game in the 50s, unless you saw them play on a pitch that was doing a bit. It was just accepted if wicket was flat, you took charge, and you got big scores, and what you were saying about. And whenever the England side was picked all through that time...
Oh, that's a big appeal. Left alone, he's not played a shot.
Missing by a mile.
Missing by a mile. The entirely unbiased view of Micky Stewart there. End of the over, 141 for 5. Just take a look at this replay. We'll just assess umpire Micky Stewart here. And yeah,
over the top anyway. And he was outside off stump.
And way outside off stump, although he wasn't playing a shot. But yeah. So,
oh yeah, not.
But let's go back to what you were saying there. The 50s, if you got a decent flat wicket, you'd expect to take command.
You were expected to be successful, yeah. I mean, I can remember coming here and somebody, one of the flattest pitches where a lot of counties started the season was against Cambridge University, Oxford University, and some lads up there were more than useful players. And at Fenners they would be where it was flat as a pancake.
Yeah.
And people would say yes, now, but wait until let's see when the ball goes sideways, whether it's seamed, swung, or spun, and that's when players were judged. There was a great character here who I was lucky to play with, Bernard Constable by name.
4. That'll be 4 for Jordan Clark. He's off the mark, bit of width, thrashed his hands through it, and move on to 145.
And he, with all the data that's about the analysis, Bernard Constable had it all between his ears about every player that he played against.
He was like a walking stato, was he?
How everybody played, and had an opinion about everybody as well. Absolute top fella, yeah. And he was the main one. Let's see if he can play where it does this or does that, and then I'll tell you what I think of him. Yeah.
Now, you were in a side, a side, many Surrey sides through the 50s, early 60s. You'd have batted up and down the order as well. You'd have opened as well as being in the middle order a bit.
I had never opened until I came here as a professional. It was Andrew Sandham, the coach then, who thought that I should go in first, and after a couple of second team games, I think perhaps one, I opened all the way through, and then made my debut the following year here against Gloucestershire.
What year would that be?
And that was 54.
54, wow.
And went in 4 on a green pitch here and got 50 odd. And the next game, first class game, we played Pakistan here, and I opened and got 100, and then opened the next game against Essex away from home, opened there and got another 100. So from then I opened, but I'd never opened before that.
Did you prefer opening? Because I mean, in your
at
career...
the time, no, I didn't at the time, because everybody has their hero. My hero, although I was just, you might say, a Surrey fanatic, was Dennis Compton.
Right.
He batted 4.
Middlesex player. Micky, really?
Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah, and so that was how I came to open. But I'd never opened at school. I'd never opened in club cricket, which I played first team club cricket from when I was 14, really.
What was your club?
West Surrey Cricket Club. I owe a lot to them. And when I joined, you've never heard of them, have you?
No.
No, they were a wandering club. They'd lost their ground during the war. To being a building development, they lost it to that, and it was founded by a guy, William Comben Longstaff, who had a coastal shipping line. He was chairman of the English Hockey Association as well, and through mutual friend and friend of my father's, that's how I played my first game for them against Barclays Bank when I was 14. And I got 0. And I was caught at the wicket off the Club Cricket Conference leg spinner. Can't think of his name now, but I can remember that.
Well, that's no disgrace.
And the second game,
a bit, I reckon.
The second game, I played against Haywards Heath, who opened the bowling for them. The lad had made his debut for Sussex on the match before during the week. And I had hair then, and the third ball I received went through the top of my hair. So anyway, that's that.
So you're in the Surrey side from 1954 onwards, and it's a roll call of Surrey greats, frankly. You could almost pick an all-time Surrey 11 from those teams in the 50s. So we jabbed down on that rather late there as Clark, but he's got away with it. The likes of Eric and Alec Bedser, of course, Peter Loader, Stuart Surridge, Kenny Barrington, yourself, Laker, Locke, Peter May. I mean, it was a side that was probably about as good as England at some points. I've got the 1958 Wisden.
Or better.
Or better, yeah. Well, yeah, you could argue. And
it was Stewie Surridge had to have that run of winning 7 championships on the trot. I only played in 5 because there was national service then, so I came straight for.
It's quite a few.
Straight out of national service to come here at the Oval. But Stewie Surridge had played with so many of the lads, the players here, starting before the war, really, I suppose, in the club and ground and second 11. So he knew the players and the players knew him. And he ran it as a team game, which I'd always been brought up as, to look at it as a team game playing by individuals, whereby some people consider it an individual sport played in a team. But always, and so every ball that was bowled, and which was unusual, I suppose, in the county championship then, every ball was like a match, a contest, and you had to win it. If by winning it ball by ball by ball, and then over by over, and session by session, the idea was to get 20 wickets to make sure you bowled them out, and that's how Stewie Surridge ran it.
Surrey's 150 just come up with that single. 3 slips still in place. I guess taking 20 wickets with both Bedser's, Loader, Surridge, Laker, Locke. I mean, you had the firepower. It must have been thrilling to be out there. You're famous for many things. They're very famous for taking 7 catches against Northants in 1957. And the very first Wisden I was ever given by my, forgive me for it, Yorkshire grandfather was the 1958 Wisden. And I think that season, if I'm right, you took over 70 catches as an outfielder. And that must have been
77
catches. Now, I know there are more games played, but nonetheless, that's a ludicrous number for an outfielder. That must have been a function of, I suppose, Laker, Locke particularly, would it have been? You'd have been, where would you have fielded? Leg slip, short leg?
I anywhere around the wicket, but before I arrived, Stewie Surridge used to do the bat. Before I arrived in the side, Stewie Surridge, by and large, used to do the bat pad man square, and then I arrived there, and I fielded there, and a lot went there, and we used to field, regardless of what Closer used to say, we were really closer than anybody. And I used to look at, if we fielded second, and we went out there to see where the opposition close fielders were fielding in front of the bat, that was like bat pad, as it was then. They were always a couple of yards deeper or so than where we used to field.
And that's before helmets, or you wouldn't have been wearing shin guards or anything like that?
Nothing at all. Not even a box.
Not even a box?
Until I think it was Jim Swanter actually gave it a mention. I should be fair to my wife. This was after I was married.
Brilliant.
Anyway, so there were always plenty of catches flying around, because that's, here the pitch turned, and in spite of people saying, that was prepared for the bowlers, those bowlers took more wickets away from the Oval than what they did in those 7 years than what they did at the Oval.
Yep. Can I ask you about a game that I don't suppose anyone would have asked you about this game particularly, because it's one that I'm obsessed with, but I don't know anyone ever talks about it. Surrey against Glamorgan in 1957. Do you remember this? Surrey scored about 220 odd and won by an innings. Bowled out Glamorgan for 61 and 36, I want to say. And Laker and Locke opened the bowling. These are sort of unimaginable numbers. When you look back at these scorecards and you just see that in that season, I think Tony Locke took 212 wickets in the season. Laker took 150 on. Eric Bedser took nearly 100. Alec Bedser's in the side. I mean, how did any other county stand a chance? You're going out there with...
Well, there were 28 matches. Well, they were. I mean, Yorkshire were always the top side. But when you mentioned the Glamorgan game, what about the Worcester game then?
Oh, go on. Remind me.
Rain affected from the start. We bowled Worcester out, was it for 40 odd? Here.
Yeah.
Bearing in mind, of course, uncovered pitches and all that. Rain on the pitch, so it's sticky wicket. We got to 93 for 4. Stewie Surridge declared. And we bowled him out for 26.
Good.
I think it was 26, something like that.
Good grief. And was that was the spinners
That was
again,
here.
was it?
Well, it was the rain. It was the rain effect. You used to,
Sorry.
you've heard the term sticky wicket, and so haven't you? Sorry.
Just going to break off briefly. That is an absolutely sumptuous shot from Ollie Pope. Long half volley. Take a look at this here on the replay, Mickey. Is it just too full, but just lovely angle of hands,
Beautiful.
legs, bat.
Full face of the bat was on the ball, on line of the ball for a long time.
Pretty much perfection. Pope goes to 63 with that. So yes, if you got uncovered pitches and you got those weapons in your armoury,
absolutely,
it must have been a wonderful feeling, didn't it? Taking the field for Surrey when you look around at that bowling attack.
Well, sometimes we used to go down the steps here, and the members, some of the members, used to say, "I've taken a day off work. Don't bowl them out too quick."
They were spoiled, weren't they?
Yeah, I mean, people used to come to there. They used to come to be entertained as well as to see their side win, but they didn't like it. Well, giving an example, if the game was too short or so, as happened here a few times. I think there was one season we won a third of our matches in 2 days.
Another no ball, by the way. We've seen a few of those today.
What was that? No ball.
Another no ball, yeah. 156 the score will go up to in that. Another couple of runs.
What was I saying?
we were talking about how you won a third of your games in one year inside
in 2 days, I think, in one of the seasons.
And the members wouldn't like that because there was no limited overs cricket in those days. So the only cricket you would get as a member would be the county championship and the occasional friendlies, I guess, and playing against the tourists.
Well, the 28 matches. We played the tourists twice always here. That's 30. We played the 2 universities and one of them twice, so that was 33. Plus one other one, so it's 34 3-day matches. So you were playing nearly 100 days cricket in that particular time.
So quite advisable actually to win inside 2 days. Give yourself a bit of time off.
Well, it was really. It was especially as here some of the playing time had to be changed from time to time because we had to travel everywhere by car, but by train. We weren't allowed to travel by car, and we never travelled by coach. So there were 1 or 2 games that depended on what the train times were that they had to adjust the playing hours. Yeah.
So I've done a kind of roll call of Surrey greats there, and I know this is an invidious question, but faced all these guys in the nets, the best practice you could possibly get. Surely you got Locke and Laker. You could test yourself against the ball spinning in and spinning back away from you. You got Alec Bedser, possibly the most metronomic seam bowler, the man who bowled the best ball Bradman ever faced, apparently, according to Bradman. You got Eric Bedser as well, Peter Loader. Of that that bowling attack. And I've left out Stuart Surridge, of course, who's a very fine bowler in his own right. Who was the top one? Who was the one that you felt, if you had one bowler that would be first on the team sheet for you? I suppose it depends on conditions. I'll give you a hot sunny day and I'll give you a sticky wicket.
Well, on that, as you just described it, on a sticky wicket, then Tony Locke could be totally unplayable. I mean, the closest thing to him on that sort of pitch would have been many years later Derek Underwood bowling in those conditions.
Was he quite
but
quick?
Lockie was taller than Derek Underwood, and,
Right.
and he had should we say, when bowling that he had more variation.
Oh, it's going to be overthrows here as Pope drives to short extra cover. Throw comes in because he'd come down the wicket. There was a thought of a run out. The throw was a bit wild. He'll get a bonus run for that end of the over. Surrey 159 for 5. Pope had 66. So was he quite sharp? How quick was he as a bowler?
You wouldn't call him term him a slow bowler. He was a spinner, but he
Right.
had the ability to also bowl it and flight it as well. But on responsive pitches, that went out the window. Any flight or what have you, the wicket did everything for him. Yeah.
I mean, that was at a time when there were so many great England spinners, with Johnny Wardle as well. There was the issue of
Very much so.
who would England select. You would think that Laker and Locke would have been picked for every England game, but if you look at the scorecards through the 50s, it wasn't the case at all. Then Bob Appleyard came into the equation as well, didn't he, in the mid-50s? So what was it about England in the 50s and 60s that produces this great raft of spinners? You've got Fred Titmus after that, you just mentioned Derek Underwood. And now, we've got an entire season at the Oval here, and that is going to fly away past second slip. That's going to run down to the boundary for 4. Slightly loose shot from Pope, playing away from his body, but he gets away with it. Again, there's still a little bit of nibble on this pitch. Well, maybe.
He was half running it down.
Half running it down. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But what do you attribute, in your era, so many really genuinely great spinners? And now, I mean, Surrey could well go through the entire season with their spinners really being Will Jacks, who's primarily a batter, Cameron Steele, who's very much an all-rounder, not a specialist spinner. And, Surrey find themselves top of the table. Their selection policy's not in doubt, but it hasn't been done through spin, has it?
No, certainly not, which is sad. I mean, I don't know what the pitch up at Northampton last week was flat, they tell me, and that's when you need the variety. But they have to be good enough and have to be consistent as well. I mean, it's sad. The game has changed hugely. The pitches have generally, when you're talking about earlier on the 50s and 60s years ago, generally speaking, the pitches are nothing to do with like they were then, and the game of cricket was generally that in the county championship that you had your opening bowlers bowling, and they were bowled say the first 50 minutes or whatever it might be, and then depending on whether you brought in a third pace bowler or medium pace bowler or so, or whether you introduced a spinner then. I won't say who they were, but there was one side who had a captain who always bowled his spin bowler at 25. If they in the field first, would bowl him at.
Oh, that's a lovely
comment
shot,
on
by the way.
that. Played it nicely, didn't he?
Yeah, it's a lovely little whippy shot through the onside. Gets Jordan Clark
would always
boundary.
He would always bowl it starting at 11:30. That those games did then. Would always bowl his first spinner at 25 past 12, and there was an occasion when he went off the field, and then started running off, then came back, and there was no clock on the ground. He said, "Oh, you'll need this," to the temporary captain, and gave him his wristwatch.
It was regular as clockwork. It was just 55 minutes in every time.
So the game was very different. The people were very different. It's interesting, you'd say, about a shortage of runs consistently now. And I remember playing the first 40-over game here at the Oval against Worcester, 1968, I think it was.
The Sunday League, John Player League.
Yeah. And we played Worcester here. Never played one of these before. Worcester had Don Kenyon, Tom Graveney, Peter Richardson, packed with Basil D'Oliveira bowling. And we batted first and got 130 odd in 40 overs. And we won the game by about 5 or 6 runs. Sounds that, but relatively easy. And in spite of my cocking up the bowling and having to bowl Yunus Ahmed for an over.
Of course, because you'd have to work out things like, exactly, rations of overs, yeah.
And we won the game, I don't know, by single figures anyway. And talking after the game, Tom Graveney said, if this continues, just watch how the batting technique will deteriorate. Because the whole idea of this game here that we're watching, when the bowler turns around now, he's looking to dismiss that batsman.
Yeah.
And the batsman has to become a consistent run scorer in that situation, regardless of whether it's a flat wicket or whether it's doing a bit or whether that was the game. Now, in restricted over cricket, be it 50, well 50 not so bad perhaps, but 40 over cricket, 20 or 20 cricket, 100.
Yeah.
When the bowler turns around, I should think most of the time he said, now where shall I land the ball so I don't get hit
So
up
you don't
into
get
row Z?
Well, exactly.
Which is a totally different...
The wide Yorker is now one of the most popular
yeah.
deliveries in cricket.
Yeah.
And, of course, anybody bowled a wide Yorker in the 1950s, it would have been a wasted ball, wouldn't it? The slower bouncer, did you ever imagine that the slower bouncer...
used to be called a long hop.
A long hop, exactly. Who knew that was going to become a lethal delivery? Absolutely extraordinary. But you'd have all have adapted, though, wouldn't you? I mean, the great...
Oh, yes,
Peter
and
May,
we
yourself,
played, and the idea that, particularly then when gates were going down, and after the boom of no cricket during the Second World War, and then it started and people flocked in, then realising that they would have to work and earn, and gates went down and down and down. And so, and the game, and clubs were going skint, so the struggle here. And so something had to be done, and that was it.
Oh, sorry, excuse me. I've just been told how long we've got you for, which is just another 3 balls.
Oh,
sorry, 9 balls. We've got 9 balls.
Oh.
I'm misreading the
board.
scoreboard away to our
Right.
left. Another run for Pope. 72 he moves to. He's got another 100 in his sights, and Surrey need him to because they lost those 2 quick wickets in succession. Patterson getting Foakes out, and then who was out for a duck? It was Cameron Steele out for a duck, yeah. Edging to Tom Kohler-Cadmore at slip. At that point, Surrey had suddenly lost 2 in 3. They were teetering. But Clark and Ollie Pope have just got it. Surrey back on an even keel here at the moment. They'll want plenty more than that, though, on a pitch which hasn't played too bad. It's been a fair bit of nibble for Yorkshire's bowlers, but we've not seen much in the way of swing so far. Maybe it's a bit too cold for that, I don't know. Ken Barrington and Peter May, I want to talk to you about a little bit as well, because you'd have been... I mean, that's a stellar batting lineup. So you've already mentioned Constable up near the top of the order, but Barrington and May right in the middle of that middle order. They were 2 of the finest England middle order batsmen probably of all time.
Outstanding players. I think if Peter Mates accepted what a worldwide around the cricket playing countries in the world, he was looked or had a similar view about an outstanding player. Yes, Ken Barrington, his record is tremendous, and I think it'll sound peculiar if he'd played at any other county than Surrey and playing in that atmosphere, that the whole thing was, every ball was vital, this is a team thing and we're going to win the championship thing, then he would have been looked on even more so, Ken Barrington, because he could play every shot, he could play at any pace as well, as a consistent run scorer, and technically as time went on, he got better and better. Yeah, it was a really outstanding player, Kenny. Yeah.
We don't have much longer with you, I'm afraid. You're probably relieved about that. But,
Well, this is my debut.
well, that's been guided down towards the boundary. I don't know if it'll get there. It has been brilliantly hauled back, actually. They should get through for 3 more. And the partnership advances to 36 now. 172 for 5. Sorry, Pope moves to 75. You played in 5 championship winning teams. It must be fantastic memories, great times here at the Oval, the Micky Stewart Oval as it is now. Wasn't then.
Only for a week.
Well, it's a week longer than any of us are going to get it named after us, I tell you that for now. Can you pick a best side from those 5 that you were in? Or maybe it isn't actually even one of those 5, but the best Surrey team you played in, which year would have been the most dominant?
I think with the 7 championship winning years, probably.
Actually, a cut and a miss. That's a rash shot from Jordan Clark. Lucky to get away with that.
I think during those 7 years, probably because, bearing in mind when it started, and something like, Jack Parker, did he play Laurie Fishlock? They played in the very first one, and they had retired. So then you had, say, 2 youngsters, Ken Barrington and myself, coming in by comparison. So it was probably 1957 when Peter made his first year. Was probably when that side was at its very best. Yeah.
57.
Yeah, I would say. Yeah.
I hope so, because that's the year of my favourite Wisden, and it was a year of that extraordinary.
Oh, you were saying it.
Yeah, and it was a year that you took your 7 catches in the innings at Northampton.
Yeah,
Do you remember that game? Do you remember?
At Northampton, yes. I mean, I wasn't aware that I caught 7 catches or anything like
Really?
that until it was people kept coming in the dressing room, and that was that. Yeah.
You didn't
and
have to
you
buy
know
it.
that we how times are different. We're right. How times are different. We won the championship that year, I think, down at Somerset, a Western Supermare, and it was, crikey, early August or mid-August. So we'd won the championship yet again. It was might have been a little bit later, but very early we won it. And in those days, the junior pros had to do the bags. And we were the junior pros for ages, Ken Barrington and I. And so we had to get the bags to the station, onto the train, off at this end, get the taxis, get them back here. And we arrived as county champions. And we finished up. Everything was locked up. We had to throw the bags over the Hobbs gates to collect them the next day.
Literally.
So hence was the fuss by comparison with these days when the streets are lined to hail their champions.
Oh yes.
That was how it was, yeah.
All quite low key. But it must have been thrilling times, though. It must have been absolutely.
Oh, I was very lucky, very lucky. I mean, it's like like you mentioned about Micky Stewart Oval. It's all very humbling, you know, to see all this, and because it's something that I always wanted to do. And myself and my family have a lot to thank the game of cricket for our lives.
Well, Micky, Surrey County Cricket Club has got plenty to thank you for too. Thank you for coming in.
It's kind of you.
We're going to let you have some time off now, but if you fancy coming in any other time, I'm sure you'll be very, very welcome indeed.
Very kind of you, thank you.
And congratulations.
Join my wife up the top now.
Yeah, go get yourself a drink. Cheers. Thanks, Micky. That was Micky Stewart, after whom the Oval is named for this week. And as Micky departs, a Surrey legend departs, so a Yorkshire legend with slightly fewer first-class runs comes in to take his place. And an Aussie legend, Adam Collins, is going to come and replace me with Surrey 173 for 5. Ollie Pope going well on 75, but those 2 wickets in 3 balls, well, that's brought Yorkshire right back into the game. Over to you, Jonathan.
Yeah, George Hill in and bowling to Jordan Clark. Will Frayne coming into play at mid-wicket. They'll be happy to pick up those 2 in 3, but Surrey kicking on again since then. Jordan Clark's played positively. Ollie Pope, nothing but that since he came to the crease.
Yeah, drifting a little bit now for the visitors after bouncing back really well, didn't they? Because when it was Pope and Foakes after lunch, they couldn't get the early wicket after the break. Nicely played there, finding a gap behind point. Clark gets a couple for it. So they've taken it from 136 for 5. So this pair of it ticks along well this last 45 minutes or so.
Yeah, and you never like to single out one player before I say this, but you've got to look at the 8 overs for 55 so far for poor old Ben Mike on his debut. He'll want to make an impression. There might be a few nerves out there, but he's struggled for consistency and other things going wrong off his bowling as well. The no balls, for example, and then there was the comedy bit of fielding a couple of overs ago.
Quick single, they're through. Yeah, I was talking quite a bit about Ben Mike before play, sort of identifying him as a man to watch today on the basis that he does have that extra yard, and he's quite an enterprising batter as well. Made a 99 against Middlesex at Lord's earlier this year, and on the back of the form he's been able to show at Leicestershire, has been offered this 3-year deal at Yorkshire next year. Made 91 for Glamorgan in his most recent game. Hasn't been flushed for wickets though. Nice stylish clip there from Pope to 76. He goes to the short boundary. He said during the week, Mike, that it was a no-brainer for him to move to Yorkshire. Went on to say, it's just a massive club and I couldn't turn it down. So you can see where his thinking is about the long-term opportunity, and discussed earlier the fact that Patterson won't be there next year, losing Collar Cadmore as well. So they presumably would see Ben Mike as someone who can contribute in both disciplines at a high level. But it'll be a question of consistency when he's on the books full-time next year. 2 in the cordon.
Yeah, I think consistency is going to be the key. Otis Gibson, I'm sure, is going to be working on that with him. You would imagine he'll have a fairly busy winter in that respect, trying to coach to understand his game and then help the player with his game as well. He is, clearly he's got all-round abilities. Yorkshire letting one of those go, of course, in Matthew Waite on his way to Worcestershire.
It's that time of year, isn't it?
And letting a second one go as well as Jordan Clark lets that George Hill delivery go, but letting a second one go in Tom Loughton as well, who's played some first-team cricket this season, and he's also been released. Both the Sullivan boys, both spin bowlers, have also been allowed to leave the club, along with Stephen Patterson. So it does, as we said earlier, have that feeling of transition about it with Tom Collar Cadmore, David Willey, both on their way as well.
What did you make of the Patterson decision? I mean, obviously, deep into his career now, but in this campaign, still took 31 wickets at 29 and had some serious days out with the ball. Decided to give up the captaincy when realising he wasn't going to be here next year, but yeah, bag of 5 last week against Essex without the captaincy armband. Do you think his career will continue elsewhere, or is he likely to pull up stumps altogether?
Yeah, I think his great desire was to tick off 500 first-class wickets for Yorkshire. He looks like, and I know he's got 3 today, but it looks like he's going to finish off, around about 10 or within 10 of that. Would you want to go anywhere else to tick that box? It's just not, if you need half a dozen wickets to go off to another county, whoever it might be, and just to tick off those last 6 wickets, when you've achieved that, you're not playing with your mates who you've achieved all that with, and it's probably only going to be for one more season anyway. Would there be that much point in doing it? Is it that important?
It's a big call, isn't it? I wonder what sort of counties might be shopping around for a senior pro.
Well, you would think, given that he's played First Division cricket for so long, that I don't think he'd be interested in going off to a Second Division club just to tick off a few wickets. So if he is interested, you could only think it would be a First Division side who might be capable of tempting him to continue for one more year. But on the face of it, I know there's a lot of disappointment, not only from the man himself at the decision, but from Yorkshire membership too. And when he goes out there and takes a few wickets, like he did last week, gives them that reason to be disappointed. Another meeting of minds from the umpires in the middle with regard to the ball.
They're going to try and push the ball through the rings for, the fourth or fifth time today? Got umpires Alex Wharf standing alongside Russell Warren, match ref this week's Peter Such. He'll have a job to do trying to calculate all of the little allowances. It's a dynamic system, the way they calculate how much time has been lost. I spoke to a match referee about it recently. It isn't kind of a hard and fast, you must bowl your 96 overs by X. It's they provide allowances to the fielding team when these types of interventions play out, as they often do. And that will inform how far behind they might find themselves at the end of play, and thus how many points will be deducted. So it's a system that works pretty well. But in saying that, stepping back from the penalties and more about the balls, we have had, well, in the games that I've covered this year, it seems to be a couple of times a session in pretty much every day of cricket where they pull out the box and have to replace balls at all sorts of different times. It's not just when the ball's at sort of 70 overs old. It can be at any stage that it might go out of shape.
I wonder what Alex Wharf wrote on the discarded ball.
Never to be seen again. For nets only.
Or maybe Russ's decision.
Yes. Or maybe it's like, make sure we give this to Ben Cody if he takes a fifer. Well, that's an interesting point. What ball do you get when you've probably the ball you've completed the spell with?
But at Old Trafford, I mentioned earlier, significant recent ball change. At Old Trafford, Yorkshire got the ball changed. George Hill proceeded to take 6 for Keaton Jennings. I was in the room when he did his interview with Scott Reed afterwards, and Keaton was at pains to point out that the ball that had been discarded, you couldn't see the writing on. The ball that they continued with was clearly a little bit newer because you could still see the imprint of the manufacturer.
Just one slip. Short there, not needed. Gets plenty of it on the bounce down to long leg. Yeah, that's a question that was put to me recently. How do they work out what balls to replace the old one with? And I did a bit of exploring. So, because often it'll be just balls they've used, they make a mark of how many overs. But occasionally, and often it's the case with pink ball cricket, where they haven't played quite so many games, they will send a box of pink balls out at training and say to the bowlers, you want to bowl no more than 60 balls with this, then that will go in the box if we need a ball that's about 10 overs old in a pink ball first class game or pink ball test match.
Interesting.
But yeah, it's an imperfect science, isn't it, when it comes to the ball you might get back. We saw here a couple of weeks ago with James Anderson and Stuart Broad. They weren't too chuffed with the ball they were using before lunch on the third day. I say it was the third day. It would have been... No, the fourth day. It was a very odd test match, wasn't it, with missing the first 2. But before lunch on day 4, South Africa batted quite nicely in that hour before their collapse after lunch, and they were litigating the case to the umpires, give us a new one, this one is no good, and they weren't. I don't believe they were successful in getting it changed, but it now feels like a sort of a weapon that the captain and the fast bowlers can use, where if they feel like the ball isn't swinging, they just go and go again. Bit of extra bounce there with that new ball from Thompson. Get a single. Yeah, in the past I've compared it to in parliamentary question time when the opposition are trying to get a suspension of standing orders. You don't get it the first time. You need to build up momentum before the speaker will grant you leave. And feels like with this, as a captain and a fast bowler needs to go to the umpire 4 or 5 times and say, this ball is knackered. And then eventually they might get the go-ahead from the umpires to get it replaced and get their wish honoured. Nice clip. Pope remains in complete control. He's made 56 runs in the session.
And you wonder, Adam, in terms of who's doing the umpiring at that point, is it an ex-fast bowler who thinks, do you know what? Oh yeah, I'm sympathising with this argument, or is it a top-order batter who used to do that job? You're joking. You've got enough things on your side. You can bowl this conker at me X number of times, and you've got a chance every ball. I've only got one. No way you're changing the ball. Is there any influence in that, in the minds of the players, of the officials out there?
Also, I suppose this is going back a bit, isn't it, to the 80s and before, when you'd have umpires that just wanted to get on the motorway to the next game a snifter earlier. when back in the 8 days a week era of county cricket, where they were very keen to give leg before wickets late in a day to avoid coming back the following morning. I doubt that's a factor, but it did make me think of those umpires that had that kind of reputation.
What are you suggesting? That never happened. Yeah, and going back to your point about Pato, about Stephen Patterson, disappointment for him, disappointment among the membership, the supporters of Yorkshire. But is it the right decision or not, I think is what you asked me. He's clearly still got wicket-taking abilities when there is something in the pitch. He's not bowling it much above 70. On the placid pitches we saw earlier this season, he was, no doubt, less effective than when there's a little bit of something to work with. But generally speaking, the little bit of something to work with is county cricket. So
yeah, I suppose if you're a one-format player, right, then presumably he'd have a contract, being a senior player, captain, so on, that is on the way to your side, because otherwise, that's one of the, I suppose, the perks of being captain, isn't it, that you're paid well. That they might be thinking more broadly about the 2 white ball formats, which he doesn't typically play in, hasn't for a while anyway. On the dance, Ollie Pope, have that. Out towards the Bedser stand in a flash. Crashes into the picket fence. Pope into the 80s. Loves this ground.
yeah, great stuff to watch, wasn't it, that? And having made the move early, George Hill had a sighter of that, but didn't appear to have the ability to change what he was going to deliver at the last moment. Hands down win for the batter. If George is looking for that, maybe he's got a plan B that he can adjust to at the last moment. Didn't find it on that occasion.
So the field's very much spread now. There's a deep third, 2 men out on the leg side, backward square and a square as well. Again, Pope dancing, this time through mid-wicket, back-to-back boundaries. His 11th 4. On both occasions, getting down the strip, dictating terms. 188 for 5.
Yep, so partnership's gone past 50 in the process, 52 now for this 6th wicket in pretty quick time. 52 from 67 balls. It's taken them under an hour to 52 minutes since the last wicket was taken. 52 runs in 52 minutes.
Pope just sensing this is the right time to attack. Still 11 overs till tea. Oh, that's got big on him. Taken off, whacked him on the glove. So a good response from young Hill.
Yeah, that really did look like it spat. Didn't look like he'd particularly dropped it. No, maybe, yeah, certainly dropped it a bit shorter, but really did kick off the pitch. So encouragement for the bowler. But you've got to say, Surrey just starting to get on top here now. 188 for 5.
Pulling. Is it 3 in a row? Well, 3 in an over at least. It won't be. Cut off by code, but it does take Pope along to 88. So 10 runs in the over for the England number 3.
And with still Tom Laws, Jamie Overton, Dan Worrell to come, it's looking pretty strong, this tail.
Yeah, they do bat deep.
Laws
was excellent during the Royal London Cup. Made 4 half centuries on the bounce. So, yeah, batting to come. Why not dance again, says Pope. Nearly a misfield. End of a productive over for the home side. 10 runs coming from it. 190 for 5.
Yeah, Don Bessett's a couple of fumbles. He fumbled that one. He missed one, didn't he, completely? A few overs ago when he was trying to sort of pick up and throw in the same motion when Ben Mike was bowling.
You mentioned Don Bess. I thought we might have seen him in this session. I suppose we still might. We've got 11 overs until the tea interval. But yeah, it feels as though they've really delayed his arrival at the bowling crease, just to change it up to Ollie Pope, nearing the 90s.
Yeah, just a 2 or 3 overs, see what happens, see if there is any early turn. Probably doesn't look in terms of the pitch colour like there might be, but it looks dry enough out there.
Yeah, so with the Patterson move, you mentioned there's a bit of understandable frustration from those who follow the club closely. I mean, there would have been a bit of this, I suppose, in the last few months with players opting to go elsewhere. I mean, Yorkshire's traditionally been a destination club, not the opposite.
Yeah, when you are trying to get 20 wickets in a match, I think he's still a valuable tool to have on the books. Age or not, you would have thought another season and then try and bolster the ranks, and maybe you'd be thinking about, probably everybody, including himself, thinking about maybe finishing next year.
And it's not as though bowlers in their late 30s or indeed their early 40s, to use the Tim Murtagh, well, Darren Stevens for that matter, example, they can still be very effective. So you'd be a good buy from a rival county next year, you think. Good running here. Clark wants to, but in the end he sent back, or indeed he sends Pope back, so it was Pope more enthusiastic about getting a couple. They have to be satisfied with the single. Clark 16.
He wouldn't be as obviously athletic as, for example, a Jimmy Anderson, if somebody of relatively comparable age. He wouldn't, and I think he'd probably be the first to admit that. But he can still run and bowl, and that's his job.
Help yourself stuff. Might have been thigh pad. We'll see. We'll wait for the call from umpire Wharf. It is, but that's the second ball in the over that Thompson's placed outside the leg stump. Clark couldn't catch up with the first one, and Pope, just off the thigh pad.
Yeah.
195 for 5.
You just can't afford to drop it both sides of the pitch to a player of Ollie Pope's abilities. Jordan Thompson now known for 46, halfway through his 12th.
Played every game this year, Thompson. Off the front foot, Pope, so good through cover. Gets 2 more advances to the 90s from his 100th delivery.
He's got to be pretty weary, Jordan Thompson. I don't know what the plans are for the winter for him. He's obviously been down under previously.
I sense he might be busy. I sense that Thompson might be the kind of guy who finds himself in a league or two on the basis of his 2020 100 performances this year, so both competitions, I mean.
I think you're right, and therefore, where does he get a proper rest?
Oh, enterprising. Down towards deep third. Another boundary it will be. Did that go the whole way?
He was very close to doing so if it hasn't.
No, there's the check, and umpire Wharf says...
Yep, 6.
Oh, it has. He was going to signal 4. How about that from Ollie Pope? Not messing around in the 90s. 4 away from another century here at the Oval, and it brings up the Surrey 200. We saw Ollie Pope try and win a test match with a reverse lap at this ground about 10 days ago, so we should be expecting that kind of thing.
It was a great piece of improvisation, wasn't it? Lovely little ramp, got very, very low to the ground. Made the best use of what he could of the bounce offered there by Jordan Thompson. But yeah, Jordan Thompson, when does he get a proper rest at this point? If he's going to be as busy as you think he is, and I think there's definitely weight to that theory, because as you say, he got in that 100 select 11, notional select 11, superb tournament in that. Very good white ball player. We saw him with that fantastic 50 plus in the semi-final defeat to Lancashire in the T20 as well.
We had that breakout season in 2020, and it felt as much about his batting as his bowling, as he was offered that 3-year contract. It runs for another year at Yorkshire. He signed until the end of 2023. I'm not sure if he's signed an extension since then, but it's reflective of the faith they have in him at Headingley. Code new spell. Swing and a miss from Clark straight away. So they're going to chase runs hard here now. They're on top between now and tea.
Yeah, Benko just back on and trying to get back into it. 2 for 26 from his 12 so far, going at just over 2 and over. He's bowled well, but the backup hasn't quite been there today. And no surprise that the 2 wicket takers for Yorkshire have been the 2 better bowlers.
Clark has been more than useful this year, averaging 52, more than 400 runs. So useful at number 7. Made a ton against Gloucestershire. Made a rapid century here last year. I think it was against Leicestershire early in the season. Genuine all-round threat. That's done enough that he's able to pull inside the line. He was a fraction too short there, Code.
Russell Warren just having a word with Alex Wharf, who's on the walkie-talkie about something else.
I quite like the idea of the umpires and the match referee just on the walkie-talkies to each other all day long. Check 1 2 1 2. Wharf to Warren, Wharf to Warren. Over.
Half a lager at tea, please.
Peter Such. Umpire Warren here. How far behind are they?
Could you ask the bloke on the front row over in the JM Finn stand where he got that top from? I quite like the look of that.
I'm encouraged by the fact that at the Oval you can still sit right on top of the sight screen. I'm quite fortunate to sort of do this around the world, and some grounds you lose an entire end now in terms of where spectators are permitted to sit.
Yeah.
And when we returned from COVID, the difference at Lords was they weren't allowing spectators to sit directly in front of the sight screen, which was always a thing at Lords. And by the time we reached the Test match against New Zealand, they'd fixed that. The MCC members must have got in there and overruled the powers that be.
Good to hear.
And it's not that long ago, last ball of the over. Look at that. Clark has come down the track out to about the 7th stump before shouldering arms. Modern cricket, eh? 55 overs gone, 203 for 5. But yeah, it used to be, I mean, we're only talking a generation ago where you had to get the sight screen moved, and you know, it was and the fans would move with it from one side to the other, and that was all part of the theatrics of being at a day of Test cricket, I suppose. But yes, I like that at Surrey, at the Kia Oval in the Micky Stewart Pavilion, you can sit right on top of the sight screen, the best seat in the house. We got stitched up in Sri Lanka recently. Speaking of Don Best, here he comes. Simply Don Best, better than all the rest, into the attack for the first time in this match. And our commentary position was on top of the sight screen at Gaul, and at a certain time of day, you could see through the reflective glass.
Yep.
And predictably, Dave Warner got involved and was yelling through the stump mics, telling us to sit down where we were commentating.
Yeah, I've had the same from
the way David Warner can.
Had the same from David Milan up at Durham on a couple of occasions in one match, I think it was.
Yeah, in our case, we'd been sitting there for 3 full days, and I think it was Angelo Matthews was batting and said, I can see something in that window, and yeah, Warner jumped over from slip and started screaming into the stump mics so we could hear him. Right, so Don Bess, Yorkshire's number 1 tweaker. First opportunity, Vauxhall end to Pope on 96. Reversing on 96, getting himself a boundary. What a way to get there. Class all the way from Ollie Pope. The England number 3 brings up 3 figures at the Oval for a 10th time. He loves his home ground. In a crucial game for the home side as well. After being sent in early and doing the job, reaching 3 figures in just 102 balls. His 11th for what a year he's having.
Yeah, magnificent knock. He's played some superb shots all around the ground. He's taken his chances on an odd occasion, but always been positive. Thoroughly deserved.
Said before that he nearly won a Test match with a reverse lap last week, and he's seeing Don Bess into the attack, and man, he's played plenty of cricket with for England, and not even giving him a moment to pause. He was into position for the reverse sweep before the ball practically came out of his hand. Such a talent.
You know, it's almost, since he walked out there, as if he was notionally saying, if I'm going to play in this game, we're going to play this game my way. There's the result.
Still 8.5 overs till tea. So Surrey can bat through the day here. I mean, when they lose 2 wickets with the score on 136, you wouldn't dare have a conversation about bonus points then. But now, batting points, I mean. As long as Pope's there, anything's possible. If Pope can bat through the day, he will be up towards 200. Such is the clip that he's going at. Can they clean the clock? It's a long. He'll need someone to go with him, but they do bat deep.
I think the way things are shaping up, there's still a lot of runs left in this Surrey side.
Had great support from Clark so far. 40 overs left in the day. 208 for 5, the score.
Because other than Ben Code and Stephen Patterson, at the moment, you're thinking, where are the wickets coming from? George Hill bowled reasonably well, didn't manage to make a breakthrough. Ben Mike clearly just struggled to find a rhythm today. And Jordan Thompson going at 4.5 and over. We know what Jordan's like as regular viewers of Yorkshire, in that he does bowl wicket-taking deliveries, and some days you get days like this. Top of the wicket-taking charts for the White Rose this season once again. It's not been his day today, and Ben Code and Stephen Patterson just want somebody to go with them, just a bit more support, be able to tie it at both ends for Captain Johnny Tattersall. They just haven't quite managed to get that consistently. They've had it in little spells, but not often enough.
Ed Smith was in here earlier today. He was the man who described Ollie Pope as the most gifted player of his generation. When you see him play the way he has today, it's one of those calls that Smith made early on in his tenure as chief selector. He picked him for that test at Lords against India in 2018. He never batted higher than 6 for Surrey, but he'd seen enough. It was kind of not so much about numbers, it was about having watched Pope bat. And it took him a while, and look, those things can go either way, can't they? You can be seen to have having thrown a young player in the deep end. And Pope's test batting average has still got a 2 in front of it, by the way, but it's what he's been allowed to do this year. I was at the Hobart Test match in January where he got bowled middle stump around his pads, he looked completely out of sorts. But bouncing back through domestic cricket, being given the extended run at number 3. First test ton at home, which came against New Zealand at Trent Bridge at a crucial time. On the dance here, doesn't quite make full contact, gets another single. He's danced so often.
Not only all that, sorry to interrupt you, Adam, but that feeling from above of go and play out there the way you play, giving that confidence to go and play that way.
You think about those 2 innings he played against South Africa. So there was the half century on morning 1 at Lords. Now, England go on to lose that game heavily inside 3 days, but the only player who had an answer on that extremely challenging morning for England was Pope. And then it was the same here at the Oval on what was effectively day 1 when wickets were tumbling around him. It didn't seem to faze him. Tattersall up to the stumps for Code.
Yeah, the White Rose, of course, have got Joe Root doing that, but not seen in action very often for the White Rose.
Do you think he was any chance of playing this week? Or has there been any chat around Root playing in?
Yeah, the question was asked, but it was, I think, waved away from what I can gather by the ECB.
I mean, he'd be exhausted, of course. You've got to keep that in mind with his winter commitments, but I suppose on a central contract they'll manage him carefully.
The other player I'm going to segue into this, though, is, you probably guess, Harry Brook, who is that next type of cab off the rank with Yorkshire, and obviously just making his way, feeling his way with England on tour at the moment. But he'd be this type of player. Shots all around the ground. And, things may not go swimmingly, who knows, in the early part of his career, but you'd hope he's extended the same sort of opportunities. I'm talking at international level.
Clark retains a strike. 210 for 5 the score. He's 17. Pope down the other end on 102 from 106 balls. I can confirm that Harry Brook is in the 11 for England. They have won the toss and elected to field in their first one-dayer at the National Stadium in Karachi. One of the best grounds in the world, the National Stadium there, with all the colourful seats bay to bay. England have picked Hales. There you go. There's a name for you. David Milan, another Yorkshireman, or Yorkshire player at least. Ben Duckett, Harry Brook, Moeen Ali, the skipper, Sam Curran, David Willey, also of Yorkshire, Adil Rashid of Yorkshire. So Yorkshire heavy side. Luke Wood and Richard Gleeson. A couple of Lancs players in there as well from the Red Rose. So they will be starting their game in about 12 minutes from now. And while we go around the grounds in other parts of the world, Australia are playing India in a T20 at Mohali, the first of 3, and India are batting first and are at 86 for 2 with KL Rahul ticking over quite nicely by the looks of things halfway through the first innings there. Interscores you probably care more about if you're watching the stream in the championship. Let's go to the game that matters most, Hampshire and Kent. Kent, who were 10 for 2 early, have recovered to an extent. They're 151 for 8, having been inserted by Hampshire. Barker, 3 for 29. If you get a chance, find on YouTube Barker's dismissal of, I think it was the first wicket he took. There was a leg before where he gave the decision himself, running down the wicket, Keith Barker. It wasn't even a celeb appeal. He just gave the wicket. Don Best starts his second over. We say goodbye to Jonathan. And we say hello to Daniel, who's going to come and ride shotgun with me for the first time today. We've been trading places for the most part, and you will just be overjoyed at your boy Ollie Pope doing so well.
I really am.
He's best bowling to Clark. So just going around the grounds a wee bit here, Daniel. So, yes, Kent have recovered. You'll be pleased to hear. 151 for 8. I say recovered. They're still in strife, but 4 for Kyle Abbott, 3 for Keith Barker. The other one to Muhammad Abbas. Set and forget those 3. 3 top wicket takers in the division this year.
Fabulous bowling attack.
2 full there from Bess. Given the treatment, Clark into the 20s with ease.
He's playing a really important role here with Pope, isn't he? And this has happened a lot for Surrey. We'll take a look at this again. Best just over pitching. He bowled a lot of full tosses, didn't he, in the series against India when he went out there. He and Jack Leach in tandem, and he bowled an inordinate number of full tosses.
Yeah, Jonathan and I were just talking about some of the early selections of Ed Smith and discussing Ollie Pope getting that opportunity in 2018 as a 20-year-old. Easy to forget that Don Best was also 20. He was the youngest off-spinner to debut for England possibly ever. Certainly for 50-plus years. Quite like his haircut. Forward here. Can we get a close-up on Best's head?
Yeah, we had three debutants of 20 years old or younger. Sam Curran, the other one, of course.
That is quite the haircut.
Ooh.
We have to come back to that. Last ball of Bess is over. 2-1-4 for 5. We've still got 6 overs until... It reminds me of that Simpsons episode where the power plant have the baseball team and Monty Burns as the manager sacks Don Mattingly for not getting rid of his sideburns, and he has a haircut just like that. And he goes, "Get rid of those sideburns."
I'm not enamoured of it. And there's a bit of groupthink that's been going on, and I think it's, if you don't mind me saying so, it's come a little bit from your part of the world.
It's a Stoinis thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it all began actually with Nick Maddinson.
Yes.
I think he took sartorial inelegance to a point that had never really been imagined. I mean, it's great ambition in it. Of course, he's played here at the Oval, played for Surrey a few times.
Yeah. They've kind of all had a frolic, the Australian guys, with changing their hair as Code starts a new over, and Pope helps it away as you'd expect. Well placed, but only gets one for it to the short boundary. Good piece of fielding from Ben Mike. Yeah, there was Adam Zampa, who's had every hairstyle that's possible. Also the George Michael earring for a time there.
Yep.
Zabs.
I mean, he has a certain natural prettiness which allows him to get away with some of the worst tonsorial decisions known to man.
I was out one night with Zampa some years ago, and there were 2 bits that stood out to me, which you'll appreciate. One was that he was wearing glasses without any lenses in them, so just the frames.
Oh, really?
And he was wearing a tuxedo jacket with no shirt.
Well, that's interesting. Is this a method he applies to all of his clothes?
You can get away with it when you got the personality and the front of Adam Zampa, who's probably playing in that T20 I was referring to before. Australia have just started against India. Leg by there.
Highly charismatic fellow, of course, Adam Zampa. And so I do kind of give him a bit of a pass. But I noticed Sam Curran's hair's a little bit Dom Bessie. And none of these haircuts really used to be prevalent in English cricket until about 12 to 18 months ago. And I think it's exposure to the Big Bash. People talk a lot about how white ball cricket affects red ball cricketers, but I didn't expect it to be so damaging to their haircut choices.
Yeah, there's a group of them. So actually, Joe Root, Yorkshire's own, had something similar happen to him about, I want to say 3 summers ago.
Was that by accident? Was that
Ben Stokes cut his hair?
Ben Stokes cut his hair,
Yeah.
That's right.
And he shaved off the bottom and kept the top.
Mm.
I think didn't we ask him one night? I think we asked, I don't know if it was you or someone else I was working with at the time. We said, what's going on here? Oh, for a moment I thought there might have been a feather there based on the way that Tattersall wasn't able to grab it, but no reaction from the cordon. He said, yep, we're doing our own haircuts and Ben Stokes is on the tools.
I would not entrust Ben Stokes with my hair. And I have very little of it. There's not a lot to mess up in my hair.
Should get it replaced.
Well, I might. Well, added to, I think.
I was talking to a colleague who had their hair replaced recently. He couldn't be happier with it.
Yes, I think I know that
It's
colleague.
a thing that people are doing.
Yeah.
End of the over 217 for 5. Pope's on the 104.
I think to be strictly speaking accurate, it's not so much replaced, insofar as the hair that's there stays there. It's sort of added to, isn't it?
It's
really?
a transplant.
It's a transplant, yeah. Just briefly back to this game. The ball 59 overs old. This is a really good opportunity for Surrey after they lost those 2 quick wickets.
Both on 136.
Yep. Foakes and Steele, 2 and 3 from Patterson. When the ball was in the 40th or 41st over, I think it was.
42nd.
42nd. So this partnership's now been together for nigh on 17 overs.
Here's Bess. Shot.
Oh, that is a sumptuous shot, isn't
Just
it?
class.
The angle he's got there. And to get the power in it as well.
It ends up hitting the same part of the boundary that the stroke he played to move to 100, but such is the challenge of bowling to Ollie Pope that he can play a premeditated reverse sweep, first ball off you, then he can go deep in the crease to the first ball of another over and just place you with consummate ease behind backward point like it isn't even a thing.
I mean,
the degree of difficulty on that is so high.
That was not that short.
No, not
I
at all.
promise you. I mean, you or I would have been coming forward to that. He's gone right back in his crease and he's found the gap.
The overcorrection nearly got the treatment. Hit the inside portion of the bat, ends up at mid-off.
Now, did I hear you say that this is Ollie Pope's 10th 100 at the Oval?
Sure is. Swept, but can't beat backwards square. Yeah, so 10 hundreds here. It makes it, in first-class cricket, 15 all up. So tells a story all of its own. So his average at the Oval's above 90 again. It was 88 before today.
How many innings has he played at the Oval? Have you got that
this
right?
is his 23rd match. So, I mean, around 40. Probably quite a bit fewer than 40 given the number of times Surrey have batted once and flat tracks that we've seen here occasionally.
Not outs as well.
Not outs.
Batting where he does in the order.
Yeah. Certainly where he used to bat when he was the number 6, he'd get a little red ink.
Well, his average came down, didn't it? Even though he top scored in the Test match with 67.
Yes.
And the average came down. That's a measure of his dominance at this ground. He loves it here. It
was a stat I most enjoyed stumbling upon before the Ashes test at Brisbane last year. being able to drop in there on radio. Ollie Pope averages 99.94 at the Oval, which he did at the time, which to an Australian audience, they love that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes.
And then I was roundly laughed at when he had a stinker of a series. But anyway. Full.
Yeah.
You're just not going to get away with that with the short boundary here at the Oval. And Clark hitting them nicely. He moves to 25. Surrey, we're in a mood on the way to tee. 226 for 5 now.
And you just take a look at that again, and it's another full toss from Bess. And it's a worry, really. He's, I think, got great potential. He's an attacking off-spinner. He provides a lot in the field, both fielding and with the bat. But, I mean, there was an astounding stat. He bowled something like 32 full tosses out in India.
I think he's been misunderstood a little bit as a bowler so far. I think when they picked him, they were hoping he'd become the type of off-spinner who could, old-fashioned and boring as it is, hold up an end, who could bowl in such a way that they could rotate their seamers down the other end with Broad and Anderson both getting on in years. But as it turned out, when he was on, he was a real wicket-taking threat for England, where he played 14 test matches. And even when he was starting his career as a teenager, he had an astonishing run to Somerset, the number of 5-wicket bags he took. So he's got the wicket-taking ball. He is an attacking bowler as Patterson starts a new spell. Doesn't get much of that. Ended up on the offside. He wanted to cover drive at Pope. But yeah, I think that, if they want a set and forget 1 for 42 off 20 kind of guy, that's probably not going to be Don Bess.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And those full tosses are a function, aren't they, of bowling an attacking length, trying to get a bit more flight, get a bit more dip. Just try to confuse the batter over length.
So the 4-year deal he signed with Yorkshire, we're into year 2 of that now. So 33 wickets at 43 in this campaign. This is his 12th game. So he has been, again, a wicket-taking threat, but has gone for runs. There was that, as you say, that Test series in India where things didn't quite play out for him. He took a 4-for and a 5-for at Gaul in the series that preceded India. Then 4 at Chennai to start that series in that win. Anderson 5, Bess 4 in that 5th-day victory to start the series.
Oh,
that's another lovely shot from Ollie Pope. Out towards the Bedser stand. Once again into that picket fence that he hits so routinely. He's 113 with 13 boundaries, 230 for 5.
I mean, this is a beautiful shot again, isn't it? I mean, there's some width there, but that is not a full half volley. He's managed to keep that all along the ground, just to the right of extra cover. And, crucially, he kept the fielder interested. Made him run all the way, fruitlessly.
Yeah, I really did feel for Bess at Ahmedabad when none for plenty on a day where India were right on top. And that was the day they needed him to bowl that sort of 1 for 42 from 20. That was the day for that. And he, at the time, and he still obviously is a work in progress. He's only 25. I mean, remember talking to your colleague from Test Match Special, Phil Tufnell, about this a few years ago, where he said, you've got to remember, finger spinners don't properly feel comfortable within themselves till they've got a 3 in front of their age. Or, that's the point when finger spinners really feel like they've completed all the learning and gone through all the bumps that are usually found in the careers of guys who do something that has very little degree of a very high degree of difficulty to get right.
He's a victim of 2 distinct issues within English cricket, I think. One was that Graham Swan retired, and he could possibly lay claim. Oh,
whipping.
Wonderful shot.
Should get 4 for it. Diving attempt on the rope.
He might get 5 here, because it has been parried miles now.
It has. Well, now let's see. They're coming back for the 4th, they think, better of it.
No, that might only have been 3.
Yeah, it was. It was just the 3.
Yeah, it should have been 4.
Finish the over, so 61 gone, 233 for 5. 3 until tea.
Yeah, that ball was parried. That's the longest parry I've ever seen in first-class cricket. It was parried from mid-wicket to long on, but quite a square mid-wicket. We might get a chance to see it here. There was great whippage there. He thought he'd picked up a boundary. I think they hadn't set off for the first that quickly, and then the parry, as you see there, that parry has got a long way, and a fielder's thinking, where's my friend? There was no one there to help him out.
Yeah, we're a long way from it, but I think that's George Hill out there, so he's done well, the young man.
Partnership up to 97. Yeah, I was going to say, I think, Bess is a victim of twin issues there. One is that Graham Swan could lay claim to being England's greatest ever off-spinner. I say that advisedly since we're at the county of Jim Laker. But he's up there, certainly. And, as Pope will scurry through for a quick single, is a victim of a lack of other spin bowlers coming through. When Graham Swan came through, there were other spinners in the country. He was allowed to develop. He didn't come into the side until he's a bit more mature, exactly what you were talking about.
Swan was 29 when he made his test debut.
And there you go.
I think he was just shy of his 30th birthday.
And because England's county system hasn't really developed very many effective spinners, the selectors have gone for a promising young spinner way before he's probably ready for that.
Yeah, and with Bess, it was just the volume of wickets he was taking down at Taunton, often in tandem with Jack Leach. When he first got the opportunity, it was in the absence of Leach. When he was injured, they sort of did a bit of back and forth for a couple of years before Leach took the next big step. That's well wide of the off stump. And then, it felt like when he signed up to play at Yorkshire, it was, go away and bowl on a test ground, bowl lots of overs and come back to the finished article. And he may very well do so. But in the short term, more dancing, more runs. Hammered through cover.
Well, that's a great use of the feet from Jordan Clark, isn't it? Because he's seen that Bess has been hanging that ball outside the off stump. The 100 partnership comes up with that 4. It's been a terrific partnership for the 6th wicket, and you see him now. Bess had been hanging it outside the off stump. He didn't want to be tempted. He's decided he's going to have to use his feet, and he's just two paces and has placed that brilliantly. A lot of bottom hand at it as well.
And the sound out the middle of the bat as well. Gorgeous stuff. Straight a line, half a shout. No real interest. Yes, I note that the tours that are coming up for England, one of them in Pakistan. Now, that's the end of the over, by the way. 62 gone, 239 for 5. Clark now into the 30s. I think that's a misunderstood country for what you need to have there. On the evidence of what I saw there earlier this year.
You were out there. You have seen those pictures.
Yeah, 15 days of tough test cricket. And that is not... It's a country where you need to play 2 spinners because it's really hard work. But they're not there to turn the ball square. I mean, look at the types of spinners that Pakistan play. Yasir Shah can't get a game. They're going to your more conservative finger spinning options, Norman Ali, Sajid Khan.
Is that because there isn't much in the pitch even for the spinners?
There is nothing in the pitch.
Right.
They're concrete slabs. These pitches don't turn on day 5, barely. So the types of spinners you require, Patterson's new over, are those who can dry up the game between overs sort of 15 and 60, 65. Reverse swing's what gets you in Pakistan. When the ball gets old, these used pitches, and they're all used so often because there's only 3 grounds where they're playing international cricket at the moment. That's when your big weapon late isn't the ball ragging, it's the old ball reversing. And as a result, that's half a shout again, but too high. You're looking for spinners who can land it on a hanky for over after over. But I wonder whether Bess gets the nod, kind of feeding into your point, in the absence of anyone else who's got the experience at this level. Parkinson feels like he's sort of slipped off the radar a little bit since his slightly strange test debut at Lords against New Zealand. Of course, they'll pick Jack Leach, but who would be the second finger spinner?
Moeen Ali?
If he's available. As Will Macpherson said to us on the broadcast earlier in the session, the sense from Pakistan is that he won't make himself available for a comeback in the Test series. So Moeen would be a good fit, but it feels like that may not be. I mean, it'd be a massive call to say Will Jacks and extend the batting lineup and use him as a second spinner, maybe in 3 years' time, but I'm only citing his name because we were discussing him earlier. You're probably looking at another frontline, genuine finger spinner. And I'm, to the naked eye, not seeing an obvious one, and Bess has played 14 Test matches. So he might get thrown that to her, even though I'm not certain it'll suit the type of off-spin that he bowls.
Yes, it's an interesting one, isn't it? You know, the West Indies, many years ago, decided to dispense with bowling a spinner because
Yes, why bother?
no spinner was going to be effective as any of their quick bowlers. And in conditions that perhaps England are not familiar with. They've not been there for 16 years. So there's a perception that, for want of a better phrase, on the Indian subcontinent, you need spinners, because you do in Sri Lanka, you do in Bangladesh, you do in India. I'll just pick up a single here.
Retains the strike. Well, no, he doesn't. One ball to come in the over, sorry. Clark 31.
So there's perhaps a mistaken impression. You think about the pantheon of great Pakistan bowlers, and it is reverse swing bowlers, and it's great bowlers of great pace. Waka Yunus, Wasim Akram, Sarfraz Nawaz, who possibly invented reverse swing. England might be wiser to go in with the four-seamer, one-spinner approach. They've got Joe Root, who can bowl kind of flat darts as a second spinner.
I think the challenge is, and I can't stress this point enough, you need to have bulk overs sessions where you go 2 and over. Last ball of this one. Driving again, square this time goes Ollie Pope. He's gallops from 100 to 121. Still 1 over till tea, but they're not batting for the break, that's for sure. 244 for 5. Watching it back, Patterson just giving him enough width to lean into the shot. And across the square here, which of course goes all the way across. Pope, sensational today.
Well, there's 1 over to go before tea. And in the last over before lunch, Surrey, of course, lost Ryan Patel. Called it slip. Yorkshire would love a wicket now. This ball is doing nothing for them. It's 63 overs old. We would expect it to be doing nothing. Surrey, conversely, would love to have another 16, 17 overs with this old ball and 2 set batters. They can go at, well, they're going around about 4 and over now. They're going a little bit more than that in this session. 162 runs in this session. In just 35 overs, I think I'm right in saying.
Well, obviously 400 in 100 is an important milestone for Surrey here.
110 in 110.
Sorry, 110.
110, yeah.
Correct, right you are, sorry. But still,
Yeah.
I think that's worth floating, given how well these two are playing. They lose 1 wicket here. They're deep enough to not have to adjust too much. But if Pope could be still batting at stumps tonight, he'll be 200 plus.
Yes. Well,
So on the base, he's going at a strike rate of 100. 32 overs after tea, he'll have them above 350 comfortably.
yes. I mean, I think the issue I'm looking at here is that new ball becomes available after 80 overs. And we know that the new ball, especially this season, has done a lot. So what can they get in the next 16? If they can go at, well, they're going at roughly 5 and over in the last 16. That would get them up around the 325 mark. Crucially, if they have wickets in hand at that point, then 400 is still on. But, they were 136 for 5. So to be blithely talking about getting 400 and 110, which we are doing, is a measure of the strength of Surrey's batting this season, isn't it?
Measure of the way that Ollie Pope's playing, really. How do they get him out?
Well,
But yeah, just to finish this point before we go to tea, there were 11 sessions in that series between Australia and Pakistan, where the 2 batters that started the session were still there at the end. You have to just treat. Pat Cummins called it a 15-day test match. You need bowlers who can bowl as dry as you've ever seen. Thus, usually that would require accurate spinners. That will end the session. A big one for the home team. They did lose 2 wickets with the score on 136, but given where they started, 82 for 3, they have monstered Yorkshire here. 246 for 5. A partnership here unbeaten of 110 from 136 balls. Clark only has 32 of those, but played his role. Let Pope be the leading man that he is. 122 from 124 balls. That's included 15 fours and a 6. A reverse swept 4 from Dom Bess's first delivery. Took him to 3 figures for the 10th time on this ground that he so adores. Yorkshire have a lot of work to do from here because Surrey are bossing it.
Well, let's make no bones about it. Ollie Pope has also rescued his side. 122 from 124 balls has been so fluid. I can't think of a chance that he's given. There have been some occasional moments of eccentricity dancing down the wicket against the quicker bowlers. But from losing those 2 quick wickets, only 2 wickets in that session, but they came within 3 balls of each other. Foakes caught behind off Patterson, caught by the keeper captain Tattersall for 19. And then 2 balls later, Cameron Steele going after a wide one. He'll be furious with himself, gifting a 3rd catch of the day to Tom Kohler-Cadmore. He goes for a duck, but since then, it's been all Pope and Clark. Surrey sit relatively comfortably, having been put into bat at 2:46 for 5 at tea.
We'll take a break at tea, but before doing so, we're going to cut to a conversation that I had with Surrey player Aaron Hardy. Only played 3 times, but influential, certainly, in the win that they enjoyed over Yorkshire at Scarborough earlier in the year. Aaron Hardy, the West Australian, readying himself for another domestic campaign that starts this weekend. An exciting prospect. We'll see him in Australian colours soon, I'm sure. But he wore the cap of Surrey in July. And here he is talking about that experience. Back soon. Well, Aaron Hardy, thanks for coming to have a chat on day. Oh, my gosh. Playing in a couple of formats, a crucial win at that. Before we come back to review the season that was for you, the unusual winter that was for you, where do we find you? I assume that there'll be a one-day cup game around the corner this weekend, something like that?
Yeah, that's right. So a couple of days away now. First game is on Sunday. So it's all come around very quickly, but certainly excited for the season to start.
So there's this Surrey cameo that I'm sure you will look back on very fondly. But let's go back to how it happened and where it started. I suppose there's the Sheffield Shield final, a big century there last year, which gets you on the Australia A tour. That goes pretty well with ball and bat, a couple of half centuries, some wickets opening the bowling. Then Alex Stewart, the boss here, gets on the phone to your coach for Australia A, George Bailey, and says, or the selector, and says, what about someone to come over for a few weeks? And he says, I've got this guy called Aaron Hardy, and away you come. How did you find out the news?
Yeah, you pretty much nailed it. It was basically just a tap on the shoulder. I pretty much met George for the first time a couple of days beforehand, met him over in Sri Lanka, and was just talking to him. I think it was day 3 of our last game. I was talking during the day and nothing had happened. And then on the bus on the way back to the hotel, he sort of came and tapped me on the shoulder and said, do you want to go play for Surrey? And I didn't know if he was talking to the right person. But yeah, all happened pretty quickly from there.
I mean, you are born in the UK, so I assume you've got some links here and have a bit of an understanding of what the championship's all about and cricket in England more generally being on the professional circuit in Australia. But, I mean, getting the chance to play at a place like the Kemar Oval, it's dream come true stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, it was awesome. To be based in London, to be living as close to the Oval as I was, it was certainly... I was pinching myself because it happened very quickly. I came straight from Sri Lanka, straight to England, didn't have a jumper packed when I landed, so that was one of the first things I had to do. But it was awesome. I think seeing some of the names on the wall, playing with some of the players. I think when I walked in at lunch on the first day of, not sure who that, I guess Kent, I think it was, and I sort of looked to my right and there was Hashim, Amla, and looked to my left and there was the 2 Curran boys, Will Jacks, Chris Jordan was around at that time as well. So it was pretty awesome meeting all those boys and playing at the Oval.
Yeah, so there couldn't have been more than about a week that elapsed between finishing in Sri Lanka and being out here in a blast quarterfinal with all the scrutiny on that. A bit of culture shock there.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, the Sri Lankan culture shock was probably more. I mean, it was nice to be back. Nice to be back in England, get myself a nice coffee and be part of the boys. So it was a good end to the trip.
Yeah, I suppose by culture shock, I mean adjusting from conditions one to the next. But have you played club cricket over here in the past and been part of the club culture in England?
No, I haven't been able to get back over to England to play cricket. I tried to get over probably 4 or 5 years ago now, and I'd actually had a club lined up in the Surrey League. I was going to go play at Weybridge, but then I got my first professional contract over here, so decided to do the pre-season over here. So it's definitely something I'm keen to do, whether it's get over there and play some more cricket in England. It was an awesome experience.
And then, of all places to make your Surrey first class debut, you're off to Scarborough for the festival. I mean, that's I think for a lot of county fans and those that travel following the team, that's one they mark in the diary as soon as the fixtures come out. It's such a great experience up there. Your recollections of being not only part of a great game, and we'll come to your contributions to that in a moment, but just the festival atmosphere in Scarborough.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was my first experience of county cricket, as you said. To be rocking up pretty much every day, had a full crowd. Not sure what capacity was there, but there was 5,000 people there at least every day, and it sounded like there was 10,000 with the amount that the fans were sort of engaged, and yeah, they knew lots about cricket. I think that was something that surprised me. You could hear the comments in the background, and they all loved their cricket, so it was awesome. Yeah, Scarborough was a cool place, and certainly very different to back home.
And what a cracking game. I mean, both teams making 500, then the game set up on the final day. You personally make 46 in the first innings, 40 in the second in that close chase, taking wickets both times around as well. Like, you were right in the thick of that game.
Yeah, it was an incredible game. It probably is the best game of cricket I've played in terms of, after the first day, we were sort of so far out of the game, and then even coming in at the end of day 3, the game almost, you never think it's going to end in a draw, but that was probably the likely conclusion. But day 4, just not many days in cricket just go to script, but that was one of those days, and to be out there at the end with Foakesy and hit the winning runs certainly made the bus ride back to London a lot more enjoyable.
I was going to say, was there a bus ride back, or were there celebrations in Scarbados? So how did you enjoy the win?
We certainly didn't spend too much longer up in Scarbados, as everyone called it. No, it was a long bus ride back, but it made it a lot more enjoyable knowing that we got the points in the bag.
Has that whet the appetite somewhat for you in terms of trying to come over here and get another contract with the county, be it Surrey or elsewhere in seasons to come? Yeah, absolutely. It was an incredible experience. I think Surrey was such a big club, such a great club to be a part of. I loved my time with the club, and yeah, I'm hoping to get back there as soon as possible. I know that Chris Rogers, for example, who out of the WA system then played a lot of county cricket, went to Victoria. He thought of this as a bit of a finishing school for young players. And given the rules have been relaxed a little bit about who can come over since the 100 came in last year, and it's easier to play here, the NOCs are easier to obtain. Even next year, I mean, I suppose that there is an opportunity for you to say to other clubs or to Surrey, available as selected. Yeah, certainly. I mean, at the moment, I'm just looking at for the West Australian season because there's still 6 months of cricket to go, and then sort of we'll look to assess later on in the WA summer, see how the body's going, see how everything's going. But if everything goes to plan, yeah, absolutely. I think you see lots of players go across nowadays, whether it's for club cricket, whether it's for the 100, whether it's the Blast. There's certainly lots of opportunities out there, and yeah, like I said, I'd love to get back to Surrey. This could be a huge year for you back at home, couldn't it? The fact that you participate in all disciplines, really, but a top order player who opens the bowling, you're always going to be attractive to selectors. Is that now, I suppose, you ready to take the next step? And you've been on an Australia A trip, played in the red ball stuff, played in the white ball stuff. Now you feel prepared to take another big step in season 22-23? Yeah, I certainly hope so. I think you sort of go into every season with the sky's the limit for what your dreams, sort of for what you're dreaming for the season to be. But yeah, this is probably the best position I've been in physically. I've had a few surgeries and missed the start of the first last couple of years. So physically, this is the best place I've been in for a while. So yeah, super excited for the season to get going. And building off the back of that unbeaten 174 in the Shield final last year, do you see red ball cricket as the area you're most likely to take the next step, or is that kind of yet to be determined for you? Yeah, I really don't want to pigeonhole myself into any sort of just one format. I look at blokes like Mitch Marsh, even my good friend Cameron Green. He's playing all 3 formats for Australia now. And I always say we've trained and done everything together in our juniors and stuff. So I don't see why you should pigeonhole to one format. So I'd love to be able to play all 3 and do really well in all 3. Yeah, wouldn't that be something if there was 3 West Australian all-rounders all playing for Australia at the same time? You can dare to dream, I suppose, on that front. Now you're in that broader system. In terms of Surrey and the week ahead, have you been following the results, both, I suppose, in the back end of the Royal London Cup, when you returned home, and what they were able to achieve over the last 2 weeks?
Yeah, absolutely. I was following closely last week. Watched TC that pretty unbelievably, really. I saw some of his highlights. But no, I've absolutely been following. I think it's been awesome to see some of the young players like Tom Laws, what he was able to do in the London Cup, and for him to then go and make his under-19s debut. I think everyone at Surrey sort of knew that wasn't far off for Lawsy, and he's really taken his game to the next level. So that's been awesome to see. And then Will Jack's getting picked in the England squad as well. So no, definitely been following, and I'm keen for the next couple of weeks of cricket because they're going to be huge.
Yeah, and a chance to follow along across the next 4 nights. The time difference is fairly favourable, I suppose. What time is it when play starts roughly in Perth?
I think it's about 5:36. So I don't normally get to the last session, but it gives me something to do when I wake up in the morning. Get to watch the highlights and see how the boys go.
Fantastic. Well, Aaron Hardy, congratulations for what you were able to do here at the Kemar Oval earlier this season. Let's hope it's the first of many visits back to England, and enjoy the next 4 nights.
Awesome. Thanks, mate. Will do.
Welcome back to Surrey's live stream. It's we've had the tea interval. Surrey resuming on 246 for 5. Ollie Pope is batting like a dream. Daniel Norcross alongside the standards. Will Macpherson. We've just been rhapsodising about the young man. He loves it here. We love watching him here. It's something else, isn't it?
I presume you're talking about Ollie Pope, not me.
Yes. I mean, you know, it's also lovely having you here, Will.
It is lovely to be here, and yeah, it's been a joy to watch Pope bat today. It's 122 off 124, so he scored 101 in that session because he was 21 from 21 at lunch. So he scored 101 from 103 in between lunch and tea, which was.
Well, it was a very productive session for Surrey, wasn't it? 164 runs came in 36 overs for the loss of 2 wickets. Both those wickets fell in the space of 3 balls. Stephen Patterson picking up the wickets of Foakes, caught by Johnny Tattersall, and then Cameron Steele playing a shot he will not want to review on the highlights later tonight.
That was just a wobble though, wasn't it? Because Foakes and Pope had put on 50 before that, and then now Clark and Pope are sharing a very, very productive partnership, which has got power to add, you say. They're 110 from 136 at the moment.
What I would say though, just had a break. The crucial next 10 or 15 minutes, he's still trying to get themselves back in as Patterson starts up. And, well, try and get back in, or flick the ball nonchalantly off your pads for an easy single.
That's what Pope's so good at here, I think. An ability to just get himself off strike, take a run from each ball, don't worry about it. And then he adds those, we saw some of the flourishy kind of boundaries he played in that period as he moved from 80 to 100 very quickly before tea. So extraordinary shot.
Now, he scored 100 against Yorkshire at the Oval, not unsurprisingly, before, I think it was 4 years ago, 2018. That was
his sort of, as a real youth, his great charge towards the England team, and he got capped that summer at Lords against India, didn't he?
Well, I spoke to Joe Root about that, did a piece for Wisden Cricket Monthly, and Root remembered that innings really well. He said that they had a pretty decent bowling attack that day. They had a very strong Yorkshire side. Bairstow was playing, Root was playing, Bresnan was playing, and he said a feature of Pope's batting was that whatever he tried to do, or whatever Yorkshire tried to do, he simply manoeuvred the ball into a different part of the field. He just has so many options.
And if one man was going to admire batting like that, you sense it would be Joe Root, wouldn't you? Just that ability to work the ball around, get off strike, and then find the boundary when you need one.
Well, he sort of described it as an exasperating innings because there was absolutely nothing that they tried would work. And he kind of described Pope in glowing terms as a thinking cricketer.
Pope would have been 20 then, I guess.
Ooh, that's a thick inside edge. That's going to run down to the boundary. A fortuitous boundary for Jordan Clark. But we shouldn't forget his contribution in this partnership. When he came in, Surrey were wobbling. Just take a look at this again. He's come forward to that. The thick inside half of the bat really challenged leg stump. But it's a false shot nonetheless. And Surrey, with that 4, moved to 251. That's a second batting bonus point. That's something else we'll be keeping an eye on in their race for the title.
It's absolutely vital here. Yeah, I mean, Hampshire have bowled Kent out, so they have picked up all 3 bowling bonus points. Surrey have obviously got that worry, that issue yet to solve because they haven't bowled yet in this game, but 2 batting bonus points. They'd expect to get more from here, 3, possibly 4. If they could tick them off, then those 8 points look quite a long way off for Hampshire to get it sorted in this game.
Well, the way it works, for those of you trying to do maths at home, is that if Surrey match Hampshire's bonus points, but draw while Hampshire win, then we would go to the final game level.
Absolute neck and neck.
And do you know what they say? That the side that wins at Scarborough wins the title. Now, of course, 2 sides.
They've both won there this year.
Could we have a shared title?
Well, Surrey have got 1 shared title, haven't they? They've got.
Yes, 1950 was it?
Yeah.
just before the start of their epic run.
I presume that was shared with Yorkshire, because Yorkshire also a team who've got quite a few shared titles, but I don't actually
I have
know
a
off the top of my head.
strange recollection that it might have been with Warwickshire, but I could be wrong.
Well, Warwickshire have got a part to play in this title race because they face Hampshire. They host Hampshire next week, but they've also got their own relegation worries, Warwickshire. So there's a bit going on at both ends of the table. Yorkshire look like being one of the teams that are just kind of caught in the middle, neither here nor there. Obviously, this 10-team, very inelegant 10-team Division 1, which we spent so many hours debating over the last few weeks, does mean that there are quite a few teams in that kind of hinterland. Northamptonshire find themselves there. They didn't need to do very much against Surrey last week to secure their Division 1 status for next year. I think they needed to get 7 points or something, which...
Oh, that's a glorious shot. As Net stands tall, cuts it into the ground, square of the wicket. It's silky batting today from Ollie Pope, and now his strike rate goes above 100.
There is quite a big gap there, as you see here. He just looks like he's got so much time to put it exactly where he wants it, and it's quite a difficult boundary to defend out there, as Patterson learnt in the last over when Clark got that thick inside edge. He had his fine leg quite square, and it pootled us down to the boundary for 4. But now they've pushed the man back, Yorkshire, which isn't a surprise because they do need to find a way to contain Pope's scoring.
Problem is, of course, it leaves a massive gap for him just to
Take one
and rotate the strike, and he'd be perfectly happy to do that with Jordan Clark in pretty good nick at the other end.
And batting to come in the shape of Jamie Overton and Tom Laws, who've both played some pretty important hands with the bat this year.
What I would say though is that Jamie Overton has been injured for a while, so he's playing his first properly competitive game for quite some time.
Be at least 2 months without cricket, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I think so. So even if you do have a Test 97 under your belt, you're still going to start all over again. Ben Mike's been the briskest, if that's a word, of Yorkshire's bowlers today. What have you made of Yorkshire's attack, Will?
Well, I would say it's a little samey in the sense that, as you say, Mike's the briskest, but he's by no means been rapid, has he? There's no genuine point of difference. Obviously, they had Harris Ralph at the start of this year, who the Pakistan fast bowler, who obviously adds a totally different dimension to their attack, given his sort of set of skills. David Willey's played his last red ball game for them. He hasn't played very many red ball games at all, but he was a left armer, which adds a bit of variation.
Oh no, this has gone up in the air. It's going to land safely between wicket keeper and long leg, and it's going to come back for a second run. Good enterprising running, but a false shot from Jordan Clark. I do wonder, Will, we've talked so much about the balls and how they get soft and pretty much toothless. I wonder if they'd have had a little chat and said, right, we've got a bit of a zone here, we've got 15 overs, if we can go between 4 and 5 and over.
Absolutely. Let's have a look here.
Yeah, well, before another new ball comes, which later in the day could well produce a clatter of wickets.
And Clark just played to that one in no man's land, and we're saying about Mike being briskish. Well, he was quick enough there, and he's gone for the short ball again.
Oh, he's got hold of it as well.
All the way. That's the short boundary down there, and that's 6 runs to Clark.
Wow, well, that is exactly what I'm talking about here. I think Clark may feel he's got a little bit of a licence here to go after it. He's been the junior partner in this partnership so far, but you can see himself giving himself room there and just lifting it down to the vacant backward point region.
Crowd catch, possibly.
Second 6 of the day as well, I think.
Yeah, Pope's got one, hasn't he? I mean, Clark knew that was going to be short. He backed away, and he got plenty of it, possibly slightly top edgy, but he won't mind. The man's gone back there now to protect against that, but if it's that big again, it doesn't matter.
Well, that's the third short ball from Mike in a row, and it's been this time pretty easily dealt with by Jordan Clark. End of the over, 66 gone.
Yeah, 9 runs to show for those 3 short balls. 2, 6, 1. I'm not sure, with the boundary dimensions as they are, I'm not sure that's a terribly wise tactic.
Also, with the ball so soft, I know we keep talking about it, but You talk to any bowler, you must have talked to loads of them. I mean, Stuart Broad has been scathing
Broad's
about
the
it.
great moaner about the balls.
Oh,
He's
isn't he?
been fantastic. He's all sorts of descriptions. Plasticine.
Orange.
Yeah, I think tangerine he's also used, so even worse.
No, he's got full Richie Benno. Is he
Yeah.
tangerine or Setsuma, kumquat of some kind?
Yeah, they've all moaned. Jimmy Anderson slightly plainer speak. Rubbish, I think he said.
Yeah, rubbish, yes. He's not one for quite such flowery language or metaphor, is he?
No.
Isn't James? Patterson to continue. And I don't know how easy it is for you to see on your screens at home, but the lights are on now. We're just starting to see shadows developing. It is late. It's September the 20th. I believe the equinox is around about now.
So tomorrow, I guess.
Tomorrow, yeah.
September 20th today, so September 21st, presumably.
So bad light could be a feature, even though they're starting these matches earlier. With 30 overs basically to be bowled. 6:15, starting to get a little bit late this time of year.
Yeah, from a Yorkshire perspective, as Clark, Patterson's going to be quite hard to get away here. Mike's a bit quicker, so they might find scoring a bit quicker of him. But from a Yorkshire perspective, they do have an international spinner in their side in Don Bess, and this is the kind of time you'd think he might be bowling. I know it's a bit dark and a few overheads about, but Bess probably should be bowling. But these two dealt with him so simply before tea that it's quite difficult to have him on. They could score very quickly if he bowls.
Well, they will want to be. They're going to want to have sort of 6 of one, half dozen of the other here, Yorkshire, because they're going to want to keep a new ball for Ben Code, you would imagine. By the same token, they can't just allow Surrey to get away from them here. They can't afford for Surrey to get 75 or 80 odd runs in the next 14 overs.
They certainly can't, because the game will have slipped quite fast away from them then, having had Surrey in a really good position when they got those. Patterson took those 2 wickets in an over.
There's going to be a run here. I think it's probably a leg by. Wait to see the umpire's signal. No, a little bit of bat on it. So Clark moves to within a boundary of another half century this season.
He's just been. I know he had quite a significant injury in the middle of the season, but that was more affected for white ball stuff, I think. And Clark has just been such a consistent performer with bat and ball. He's filled the I know they played together for a few years, but he has filled the Ricky Clark breach.
Yeah, you almost feel like he was a sort of Ricky Clark understudy to Ricky Clark. When Ricky Clark left, he performs a very similar function with the ball. Performs a very similar function now with the bat. I was quite sceptical over whether he'd be able to step up and produce the volume of runs that Ricky
Number
Clark
7
did.
felt a little bit high at the start of the
Didn't
season,
it?
possibly, and now it doesn't at all.
No.
I have no qualms about him wandering out at number 7, especially with some decent batting to follow him. The only thing he doesn't have is those bucket hands that slip, but Jamie Overton does that now, so no problem with that.
Oh. Yes, you're purring there slightly, Will, aren't you? It's another lovely little late dab. It's only a couple of runs, but
It's just a wonderful way to find 2 runs, that, because there's a first slip and there's a gully, and he's just worked it between them, and it's worth 2.
and look, if you get 3 runs off a Patterson over, you're happy, really, because he's
Absolutely.
the one bowler in the Yorkshire side you can imagine wheeling away for over after over, going at 2 and over. And Pope just manages to manufacture that 2 comfortably. End of the over, 268 for 5, 13 until a second new ball is available.
And I'd suspect that Surrey's run rate's just ticked up to 4 and over. And I know in red ball cricket run rates aren't everything, but that is the first time today I suspect that that's been the case, especially after quite a slow start with the early wicket of Burns, and Patel and Amla were very watchful at the start of the day. To get up to 4 and over means that, if they can keep powering on, it would mean that they're well on track to they're ahead of the bonus points curve, if you like. 110 overs is the last moment you can pinch a bonus point. They're well on track from that perspective. It's just wickets in hand that'll be the problem.
Well, they've scored their last 215 runs in 46 overs, so that's pretty much getting up for 5 and over.
That's the Pope factor, isn't it?
Yeah.
He certainly has. He sort of really enjoyed the I know the England camp hate calling it Bazball, but the kind of Bazball culture this summer, and it's been good for him. And it's nice to see him bring it back to county cricket as well.
Swing and a miss. That's from Clark, but Clark's got a definite game plan on here. Mike's 9 overs have gone none for 69, and there he had a fruitful couple of cut shots in the previous over. This time, just a little bit beaten for pace.
He's planning to stay leg side of the ball, isn't he? Trying to access the offside, as the pros say. That's a short boundary out there. There's a massive gap between sort of backward point and extra cover. And whereas Clark certainly senses there's some runs available to him out there.
Deep third's quite fine. So we will be looking to get it just to the left of backward point. And there's an extra cover and mid-off. 2 slips still in place, so Yorkshire still attacking up to a point. But Ben Mike, with the field he's got, a deep square and a long leg and a straight mid-on, he's got to stay mostly outside off stump. He can't veer too straight.
Yeah, and that's an interesting strategy given that short boundary. You know, it's not going to be easy. As soon as that beats the infield, it's going to be 4 runs. So if he gets anything of it.
And that's the danger. You go straight, and the ball can easily be dabbed into the onside. Coming back for a second, this could be tight, but the throw is wayward.
It's a poor throw, that
was a poor throw.
That would have been tight had everything gone the fielder's way. But his throw was just a little wayward. And Johnny Tassel, the captain, was up at the stumps, but it wasn't in the right position. That takes him to 48. That's also the danger of that field, of course, that you've got acres of space out on the leg side, so you just have to a little tap into the leg side, and they can hair through for 2. And these two are both pretty athletic characters, so no worries about the running there.
Oh, short. He's gone after it, but there's a polite inquiry. Nothing on it in the end.
It looked to me like Clark was looking at the umpire wondering if that might be a wide, and the fielders were looking at the umpire wondering if he just edged it. But that might have been a little bit of gamesmanship from both sides, trying to get what they wanted from a situation. I think everyone will be quite happy with that in the end.
I'm quite enjoying this situation here, though, because Yorkshire know that Clark's going for it. Mike knows that Clark is going for it. He's going to go after him. He's gone short again. He'll only get the 1 for it as he goes down to long leg. Gets him inching that much closer to another half century.
Yeah, he sprinted that first run like a man who knew he was on 48. And just in case there was a misfield, he'd be coming back for a second. But no dice. Don Best is a pretty good fielder down there. Brings Pope back on strike, so the field just spreads a little bit. The second slip comes out. Adam Lives going at mid-wicket. Backward point's gone back to the fence. There's now 2 men on the deep on the offside, 2 on the leg side, so Pope's not going to struggle to find a single, I wouldn't think.
Well, there's a very big gap square of the wicket on the offside, which is an area that Pope likes to access. Can get him in trouble occasionally. Oh, now he's gone after this. Well, has that gone all the way again? It is. That's an absurd shot from Ollie Pope, giving himself room and slicing it really through backward point for 6.
And it's sort of a tennis shot in a way, isn't it? He's kind of up above his head. And
well, we've seen him do something similar, of course, against South Africa and against Norcross down in South Africa.
2019-20. Yeah,
he did 135, I think.
He did at Port Elizabeth. He batted very, very well, and he also batted really nicely at Cape Town before that. And at that point, he looked totally to the man of ball, and then he obviously had a slightly trickier time with England. The runs kept flowing for Surrey, a couple of injuries, but this summer, for the first time, he's looked kind of back to his best at international level. I don't know. I mean, Mike, that was the end of the over, so Mike has gone back into the outfield. But I wonder whether he might consider a change of strategy when he comes on for his next over, just because that's 2 sixes in 2 overs now.
Well, he's conceded 23 in his 2 overs after tea.
And they can't really afford that here.
Well, no, because there's still 12 overs to go until the second new ball is available.
And it feels like only a couple of minutes ago we were talking about Surrey earning their second batting bonus point. Well, they're halfway to the third now. They're zipping along 277 for 5. They get a third one when we get to 300. So,
and they've not failed to get 300 in the first innings in the county championship this year. Extraordinary stat there.
That is quite a stat, because you do look across county scorecards all year, and almost every team has a shocker, if you like, at some stage. Even the best teams have a moment where, just because of conditions or the opposition, they have a tricky start to the game, or a bit of second innings pressure tells. But it's a very good effort from Surrey to, until now, make it to 300 every time. They only need 23 more to get there this time with 5 wickets in hand, but you never know.
That'll be 50 for Jordan Clark. Not where he intended. Thick inside edge down to long leg, but it brings up his half century from 94 balls, 6 fours, 1 6 in that innings. And it has been a crucial one. We can rhapsodise to our heart's content about Ollie Pope, but if Jordan Clark had got out early, and the score was, 136 when the 5th wicket went down. So 142 has been put on. They've more than doubled the score, these two.
Yeah, and Clark's probably played within himself a little bit, you'd say. His instincts are to hit the ball hard, but he's just been a sort of doughty junior partner for Pope, who...
Oh, he's bowled him! Well, I did not see that coming. He's got to whip that ball through the onside. Patterson picks up his 4th wicket, and it is a big wicket. It's a wicket of Ollie Pope, who has looked supreme all day. He can't believe what he's done. He slaps his bat in frustration, and he's got to go for 136. It has been a sumptuous knock, another fabulous innings at the Oval for this young man. But, well, that does bring Yorkshire right back in the tie. They didn't look like they were going to take a wicket. It looked like Surrey were batting them out of the match. And they are now, well, they've got a sniff here. They've got the door open.
It's his leg stump leaning back, isn't it? So I think he's just almost tried to engineer a little bit too much. He's got too far across, and it's sort of bowled him behind his legs, possibly, unless he's got an inside edge.
Well, let's take a look at this. He has been bowled behind his legs a little bit. He's not standing quite as far over beyond off stump as he has in the past, but actually no, that's gone between bat and pad. He's just closed the bat face on it a bit too early. Maybe still a little bit of seam movement out there, Will.
Maybe flicked a little bit of his pad on the way past, the back thigh pad almost. But yeah, he looks as surprised as anyone. Patterson gave him a little handshake as he went off. Here's Jamie Overton, who we were just talking about a couple of minutes ago. Has not played any cricket for a little while. I always think the bat looks absolutely tiny in his hands. He's a big fella.
There's a bit of Joel Garner to it, isn't there? Not a man of Somerset.
Indeed. He's got quite a lot of padding on. For someone who's made of stern stuff.
Yes, against a soft ball and 73 mile per hour bowling.
Indeed, but yeah. Now, Jordan Clark's very much in here. These two are both players cut from similar cloth, aren't they? While they're actually really very good batters, they've come through as kind of lower order hitters. So again, their instincts are to get on with things, but they might just have to consider soaking up a little period of pressure again here. If we saw what happened when Foakes got out, Steele went immediately, and Surrey suddenly looked on the back foot again. The game's no worse for Nimba Balance at the moment, but they wouldn't want to lose another quick one.
Absolutely not, and they've got their eye on batting bonus points. 400 looks a very long way away at the moment. 122 more needed. The speed at which they've been going means that they don't really have to concern themselves over run rate. But when you're 6 wickets down and a new ball available in 11 overs, that's been a feature of today, really. Every time Surrey have looked to be on top, that Foakes-Pope partnership, when that was broken, another one went down quickly. There at 278 for 6, and it being Pope that they've got out. Yorkshire are back in it, and Steve Patterson at 38's picked up 4 for. Lovely shot from Overton. He'll only get 1 for it as it's half stopped at extra cover. It means he'll keep strike at the end of the over. Successful one for Yorkshire and for Patterson. 279 for 6.
Yeah, the loss of the premier batter Ollie Pope, the best player in the side now. Bats number 4, he'd probably bat number 3 next year, I suspect, from his own request, but there's a little bit of a logjam there. But the loss of his wicket rather than Clark's probably just checks Surrey's ambitions slightly. They might be thinking, yeah, 350 and that 4th bonus point would be excellent at this stage, whereas 5 minutes ago he certainly would have had his eye on the 400 and the full set of 5 batting bonus points. But that's fine. They just need to make sure they accumulate from here. I'd say get that 3rd one and get the 4th. Then you can consider the 5th. Tom Law's still to come, and Kemar Roach can be a very difficult man to remove.
Yeah, well, he's a man who can bat with someone.
Exactly. He can be a junior partner who's very helpful.
Well, that's a lovely shot from Overton, and that's going to race away for 4. My word, that's gone between deep backward square and long leg. And he's only just come to the crease. We're just saying he's barely picked up a bat in 2 months. Mike continuing to bang it in short. And that's a terrific shot because he's got right over the top of it. The ball's not got up that high, in fairness, but it's a very controlled pull with great timing.
Mike's made no secret of his plan in the last couple of overs. So Overton knew what was coming, and he's a big guy, so you have to get it pretty short. And on a pitch like this, it's not going to get miles up. Mike's bowling figures have just flashed up, and his 10.1 overs have now gone for 82.
Yes, he's been quite leaky today, hasn't he?
Yeah, but he's not. His strategy doesn't scream trying to stem the flow, I wouldn't say. He's looking for wickets, which is fair play.
It is indeed, and we've got a field sort of set for it as well. There's a long leg. Bess is pretty wide, deep backward square, but it's extremely hard with a ball approaching 70 overs old.
Mike was part of the Leicestershire attack a few weeks ago. He's obviously moved from Grace Road ahead of next season. He's come early, but he was part of a Leicestershire attack that were flayed around by Sam North East in July during his 400, and his 410 not out came from about 450 balls. So the scoring rate was quick throughout, and I feel a bit for Leicestershire fielders and bowlers from that game, and Mike was certainly one of them.
Did you get to see any of it?
I watched a bit of it on stream. I wasn't at Grace Road. I saw him reach 400 with 6, which he'd been very carefully building his innings North East, and then he just launched his way. As soon as he got to sort of 390, I think he'd actually never scored a professional double 100 before, which is amazing for a player of his kind of standing in the county game, but he'd never reached. I think his previous high score was something like 191. So when he got through the 190s, he got through the 290s, and I think he thought, I'll race through the 390s.
Oh, it's a lovely delivery in the channel. There's still something in there, even with this ball.
I just think there's a bit more to be gained from Mike, especially at Overton, the new batter, pitching it up a little bit more, just like he did there, rather than aiming for his hip, because that pull that he played at the start of this over was a reminder of his class, I suppose.
Well, also you want to get somebody who hasn't been batting for quite a long time, for a couple of months. You want to get them having to move their feet, don't you? He's quite happy to stay at the crease and hit the short one.
Quite.
And what's he like moving into the ball?
Yeah, that fielder should be busy, you feel. If he's going to defend it, that should be where it's going.
Will, they've come to collect you.
Take me away, I think. Finally. They've caught me.
So Clark on 50, Overton 5. Surrey have lost 1 wicket since tea, and it's the big one, the one of Ollie Pope for 136. Ended a 6-wicket partnership of 142. Oh, it's a horrible shot from Overton to complete the over, but he survives. 70 gone, 10 more before a new ball becomes available. 283 for 6. Ponsonby is here.
Hello Dan, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you, Cameron?
I'm very excited. You're going to have to hold my hand through this.
Really? Literally?
Debutant. Yes, please. It's okay.
I've got quite a bad cold. I don't think you're going to want my hand holding yours. So, what are you made of today? It's been topsy-turvy kind of game. Yorkshire having put Surrey in. Felt like the right decision. Looked quite difficult, actually, to start with.
I think the story's obviously Ollie Pope.
It all often is here.
It's almost tiresome at this point that he kind of scores so many runs. I think against Don Bess, he kind of showed he was at his best. And he was kind of hitting the same ball in 3 or 4 different areas. And when you see a batter doing that, that's kind of him in his most control.
Patterson's continuing in the attack. This old stager, he's taken 4 for How can they be letting him go? I mean, with Darren Stevens, Steve Patterson, these guys could be around forever, couldn't they?
Well, we're in that age of professionalism now where players are just going on longer and longer. And so we have, if you look at around sports, it doesn't have to be cricket, it can be tennis, it can be American football with Tom Brady, it can be football with people like Cristiano Ronaldo. People just keep on going forever.
Well, indeed, and you know, having looked at the Yorkshire attack today, Cameron, what happened? Has he been head and shoulders up? Let's bet Ben Code has asked some questions. Ben Mike has been profligate, but when Yorkshire have been in a spot of bother, when Surrey's batters have come at them, it's been Patterson into the attack's made all the difference. He's bowled 17 overs, 4 for 52, on a day when Surrey are going at 4 and over. And you can see here, he's going to try and wheel away for another 3 or 4 at least and get Yorkshire up to the new ball with as little damage as possible. That'll be the plan, I imagine.
I think his role in the team will also not change but refine a bit more with the addition of Ben Mike, because Ben Mike is a wicket taker. He's an expensive bowler, he goes for a few runs, but his strength is he kind of takes wickets at opportune moments. So bowlers like Patterson have to kind of tie up an end.
I've just been brought a new chair and I can see. It's incredible. I can actually see the whole ground now.
Happier?
Much! I've been wondering what was the matter with me all day. I felt like a sort of homunculus, like a hobbit,
It was a very
peering over
exciting
the top of a
change
cave.
within the studio. I wasn't really sure what was going on.
It was a very exciting change, wasn't it? Welcome to showbiz.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's fun, isn't it? It's getting pretty gloomy out there, I've got to say. This is what happens in September if we don't have direct sunlight. And we don't have any direct sunlight today. It's a little bit dark. The lights are on. You can see shadows. The 4 shadows that are cast by the floodlights. It was light not dissimilar to this that forced the players from the field during the test match.
I was going to ask you, Dan, I imagine you have one of the finest tuned eyes of
Only one.
of
the other
the
one's
darkness at
dreadful.
the Oval.
The left one's great. The right one's dreadful. Yes, and this is pretty much the sort of light that came off the test match. Now they might take a slightly different view. End of the over, maiden over that one. 71 gone now. They might have a slightly different light reading that takes them off. I never understand this, Cameron. Why isn't it just standardised? Why don't we know how many lumens it is and just be done with it?
So something Mark Butcher said on commentary that I'd never considered when they went off on one of those days of the test match was he was talking about how the light changes from end to end, basically. So he was saying it was here at the Oval, the sun sets over to kind of behind our right-hand shoulder. He was saying from the pavilion end it can creep in, it's still fine, but if you're at the other end, you're in the shade effectively. So it does vary from ground to ground when placed suitable.
And Mike is continuing. He's gone for not far off 8 and over today. But yes, that's a very sound point, isn't it? I mean, at the time they went off for light, there was actually sun shining on the Galladari stand. And I thought, well, if when the sun is out they're going off for bad light, you're never going to be able to play after 6:30. Why the test matches started at 11 o'clock in September? How come the county championships worked this out? But Test cricket has not worked it out. Oh, that's been flayed away by Overton. He's going to pick up at least 4 for it. It will be 4 as that's thrashed through backward point. Bit too much width from Mike, and Overton's all over that. We can have a look on the replay here. And that he has erred there. I've seen more cut shots today, Cameron, than I see on, well, most entire test matches. Bit of short, wide filth.
Yeah, that was cricket at its ugliest but most effective, I think, from Overton. Ben Mike, he's known for leaking a few runs, but not normally going at 8s. And for a debut, it's not really what Yorkshire would have been looking for.
So, thick outside edge, going to squirt out to backward point. But I bring Surrey fans encouraging news now. Wickets have been tumbling down at the Rose Bowl. Kent bowled out for 165. That brought groans and sighs of misery and despair. But Kent are fighting back. Felix Organ and Joe Weatherly have both been dismissed. Podmore getting Organ. Matt Quinn's got Weatherly. And Hampshire are 13 for 2. So we are on the lookout for bonus points here. Surrey 13 runs away from their third bonus point. Hampshire in a spot of bother at 13 for 2. And just a reminder, it isn't that complicated a situation. Both sides have made life a bit easy for us by having an 8-point difference.
Wonderful.
So if Hampshire win and Surrey draw, if they match each other's bonus points, we would go into the final match level. Now, I'm not saying I particularly want that, because
wouldn't it be amazing if, because obviously all these teams aren't necessarily playing each other twice, if we just rewrote the whole fixture list and made Hampshire and Surrey play each other for a second time?
Oh, I would love that.
I'm sure it's against every single sporting regulation in history, but for the purposes of the showcase, for the show.
Well, who did Hampshire play in their last game?
That's a fantastic question that I will let you know the answer to very shortly.
You see, if there were relegation issues, then that could be problematic. But if they're playing somebody sort of mid-table, or someone who can't win the championship, as Surrey will be doing against Lancashire next week.
They are playing against Warwickshire.
Ah, yes. Now you see, I think Kent might kick up a bit of a stink if that happened. So, end of the over, just the 4 runs from it. Surrey have very much slowed down since the loss of Ollie Pope. They're 287 for 6. Clark unbeaten on 50. Overton on 9. 13 more for a third bowling point. Cameron Ponsonby is in the chair alongside me. I'm going to make way because I believe Jonathan Doidge is going to come in.
Try something exciting, apparently, Kevin.
I'm excited. I don't know what it is, but I'm looking forward to it.
Lots of knowing looks behind us, but not entirely sure what's going on. Oh, we're going to get one of those handwritten notes that are great for television and radio. George Hill, meanwhile, is back on at the pavilion end. Coming into bowl here to Jordan Clark. Opens the face, runs it out to Jordan Thompson. Yeah, talking of bonus points, Yorkshire managed to pick themselves up a second, and they want to just eke out as many as they can as well in these last couple of games, just to try and stave off any final threat of relegation. Latest delivery worked to leg then by Clark, who he's just offered a great supporting role here, Cam, in the first instance to Ollie Pope, and now takes the lead.
Yeah, I was quite disappointed that Ollie Pope was dismissed for what is kind of taken away from us from Clark, because I think he was going to be the one with the licence to kind of have a swing by the time the new ball gets here.
Yeah, Hill in and pushed into the offside this time. Adam Lyth doing the fielding. What have we got? We have 7.5 overs to the new ball.
And I think now he's kind of taken on that more senior role of responsibility, where he's going to be the man in to take on Code and Thompson when they come back around. But whilst Ollie Pope was there, he was swinging from the hip, and as much as a purist as I am, I was quite enjoying it.
It was a quality knock as Hill's in, and it's pushed into the offside by Jordan Clark. Floodlight stuff taking a fair bit of effect, haven't they? There's a fairly grey tinged overhead. wouldn't say it's unplayable at this stage, but you wouldn't want it to get appreciably darker than this. You probably feel at this moment in time, the fielding side might be the happier to take an extended breather. Hill driven this time by Clark, gets a hand on it of sorts, but still there must have been some power in that from Jordan Clark, because he got a fair bit on it, George Hill, and it still raced away beyond Ben Code through mid-on for 4.
You could see George Hill really grimace as that ball struck him in the hand, and it took a serious deflection. It almost went straight to mid-on, but just beat mid-on to his left-hand side and raced the boundary easily. Jordan Clark moves on to 54 off 105 deliveries.
Jordan Clark just cannoning one off the bat into his pants, but nobody close enough in to prevent him getting through for another single. Clark on a 55, 9 for Overton, 292 for 6. We've got a special treat for you from elsewhere, down at the Ageas Bowl in fact, as these are the 2 wickets to have fallen in the Hampshire match. Harry Podmore doing the bowling for that one, which was the dismissal of Felix Organ for 10, caught by Jack Leaning. And then a chop onto the stumps, bowled by Quinn. Joe Weatherly without scoring, just his 5th delivery. So wickets falling there, 13 for 2 Hampshire. They're in the 8th over of that one. Ben Mike going to continue here, Cam, and it's been an expensive day at the office.
It's been a very expensive day. He approaches once more, just back of the length, and beats the outside edge there. And that's kind of the Mike enigma in a nutshell, and why he'll be kind of being kept on by his captain, is he has this ability to make the breakthrough. But at the moment, he's gone for 86 runs off his 12 overs, which I can't imagine would have been his dream debut when he was going to bed at the local travel lodge last night.
No, he might not have slept that well had he known that these figures were going to eventuate, but they've got some pace to work with, if nothing else, so there's a bit of work to do. And this one on the rise as Jordan Clark watches it go through to Johnny Tattersall. They've gone with just the 1 slip at the moment. They've dropped a man out down at 3rd, but there's been a few ramps that have well cleared that shortish boundary down there. And if he's going to continue to bowl that one wide of off stump and bang it in short, then you sort of feel like you might want to place that fielder somewhere else, because is he ever going to come into play? Now then, they're going to take the players off by the looks of things here. Quick word between umpires Warren and Wharf. And well, I'm saying, what, a couple of minutes ago it didn't feel quite that dark. But we've had a change of plan out there, so we're going to take an extended breather, the players here, or an extra breather. They'll be taking a light reading out there, as we can see at the moment. Stephen Patterson and Ben Code just getting in their respective 2 penn'orths. And not entirely sure whether that's a happy smile they have on their faces, or if it was a wry one. A bit of irony about it, but the 2 umpires will hang on for a minute out there. Ben Code's still having a word. Ben Mike, meanwhile, is just starting off that practice run up once again. So 292 for 6, 73.2 gone. And at what, 4:45 in the afternoon, we're off for light. You'd have to wonder, given that there's not a strong wind around, Cam, as to whether we'll see much more play today.
No, and Dan Norcross's keen Surrey eye had somewhat predicted this about 10 minutes ago. He was calling back to previous matches here and thinking that this was the light, and they tend to head off, which is a shame. And I wonder if Ben Mike's extra pace kind of plays a factor in that, being a bit quicker, posing a bit more of a risk to the batters. Yeah, a shame for everyone here, really.
Very much so. Let's have a quick look back down the Surrey innings so far. Then Rory Burns, of course, first to go without scoring. Hashim Amla hung around for his 14 for a little while, and Ryan Patel 41. Good delivery by Ben Code that saw the back of him, the third man out, and then that stand between Ollie Pope and first of all Ben Foakes. Ollie Pope's wonderful 136 from just 131 deliveries been the feature of this day, and Jordan Clark very able in his support. 55 from 108. Cameron Steele, just a couple of deliveries for him, and Jamie Overton, well, not really seen him quite get going yet before that bad light came into play, and still Laws, Roach and Worrell to come for Surrey, who will consider themselves, if we see no more play today, Cam, in a pretty strong position, I think.
Absolutely. And on the scorecard you can see Ollie Pope's innings is an aberration within the rest of it. It looks like a completely ordinary scorecard and an ordinary day's play. Aside from him, I think the rest of the team is probably trundling along at just about 3 and over. And Ollie Pope's gone at a better than a runnable 136. You've got to be happier. I would say you'd be happier in Surrey's shoes at the moment, but if time's taken out of the game, it then becomes a bit harder to force 20 wickets to win the game. So maybe a shortened fixture will then play a bit more into Yorkshire's hands. But overall, at this current moment in time, in the short term, I'd say Surrey are on top, but in the long term, that could change towards Yorkshire.
Yeah, there's the Yorkshire bowling figures. Ben Code has bowled just as well as you expect him, really. 2 and over, 2 for 30. Just doesn't throw much loose stuff up there for the batters to work with. Jordan Thompson, well, not really his day today. 12 overs for 54. And didn't get the ball maybe to swing as much as we've seen on some occasions. Stephen Patterson, excellent day at the office for him. 4 for 52 for the old boy, 39 years of age very soon. 18 overs, getting through the predominance of the donkey work for the White Rose. And George Hill, 11 overs for 38. But Ben Mike and Don Bess not really able to get themselves into the game. Don Bess, day one, wouldn't be overcritical. I'm sure he probably wouldn't have been seen much more than a token over or 2 had Jonathan Tattersall had a third or fourth bowler that were keeping things tight for him. Ben Mike, of course, well, we've been through his travails today with him. 12.2 overs for 86. There'll be better days.
You mentioned Don Best there. I think it would have been a frustration for Yorkshire that he wasn't able to perform that role he's done so well this season. I think his economy is about 3 on the nose this year, and he's been able to play that role of bowling dry. But Ollie Pope, just in the form he was in, he first swept Don Bess's first ball. He used Bess's strength of accuracy against him, knowing where the ball was roughly going to land, and attacked him straight away. It would have been interesting to see if Yorkshire wanted to try and drag that game back, whether once Pope had gone they could have brought him back into the attack. But at the same time, you then got Jamie Overton's long levers out there who might have taken a similar fancy.
Yeah, there was at no point during Ollie Pope's innings was there a moment where the fielding side dominated him. He dominated them. They might have had a few deliveries maybe perhaps where they kept him quiet, but he was always then coming back out with something else. He was on the front foot in the metaphorical sense, if you know what I'm saying.
He looks like he's playing the game, a computer game, on the easiest level when he's out here for Surrey in the county championship. There used to be, so I know Pope had a good relationship. I think at least Neil Stewart's one of the academy coaches here, and all these players have come up under his tutelage. I remember I did some coaching there years ago, and a drill that we used to do, or I'd be told to run, is you set up a bowling machine and you go around the clock. And it's the same ball, and you have to hit the ball to 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and so on and so forth. And it felt like he was playing that, but in a county championship game. Regardless of where the ball was bowled, he would and did hit it where he pleased. And so it was Ollie Pope excelling in a fixture where everyone else performed with competency, if that makes sense at all.
Complete sense.
Wonderful.
Okay, well, as you can see, nobody out there, not a soul out there in the middle at the moment, because the umpires have now also left the field. We're off for bad light here at the Micky Stewart Oval, with Surrey on 292 for 6, having been put into bat by Yorkshire this morning. Still 22 overs and 4 balls remaining, or scheduled to remain, in the day's play. We're not sure how much or how little we will see of that, but we're going to take a break now, just like the players and officials are, and we'll be back with you once we have more cricket to talk about.
Welcome back, patient folk. I'm afraid the badness of the light, as you can see from the pictures in front of you, has done for today. So play will resume tomorrow at 10:30. Surrey in a pretty strong position, 292 for 6. They had some wobbles today. They were 136 for 5 at one point when 2 quick wickets fell in the afternoon session. But Jordan Clark still there, unbeaten on 55. Jamie Overton on 9. The story of today, though, well, that incredible 136 from Ollie Pope from just 131 balls. He was cut above everybody else there today. First man to go was Rory Burns, caught by Kola Cadmore off Code at first slip. Sharp catch. Hashim Amla caught also in the slips by Will Frayne off Patterson for 14, the first of Patterson's 4 wickets. Ryan Patel was out to the last ball before lunch, caught again at first slip by Kola Cadmore off Code. This was after, of course, Yorkshire had put Surrey into bat on a pitch that was doing a bit, nibbling around a fair bit. Then after lunch, Pope and Foakes put on 50 before Foakes then Steele were out within 3 balls of each other. 2 wickets in 3 balls. Foakes a little thin edge through to Tattersall off Patterson for 19, and Cameron Steele a shot he will not want to see again, just driving at a wide ball and offering a catch, the third of the day, to Kola Cadmore at first slip for a 2-ball duck. There then followed a quite fantastic partnership between Jordan Clark, who was very much self-contained with his 55 and that fantastic 100 from Ollie Pope. The 142 they put on have put Surrey in a pretty strong position on a pitch that's offering a fair bit, and they will hope they can add, well, 50-60 runs tomorrow, maybe get a 4th batting point. Bowling figures dominated by Patterson, 4 for 52, that's right, 2 for 30 the other wicket taker Ben Code. Jordan Thompson quite expensive, none for 54. Ben Mike, well, none for 86 from 12.2, the briskest of Yorkshire's bowlers but the most wayward. Hill, none for 38 off 11, and Dom Bess just couldn't quite get his length right, none for 26 off 5. So Surrey 292 for 6, 8 more runs to get another batting point. But extraordinary scenes down at the Ageas Bowl, where Hampshire would have been feeling pretty confident having bowled out Kent for just 165, and they would have felt they were very much in control of that game. Well, they have been bundled out for 57. Yes, you heard that right, just 57. Extraordinary scenes. Matt Quinn taking 6 for 23, 2 for 11 from Harry Podmore, 2 for 21 from Gilchrist. Top scorer there, Ian Holland with 19. Only 3 players in double figures, and the upshot of that is that having conceded a lead of 108, Kent will still have to go out and bat, not for very long you would imagine this evening. But if Hampshire do not win that game, they're not going to draw it, so they would end up losing it. It's going to be a straight scrap, and conceding a first innings lead of 108 puts Kent very much in the box seat there. And what it means is that were Hampshire to lose, which is looking distinctly possible, Surrey would need 20 points from this match to win the county championship. Well, they've got 2 batting bonus points. Even if they were bowled out now and then bowled out Yorkshire and won the game, then Surrey would be champions, and we are going to be here to bring you all of those developments as they unfold over the next, it might be 3 days, it might be 2 days. The county championship has been very busy today. 25 wickets have fallen at Chelmsford last time I saw. Lancashire 26 wickets, is that right? 26 wickets now. Have Lancashire made it into double figures in their second innings? They were 5 for 5 when I last. They're 11 for 6 with a slender lead over Essex. That game could well be over by lunch tomorrow. The one game that's bucking the trend is the one here at the Oval, due in no small part to Ollie Pope and his quite fantastic knock today. We'll be back tomorrow at about 10:20. We'll have a short build-up and see if Surrey can plough on some more runs and then get stuck into Yorkshire's batting lineup. I hope you can join us. We'll have the usual star-studded lineup. But until then, from all of us here today, it's goodbye.